chat up. Yeah. That's what he fought. Oh, Maestro. Because on the DLC for the Avengers, he fighting Maestro.
Maestro, yeah.
Oh.
That's you know who it was?
No, when he said Maestro, no, we could, no, but when you say Maestro, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what it's
Maestro. Oh, you on?
Take this crap off.
I'm the evil villain they call Maestro.
Get out of here, dumb cats. Let's get this room. Alright, so. Oh crap. Turn that on. But what's I'm about to get right now. Where's that? What's that? Here we go. What do you mean? What do you mean got a leak in it?
It's like when I opened the fridge, there's all this milk everywhere.
Good. Was it? Cause was it sitting on his stomach?
No.
What the heck?
Yeah, every time I sit it down, it's like,
Oh come on, man. What's up? What's up, Radioactive? What's going on, bro?
I gotta get to the bottom of it.
Oh no, I was talking to I was talking to Radioactive. We gotta do. I'm about to sit. We're gonna sit on like a one of those plastic container joints. Oh, setting up a frame for another poster that I did of my work. We just got. Oh, that's my sword. Yeah, Father helping me out with it. What?
No, it's not.
Yeah, we just got in the house, man. It was like we had some plans. It was my daughter's birthday, and everything closed early today, around like 6 o'clock or whatever. So we couldn't really grab the things we wanted to grab. So tomorrow we're stepping back out. But so I went out to get her some food and stuff like that, and everything. So I'm gonna pick up everything tomorrow. He said your dad's hair is dope as. Oh, what's up, big balls?
We gotta take the plastic off the.
Oh, yeah, remember we went through that before.
And it went in perfect.
Yeah, we did that before. Yeah, so we're gonna be starting everything soon. Yeah, everything close because we got the plan was, Pops is gonna show up, her uncles and everything was gonna go get in the car and go grab some stuff, and then Monster Hunter. We couldn't get Monster Hunter. Our GameStop didn't get it yet, so they haven't. FedEx had issues, so we couldn't even get Monster Hunter. Cause I was gonna stream. We was gonna stream Monster Hunter tonight. That didn't come through. Like everything fell through today, but it's fine. It's fine. My daughter is just excited and stuff. So tomorrow we're gonna pick up where we left off tomorrow, and then Sunday's my birthday. Wait up.
No, you might take it out now. Go ahead. Put it down. I'll just take the front part out. I'll just do it again.
Yeah, so that's what pretty much happened, man. We just got back in the house because we was running everywhere we went. every store that we was trying to go to was just closing. We get there, oh, we just closed. We get there, oh, sorry, we've been closed like 2 hours ago and stuff like that. Everywhere, we was all over the place, running around, just everywhere, and things just didn't go the way it was planned. So that's why. Cause I was gonna stream a little bit earlier, but we just getting back. So I was gonna do my VR. I was gonna do a VR stream tonight, But man, it's getting late, and then I have to set the VR up, and I had to troubleshoot to make sure I'm able to stream it right. So I'm like, man, by the time I try to do that, man, it's gonna be too late to be able to stream. So I said, you know, I'm gonna just do a chill stream tonight. I got me some pizza and stuff, so I'll just chill with y'all guys tonight. And then tomorrow we'll pick up where we supposed to pick up today. So tomorrow we'll probably do a Monster Hunter live stream. That's what we'll do, a Monster Hunter Rise live stream. We'll do that, and we'll do a Monster Hunter live stream, and then Sunday, I guess I can do a VR live stream. Oh, what's up, Mav? What's going on, Mav Hunter? What's going on? So yeah, so tomorrow, me and my brothers, we gonna be on Monster Hunter. It's gonna be dope, man. It's gonna be freaking dope. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, so we definitely gonna do that. But I did get myself Bravely Default too. Yeah, so yeah, I did get myself Bravely Default 2 for the Switch. I don't know when I'm gonna open it, but yeah. So yeah, man, today was busy, pretty busy, man. And the thing was like earlier today, this morning, it wasn't bad. Like I woke up and just chilling and everything. So around 3 o'clock, that's when everything just started. We just running around all over the place. B, Keel Lancer, my pops, Ion 8, and DX Strike. We were just out all for the rest of the afternoon and stuff. So yeah, keep looking. Oh, so you mean like put it in front of, put it in back up? Yeah, put that in back up.
We got a lot of space. It's no big deal, but
That's right. Why?
but yeah,
It does.
it makes sense.
All right, guys. Here it is. Yeah. Here. This was got it done, guys. Here it is. Finally got it done. This is my first test run for a poster for my 3D hentai beauties. So yeah, that is dope. That is freaking dope, man. Like I said, just seeing my visions just become a physical reality is dope. I ain't done yet. I got another poster in the works for something else and stuff. But yeah, yup. See, so I'm planning on selling posters soon and stuff. Like I'm getting all my merchandise stuff up. He's out eating more. He's out eating more pizza than Ninja Turtles. Yeah, only on weekends I'll do something like that. So yeah, yup, I got it, man. Like I'm super hyped. I'm super hyped, man. This thing came out beautiful. Came out really, really beautiful. So 1 second, guys. Hold up. Let me sit down for a second. Let me sit down. So hold up. Yeah, so let me pick this back up because I want. There we go. Awesome. This is freaking awesome. Oh, thanks, Reese, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. But yeah, Zalis is my work is just. I just love seeing my work posted in my room. It inspires me. It keeps me going. Now I got my VK poster in the back. So we just doing my thing. So yeah, got Tammy and we got Haley. And I can't wait to have my other girls up there and stuff. So yeah, man, this is really dope. So so I'm gonna put it on my wall. This one's gonna go behind where my monitor is at and stuff like that. But yep, finally got it done. But I'll be doing more posters. I'll be selling posters and everything soon and get them in different sizes. We also I got a mug. We ordered a mug machine, so I can be able to make our own mugs. Oh yeah. Oh, you didn't know I had dual monitors? Yeah, I got dual monitors. You can see it through the reflection. Yeah, I got dual monitors, so you can see. Yeah, you see it? Yep. I got dual monitors. Yeah, so that's gonna go behind my monitors. This right here. He says, "No, I'm going to behind. When I want to I got something else. I'm be. Matter of fact, I might as well just talk about it for a second. Hold up. I guess I can sit this here for a second. Sit this here for a second. So I'm gonna put I'm getting a custom neon light, a Mugen TV. You know my this right here. I'm gonna get a green. You know I'm gonna get like the green color Mugen TV, and I'm gonna get a neon. I'm gonna get a custom neon light that's gonna go above the cabinet. That's gonna go above the cabinet, so they'll be able to light up. And then this wall, I'm gonna have another portrait. It's not gonna be as big probably, but it's going. I have some other work. Like I said, I have other projects which I will soon reveal once I have everything in place. So you'll be able to check that out once it's done. Because every time I have something new to show you guys, I'll have a poster to show with it or something like that, or whatever. So I have a portrait right here, the Mugen TV. So it's all straight through the females. See the my man saw straight through, saw the monitor. Oh, and then this wall, my next poster, which I will show you guys once it's done. This next poster right here. Oh man, I'm looking forward to this next poster. That next poster is gonna go right here. I'm gonna put it on that wall. That's where that's gonna go. That's where I'm gonna put it at. But man, like I can't believe. I can't believe it, man. It looks good. So I'm gonna show my fans from the 3D hentai community this poster. I'm gonna be doing pillows as well. But put this out here. Yeah, so I'm definitely looking forward to it, man. To get all that done. That's a beauty right there. That's dope. That is freaking dope. So let me put this. Yeah, so that's what I'm currently doing right now. Yeah, so that's pretty much the plan. And you can't really see the other wall. The other wall might have another portrait or whatever to put another one of my projects up there and stuff. Yeah, so yeah, I want to do pillows of my chicks, my 3D hentai beauties. I'm gonna do pillows. I'm trying to see who I can, what manufacturer can manufacture me like titty mouse pads, like how they had the Dead or Alive mouse pads or whatever like that. So I can do some of my girls like that too. So that's what I'm planning. That's what I like to do as well. So yeah, man, like I can't believe it. So all right, let me see. Yeah, so this came in right here. I was trying to like I said, I was trying to do the VR thing, and yeah, definitely. That's what I want to do. So yeah, I had to get this wireless dongle, USB dongle, USB 3.0. So what happens is I had to download this Bluetooth device from the Microsoft store. So you're allowed to stream anything from a mobile device, like games or anything. So I found a workaround, or I believe I did from looking at all these tutorials. I'll be able to connect my Oculus Quest 2, and now that I have I can be able to get my computer has a wireless signal to be able to pick that up or whatever. What about? Oh no, dude, the 3D models, the 3D printed, I already got that planned already. I said a few streams ago that I finally was able to export my models from the program and put it into Blender, and then from Blender I convert them to OBJ, to an OBJ file, and from there I can be able to do the 3D printing. So yeah, I want to do figures, 3D printed figures of my models. I want to do actual statues and stuff like that. So I'll be able to sell that stuff as well. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I finally got the dongle. Yeah, I finally got the dongle for my Oculus Quest. So tomorrow, what I can do, I'm gonna mess around with it. If I get it to work out the way I want it to work out, for Sunday, I can do a VR stream with you guys, and I think that'd be fun. That's what I'm really looking forward to. See if I can do VR on stream. I think that'd be pretty fun. You know, so. But yeah. So it's time for me to eat. Time for me to eat. Let me So that's what I want to do. So how was y'all day? Yo, what's up, Tay? What's up? What's up, boy, yo? What's going on? Oh, yeah, I love Chill Hop. Oh man, such a busy day. Yeah, so how everybody been today? Focus back. All right. So it been good for once? That's good. So yeah, same here. I love that Adult Swim bumps. Yeah, been listening to a lot of that actual lyrics. Yo, what's up, Rob? What's up? Yeah, oh yeah, X-Men vs Street Fighter. Yeah. It has X-Men vs Street Fighter. Let me move this. Yes, X-Men vs Street Fighter. It has Marvel Superheroes vs Street Fighter. It has Marvel vs Capcom, and it has Marvel Superheroes, and then it has Marvel Superheroes War of the Gems, which was a Super Nintendo game. You decided to add that in as a bonus game. You know what I mean? And it came with this stool. You got accepted into college? Congrats, man. What are you studying in college? For college? And if there are Facebook viewers, like I said, the Restream app is blocked by Facebook. So if you are chatting, I won't be able to see it. So if you want to be able to chat, I'd like to chat with you guys. You can check out my YouTube or my Twitch. You can chat from there. Let me know if the music's too loud. So which Marvel vs. Capcom game had the best art style? Well, the 2D ones had pretty much the same art style. And so you want to talk like the 90s, which was the 2D sprites, versus the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 art style versus the Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite art style? Which is the best art style? The originals. I love these way better. Like Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I hate I know it's, you know, it's like unique, and you want to go for the comic book art style. I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan of the comic book art style at all. Like, cause like I said, I mentioned this in plenty of other. Said today I got blazed. Watched a few episodes of Baki. Now I'm here. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, man. Like, my issue is I'm getting tired of the cell shade, the oversaturation, the oil paint look like Street Fighter 4, because Street Fighter 4 really did the whole oil paint thing. And I said, okay, that's unique because it's for Street Fighter 4. Then every other fighting game or other games started having that art style with the hard outlines, and everything has like this oil paint look, and then all the characters are oversaturated. And I didn't want that for Marvel vs. Capcom, and they did it with Marvel vs. Capcom with the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 series. Wasn't really into that. And I'm not gonna lie, when Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, I said they aren't gonna go back to sprites, make it look more realistic, go into more realistic detail look. And they did that with Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, but it was horrible how they implemented it. The character models were just horrible, and the graphics weren't really that great or whatever, and they ruined that. So I prefer the classic 2D sprites for the versus games. Oh yeah, no, I agree. It did. MVC3 art style did age pretty well. It did age pretty well. What's my opinion on King of Fighters 15? Oh, I keep talking about that. I did a few streams talking about that, but I guess to sum it up, like I said, to me, I think King of Fighters 15 visually looks outdated compared to Street Fighter 6, Soul Calibur, 6. And Dragon Ball Fighters and all these other fighters out now. And now that we have the Xbox Series X and PS5, we had Guilty Gear Strive coming. So when you look at all these games and these future fighting games, and even including like Tekken 7 and stuff like that, when you got all these other new games coming out, and then the current games that we have, King of Fighters 15, as far as visually, it looks outdated. It looks extremely outdated. And but I'm warming up to King of Fighters 15 because one, they're gonna have rollback netcode, which really increased my my interest in it. And then I'm not gonna lie, some of the character trailers so far now has strike my interest, such as who is it? Kyo. Kyo's trailer was dope, and Yuri, and what's that chick that's part of Team Sacred Treasure? Can't remember. It kind of reminded me of the Street Fighter Cross Tekken graphics. Yeah, but that was another thing too. Like, Street Fighter Cross Tekken graphics, they were even more saturated than the Street Fighter 4 graphics. I didn't like the Street Fighter Cross Tekken graphics at all. If they was gonna like continue with the Street Fighter 4 type of visuals, they should have just made it look more like Ultra Street Fighter 4 or whatever, like that, the Street Fighter 4 series. But they went the water paint effects and graphics with Street Fighter Cross Tekken, which I didn't like that either. Kind of reminds me. It looks like the patch update to the sprites from the last game. It had great concept art, but the graphics didn't do it justice. I agree, Reese. I agree. Street Fighter Cross Tekken was my game, man. I bought it. Didn't I bought it like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago for the PC? Yeah, man. I love Street Fighter Cross Tekken. I was always a fan of it. Despite the controversy that surrounded the game. What was my team? All right, 1 second. I had two teams. I had Jory. I had Jory and Kazuya. That was my first. That was one team, and then my other team was Julia and Sagat. Those were my teams. My two teams. Yeah, that's why most of those models are from King of Fighters 14. They just readjusted it to fit the graphic style they're going for 15. Yeah, but my favorite team out of the two was Julia and Sagat. I love Julia and Sagat was dope. They were just an awesome pair, especially with the juggles that I had with them. I had a little bit of a rough time with Jory and Kazuya because with the wave dashing with Kazuya wasn't really good with that type of input. Jory and Harang, that makes sense too. That team and Law and Chun-Li. Yeah, that was a good game. Without the gems, it was a good game. I hope they still. No, this is my opinion. One second, guys. One second. Yeah. All right. My opinion. This is my opinion. This is just me. This is my opinion. This is my prediction, and it could very well be wrong because most of my predictions. I was only right with a few predictions in the past, but most of my predictions are always wrong, always be wrong or almost close. My prediction is that we may not get Tekken 8 right away. For the PS5 and maybe the Xbox Series X, we may not get Tekken 8. I think the next fighting game from Namco Bandai that's Tekken related will be Tekken Cross Street Fighter. That's my opinion. That's what I'm guessing. Because 2 years ago, Harada still put a poll out asking the Tekken community would they still like to see Tekken Cross Street Fighter, and a lot of people still do. So he's still asking people about it. That would they be interested in it? So I believe the next fighting game from them, as far as Tekken related, I believe for like the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, I truly believe that's going to be Tekken Cross Street Fighter. Yeah, and Akuma was from the Tekken Cross Street Fighter that they was working on. So now it's the matter of now with Street Fighter 5 out, with have some new characters and stuff. Maybe they want to probably change up the roster a bit and retweak a lot of things. That's just my opinion. So they'll run Tekken Cross Street Fighter for maybe 3 to 4 years, maybe 5. Depends on how popular it is. They'll probably run that for 3 years or something, and then throw out Tekken 8. Well, Fighting X Layer was always separate from Street Fighter. It was just Street Fighter because Arika was a company to itself. Those characters that was in Street Fighter EX plus Alpha. Oh, what's up, Carter? So, were you ever a fan of Street Fighter EX? I had Street Fighter EX, but I'm not really a fan of it. I thought it was just a generic fighter to me because I knew nothing about Arika and their characters. And Arika was a separate company, so they already had those characters and they had their own games. But I think they probably had one Eureka fighting game, like it was called X Layer. I think they only had one X Layer game here in the past on the PlayStation 1, I think. And my first introduction to X Layer characters was in Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha. And the only reason why X Layer characters, yo, what's up? What's up, Kylie? What's going on? What's up, brother? What's going on? Yeah, and the only reason why I knew about the X Layer characters was because they was in Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha. That was the first time I was introduced to X Layer characters. So I never knew they were from a separate franchise. And the only reason why they were in Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha, because even though Capcom was on the project, it was more so Eureka that was working on the game. Yeah. So those characters, they're not from Street Fighter. They were always their own thing. All they did was, since Eureka was working on it, they just combined X Layer with Street Fighter. That's all it was. Yeah, what's up, Kylie, man? Welcome to the stream. So, yeah, so that's the thing, like, so, I mean, the Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha, the EX series, like, I played it, but didn't care. I always wanted to see, like, how Street Fighter characters would look in 3D, because Tekken was the thing back then. Like, when Tekken came out, everybody was playing Tekken. Like, they dominated the 3D fighter space. I'm like, and at game night with my father, my brothers, my uncles, my cousins and stuff, ever since Tekken came out, they pretty much ditched. They stopped playing Street Fighter. They stopped playing Mortal Kombat. They just stuck to the 3D fighters. So Namco was the fighting game choice at game night. So when Tekken came out, that's all they played. If it wasn't a 3D fighter, they wouldn't even play it no more. They only played Tekken. And then when Soul Edge came out, they played Soul Edge, you know? So those was the fighting games of choice for the PS1 era once we stepped into 3D. So they left at the Street Fighter Alpha 1. Once Tekken and all those other games came out, no more. There was no more Street Fighter at our house at game night, and until Street Fighter EX came out. Like I said, my uncles, my father and them, they love the 3D fighters, and Tekken was that 3D fighter that set the tone for everything for fighting games at game night. So when Street Fighter EX was announced and they showed that it was in 3D, that's when we went back to play Street Fighter, because they love the 3D fighters. So we started playing that at game night, Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha. But I always thought it was a generic game because of the X Layer characters. They didn't seem like Street Fighter characters until I learned once X Layer came out in current generation. That's when I found out they were actually separate fighters. Like, they was a separate company. I never knew that myself. So that's why I was saying I knew it was kind of off. Kind of like Cracker Jack. Was it Leon? Doctor in Dark. I'm like, this is not Street Fighter characters. I'm like, what? I said, these characters are generic as hell. But that's when I found out they were X Layer characters. They weren't Street Fighter characters. Yo, what's up, Ike? You'll love it. So if you don't know what it is, he said when I played. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, so I always thought they were generic characters. I always thought they were generic. I was like, what the hell? Now, if Nintendo want to make a lot of money, Nintendo need to do another Project Cross Zone, but do it for Nintendo Switch, and add as many different companies as possible. I think they can hype it up like Smash Brothers. Because I ain't gonna lie, if they do a Nintendo Switch Project Cross Zone, I think it would be hot. And then they reveal what companies is going to be on the project, and then they can do trailers introducing those characters for representing that company. Dude, that would be hot. That would be freaking hot. I had the first Project Cross Zone, but I didn't have the Project Cross Zone 2 though. By that time, I pretty much gave my 3DS to my daughter. At that time. what I think about the All right, that's actually a good question. Monkey, that's definitely a good question. Um, what I think about the Riot game, League of Legends based fighting game. What I think about that, what it would do for the fighting game community. As of right now, I think people really need to slow down with overhyping it because we don't know how, because Riot is trying different things now. We got League of Legends, they got Valorant now, and that's doing pretty good. But it could do better, but it's nowhere near Overwatch and all the other type of hero based shooters that's out like Apex Legends and stuff. But Valorant is doing a fairly well. So when it comes to this fighting game that Riot Games is working on, and they got some experience, people that's working on it, that's from the FGC, Evo and stuff like that, and very experienced with it. I think people need to lower their expectations because, in my opinion, we really don't know what this game has to offer yet. We don't know nothing about gameplay mechanics. We don't know what characters is going to be in the game. We don't know anything about the game. And we already have some people within the fighting game community that's already trying overhyping it, and overselling it, and we don't know anything about it. You have some people saying, "Oh man, it's going to change the FGC. This may be the thing that they're going to need to boost the FGC up and to pretty much show how esports can work for the FGC." We don't know any of those things yet. So I think if people don't lower their expectations, it's going to set this game up for failure if it doesn't meet the expectation that the community has for the game. Because they're going to have big shoes to fill in. They're going to have big shoes. They're going to have big shoes to fill in if people overhype it. So right now, there's not much talk right now because, like I said, we don't know. They were early in development, and to me, in my opinion, I think Riot Games should have just shut the hell up and not say anything. Yo, what's up, Derpy? Yeah. He said, I recognize the background song. Is it from Tekken 4? Yes, from Tekken 4, the airport. The airport lounge. And that's the thing. I think Riot spoke too much. Now, to show off Valorant, that was different because Valorant was close to being released and stuff like that, or the beta or whatever they had going on at the time was close to being released. So it makes sense to show Valorant, but I believe Riot Games shouldn't have said anything about the fighting game, especially now. Like I said, I talked about this before. When developers speak too early about their games, it always ends up setting themselves. They end up setting themselves up for failure in most cases because it never lives up to what the expectations that the community itself has elevated it to. And what also hurts is content creators. You have these content creators out there. You know how they are, especially if these content creators have a big fan base. These content creators go up there, keep making all these videos, or they take little articles or little mentions of that particular game from the developers or the directors or whatever like that, and they will make an 18-minute video about it, and all of it is nothing but speculations. You know what I'm saying, and predictions and stuff like that, and they end up hyping up the game with little information, and then get their fan base hyped up, and then once the game comes out, and then if it doesn't fill in those shoes that these content creators had pretty much piped the game up to be, because everybody trusts their content creator, they love their content creator, that's why they keep coming to their content. So anything their content creator says, they take it as gold. You know what I'm saying? And it always happens that way. And the game could actually be good. And most time when the game actually comes out and is good is not good enough because the expectations are set all the way up here. Exactly. It's like counting your chickens before it hatch. Oh, what's up, Jay Blue? What's going on? Yup. It's like that's what it's like. He said, I feel like people want the Riot game to be good, hyping it up because the thing is the FGC and fighting games are a bit stale in my opinion. No, people are more so hyping what to me, from what I've been seeing from people within the FGC and people that's leaving their opinions about it, people see this. When it comes to competitive esports, fighting games is at the bottom when it comes to payouts. you know, for people actually trying to make a living off of esports, fighting games, they still haven't found a working formula to get fighting games to work within esports. And that's what's going on. That's the problem. That's why a lot of these big teams at one point that was strictly for fighting games, like to get sponsor players, that they cut their fighting game division because they haven't figured out a formula to get fighting games to really work within esports and everything. So people are looking at Riot Games because of what the success they have with these with the MOBA genre and you know, within the MOBA genre with League of Legends. They see what they're doing with League of Legends and they're saying, like, if they can do that, people have total faith that they can do something to elevate the FGC to work within the esports space, within the esports environment, to where people can actually make a living. Like how there's actual teams within League of Legends that actually get a paycheck. That, you know, they can, you know, to play League of Legends all day. So people are thinking that maybe Riot Games will figure that formula out for fighting games. That's why everybody's banking so much on it, and they have yet to show really anything yet. Cold Fear, okay, AJ, and that's why I'm saying, like, they're gonna set Riot Games up for failure if they think this way, or if they oversell it and have their expectations up too high. So I'm saying, like, look, just lower your expectations. Just lower it. Just keep it. Just lower it. And plus, this is their first fighting game. Their first fighting game. Yes, you have veteran players from players that from the FGC that's working on it, but it doesn't mean that it's going to automatically equal a good fucking game. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that at all. You know, having FGC knowledge doesn't equate of being a good programmer or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? Making a game and just having knowledge of how fighting games work are two different things. It's two different things. I missed the old Tekken days where you unlock new characters instead of buying them as DLC, especially with several characters from the previous Tekken games. All right, my opinion about unlocking characters in fighting games, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really want it no more. I don't want to unlock characters no more, because now what's going on with fighting games now, people, it's like Call of Duty. Who buy Call of Duty to play the campaign? Now, the campaign should still remain in there, but who goes to play Call of Duty just to play the campaign? No, people go to Call of Duty and go straight to the online multiplayer. It's the same thing with fighting games now. People go straight to, when they open up the game, they go straight to training mode, to learn the character, and they want to go online and start fighting people on rank matches. And if you're a pro player, you go straight to training mode, the lab up, and then play locals and stuff, so you can get better at the game. So, in order for you to do that, in order for you to get straight into labbing and stuff like that, what if your character's not available, you have to unlock them. That means these type of players will have to go in and play through arcade mode and unlock a bunch of characters until they're able to hopefully get the character that they're trying to main. And you know how much time that takes? And then now, since everybody's playing more competitive now, you know how hard it is for setups at locals? You know how hard it is? That means every console, you have to make sure you have every character unlocked on every console. So that means you have to have a bunch of people going in there and playing arcade mode to get all the characters. Or you have to ask people to bring their setups, which some people don't want to bring their setups. They don't want to bring their setups and everybody using their console, and then if somebody break it, then no one wants to pay for it, or don't know who broke their console and stuff like that. So there has to be a fine line to where they can balance it out. And to me, I don't want to unlock characters anymore. I'd rather the characters be available. But the big but about, if you're going to do that, then you're going to need more. You're going to need other things to make up for it, which means there should be more single player features for people who want to continue to play by themselves. Story mode, you know what I'm saying? Other type of modes they can incorporate in there for single player entertainment and stuff. You know, they need a bunch of that stuff to fill it up. So the problem is Street Fighter V, they made a mistake. Street Fighter V at the door, they made a mistake. Because like I said, Street Fighter V was more so geared towards esports and geared towards the competitive community. And that was wrong. Like, they didn't make a balance for non-competitive players and competitive players. They went straight for the competitive player because they went to the assumption that, hey, people just want to, you know, play, you know, go online and play and just lab and stuff. Which the competitive side, that's all they want to do. But they gave nothing for the non-competitive player. Because that's why I didn't buy Street Fighter V at launch. I waited until Season 2 when I jumped into Street Fighter V. I didn't jump into it right out the gate. I didn't do that. I didn't do it at all. And when people who bought Street Fighter V were complaining and say, yo, there's nothing here. There's nothing here to enjoy by myself. And that was the problem. They messed that up. The CD of Final Fantasy, another esports it was a game that Square Enix really tried to push. And the CD of Final Fantasy, how could you go wrong? Final Fantasy characters are just as characters are just as iconic as Sonic's Sega's IP, Nintendo's IP. You know what Final Fantasy characters are. You know, that was a formula that was meant to happen. Esports, Final Fantasy characters, and then also will put Final Fantasy out there even more. How could you mess that up? And then that was the problem. They made the game strictly for esports players. But Final Fantasy was never an esports thing. Final Fantasy was always a single player experience. You know what I'm saying? So if you are going to try to bring in the esports players or whatever like that, or people who are into competitive play, you still have to consider the Final Fantasy players who aren't competitive players. Because majority of Final Fantasy players aren't competitive players. You have some crossover. You have some people that compete or play fighting games and play Final Fantasy. But a vast majority of Final Fantasy fans don't really play fighting games or anything competitive. So they more so geared towards the competitive side. So the fans who are really going to buy, which is mainly Final Fantasy fans, who want to see their favorite Final Fantasy characters clash, there was nothing there for them. As far as single player, all kinds of stuff. All they had was just competitive features. And so it was bare bones, and that game failed. Street Fighter V was able to fix as he went through the seasons and stuff. You know, but most of the mainstream players, like mainstream, just like people who play casually, they've been left. But they was luckily able to still push it because the competitive scene, they just want to compete. So they'll buy the DLC and stuff like that. You know, so that was really the issue with that. So if they're going to do that, you know, if they're going to allow you, if they're going to remove unlocking characters, then you have to make up for it with the single player features. You have to, because think about Smash Brothers as well. Smash Bros. Ultimate at the start was 75 characters, I think. Smash Bros. Ultimate, the base roster is 75 characters. Who's going to sit down and to like I said, it was a couple characters I wanted to play, but I had to unlock all those characters just to get the character that I wanted to play. You know, so. I wanted to get my boy Cloud, so I had to play through the entire game until Cloud showed up. I wanted to play as Richter Belmont. I had to keep playing until I unlocked Richter Belmont. It's too long. And then it was a nightmare for the competitive Smash scene because they had to get a bunch of setups and they had to get a bunch of people to sit down, like TOs, and everybody to sit down and just grind out unlocking characters. One second. So, by the way, I love the art style for Guilty Gear 2 and 3. If there's a Street Fighter game in a couple years that will like Street Fighter 6 is coming. In fact, Street Fighter 6, we was supposed to get a Street Fighter 6 trailer. From the rumors, which I was already predicting, the final Capcom Cup. We was gonna get a trailer or something like that to Street Fighter 6. And if the rumors are true, Ono got fired because the rumor was that he fucked up Street Fighter 6. And then they had to scrap the development and redo Street Fighter 6 over. Dude, they were easy to unlock, but it took me 3 days to unlock all those characters. It took me 3 days before I went online on Smash Brothers Ultimate. I had to sit, I wouldn't say 3, it took me 2 days. It took me 2 days to unlock everybody. But if you're setting up a tournament, that means you have to sit down for hours to get all the characters. No, I don't want to do that no more. Do not want to do that. Regardless they made it easier or not, I didn't want to do that. That was too long. I wanted the main reason, like, I wanted to play Smash Brothers was to play everybody at my house and we all just sit on the couch and just have fun and play and go online and play with other people. Yeah, they restarted Street Fighter 6. They had to start it over again because they said Ono fucked it up. They said Ono fucked it up. And from what the rumor said, it was going to have tag in it. It was going to have like a tag feature in it. Yeah. They said it was going to have a tag feature and everything, but they said it didn't like the overall development. They said Ono fucked it up. And that's when people started believing the rumor even more when they said when Ono made the announcement he's leaving Capcom. What do you think? I don't know. I don't play Guilty Gear. I didn't care for the older Guilty Gear games. Strive. Guilty Gear Strive. I'm looking forward to try. Yeah, there wasn't supposed to be a season 5. They had to make another season because they fucked up Street Fighter 6. Because Street Fighter 6, if you think about it, was supposed to come out this year. No, they didn't like the development of Street Fighter. From what the rumor says, because there was a leak that came out, and this leak was spot on with everything. So that's why everybody's taking faith in this leak, because everything that was in the leak what came out to be true. So Street Fighter 6, like I said, they weren't pleased with the development because they said Ono fucked it up. And then what made everybody believe the rumor even more is when Ono made the announcement on Twitter that he was leaving Capcom. So when that happened, when they said, yeah, Ono fucked up Street Fighter 6, people said, oh, no, that's crazy. And then right after the announcement came out that he was leaving, and he never went into details why he left or whatever, but they said he fucked it up, and that's why he put another person in charge for Street Fighter, of course, for Street Fighter 5, but they had to go back and rip apart what was already made for Street Fighter 6, and now they had to go back and retool and rework everything, but they said Street Fighter 6 was supposed to have tag team in it too as well. So then now they have to rework it, and that's why, because the final Capcom Cup, normally at the at the end of the other Capcom Cup for Street Fighter 4 Ultra Street Fighter 4, they showed all Street Fighter 5. So we finally was getting our last Capcom Cup for the Street Fighter, because it also gave everybody the hint that Street Fighter 6 was coming, or they going to show a trailer. The people, whoever win or whoever's on the top rankings for Capcom Cup at the end, it carries over to the final to the next Capcom Cup. So how people started putting together that Street Fighter 6 was on the way, because at the final Capcom Cup for Ultra Street Fighter 4, when they showed that when they made the announcement that none of the winners or at the top won't carry over to the next Capcom Cup, that was because a new Street Fighter was coming, everything starts over again. So when that happened, Street Fighter 5 was announced and revealed. So the same thing happened with the last Capcom Cup. They said that the winners or the top players, their score or whatever won't carry over. So people are like, oh snap, Street Fighter 6 is coming. And that was supposed to happen. And they had to end up pushing it back, and they gave us season 5. Seth was the last character. Seth was the last character. And it made sense. He's the final boss. He was the last character that's going to round everything off. But Street Fighter 6 got fucked up. So they had to give us a whole new season. And this season 5 is going to last us to 2022. Like around to like January or February of 2022. You know, Ono was the one that created Capcom Fighting Jam. That shitty Capcom game. The game that made Capcom close down their 2D sprite fighting division. Games available right now. Play home. Okay. Yup. So that was that for Street Fighter 6, though. Well, in my opinion, like I discussed before about Street Fighter, about roster size. If this is gonna be next gen, if Street Fighter 6 is gonna be next gen, so I would say to you guys, I do not, in my opinion, I'm telling you guys to lower your expectations as far as roster size for Street Fighter 6, the base roster with the game out the gate. Lower your expectations. Lower your expectations. Lower it. Because I'm telling you right now, Street Fighter 6 is a next gen, is going to be a next gen release, right? And since it's a next gen release, that means it's going to be a different engine. Street Fighter 6 is going to have different gameplay mechanics. So technically, it's defined as a new fighter. Regardless of Ryu and all your legacy characters, regardless of how old those characters are, once you take those characters and put them in a new engine, and you put them in within new gameplay mechanics, those legacy characters count as new characters. They have to be especially if they're gonna be different character models. Different character models. They're gonna play a bit differently. Yeah, they're gonna feel similar, but they're gonna play differently within the confines of the gameplay mechanics. So they are going to count as new characters, even though they're legacy characters. So don't expect a big roster. I'm telling you that right now. Lower your expectations. Do not expect a big roster of Street Fighter 6. Because you're taking legacy characters and you're putting them in a new engine. You're putting them in new gameplay mechanics. And they're actually going to be different character models. So you can't, it's not copy and paste. You're not copy and pasting anything. You're not. So I'm telling you right now, don't expect a huge roster out the door. Do not expect it, because you're going to get upset. You're going to get upset. I'm telling you that right now. So now, this is what happens. People get upset. Well, why are you going to make the legacy characters DLC? Because remember, when you're making a new fighting game, especially like Street Fighter and like Tekken and stuff like that, you don't want your whole roster to be filled up with legacy characters. You want to have a balance between new characters that bring something new to the lore of Street Fighter, and you want to bring in a new character that's going to bring in something new that also take advantage of the new gameplay mechanics. So you're going to need a balance between legacy characters and new characters. So that means some legacy characters are going to be left out, which will make them DLC characters. You have to expect that. You are not going to get every legacy character out the box as the base roster. You know? No, I don't think don't reuse those models. Those models was the worst. That's why Capcom, yo, what's up, Kenjo? No, that's why Capcom failed to begin with. Why do you think the 3D sprites, the 2D sprites, my fault, why do you think that they don't do no more 2D sprite fighters? Because the fans was upset how they kept reusing the same assets. What do you think would happen in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite? Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, they reused the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 models, but they removed all the special, comic book effects and shaders off of them. That's why they looked so horrible, most of them. So no, I want a new experience. That means models and everything. Why reuse it? I don't want, that's lazy, and that's why Capcom got in trouble for being cheap. To save money. Reuse it. No, that's the worst idea. That's the worst idea, Rob. The worst idea. There was nothing, believe it or not, I'm not really a big fan of the Street Fighter 5 models. Especially Ken looks horrible. Ken looks super ugly. Ken looks horrible in Street Fighter 5. The worst design. Go. I don't like Cody's design. There's a lot of characters that get out of here. Go. Yeah, I don't like the designs of those models. No, Throw those whole models in the trash. Start over. The characters are more comedy than cool, edgy looking like Tekken. Yeah. And that's the thing about Street Fighter 4. I wasn't really a fan of Street Fighter 4's character design at first. Because it seemed less Japanese and more Western style at first, you know? But I got used to it, and I like, after a while, I was like, okay, it grew on me. And then Street Fighter 5 just took it up to another level, even though I like some of the character models, but not all of them. Most of the Street Fighter character models were hit or miss. Yeah. And Capcom is known for having, Street Fighter is known for having good animations and good character designs. Those character models was trash. It's none of them, not too many of them. And Capcom really, a lot of their animations are very fluid, but Street Fighter 5, there's a lot of character models, a lot of characters in the game that are very stiff. Like for instance, you know in Street Fighter Cross Tekken, the donkey kick that Ryu have in Street Fighter Third Strike, you see in was it Capcom versus SNK? That donkey kick, you know how animated, he leans all the way back and then he puts his foot out and do the donkey kick. Street Fighter 5, that donkey kick is so lazy. He don't lean all the way back. He stays in place and just put his foot up. That animation looks horrible. Yeah, some of those animations on Street Fighter 5 look horrible. Like for instance, Falk, the new chick, and she has that staff, the pole arm. I would expect her to move around with the staff and everything, but she's stiff as fuck. She holds it and just stiff. She has no force or anything in her movement in Street Fighter 5. And that's what I'm upset. And Cody, like criminal upper from Street Fighter 4, he takes it all the way back and do criminal upper. But Street Fighter 5, his criminal upper look like trash the way it's animated. Even his punches is like trash. Yeah. Exactly, Aaron. Agree. Yeah, Falk seems, a lot of people I know said Falk feels like an incomplete Mugen character. Yeah. A lot of people that I know said that Falk feels like an incomplete Mugen character. It's still missing some moves or missing some extra animations and stuff like that. And I totally agree with that sentiment. I totally agree with that. Crumbs. My last pizza for the night. Oh yeah, every Friday I'll order something. Now, if I agree, if they made a Street Fighter game with the Guilty Gear Strive type of animation and art style, oh my God, sign me the fuck up. If they made a new Marvel vs. Capcom game with the Guilty Gear Strive art style, sign me up. Oh yeah, they won't. Yeah, I know for a fact they won't do it. But if they did, sign me up. All right, that's a good question, Radio. No. Capcom should not create your own character. they should stay away from create your own character in most fighting games, because most fighting games, because that to me, when you add create a fighter in like legacy fighting games, to me it destroys that identity of that fighting game. Because, like for instance, Soul Calibur, I see more custom fighters, custom characters in Soul Calibur than the actual cast. You don't see the actual cast anymore because everybody's using the custom fighters online. It kind of diminishes the legacy characters. And WCW versus not WCW versus NWO, when THQ and AKI did the WrestleMania 2000 and No Mercy, soon we had the ability to create our own characters, we used none of the wrestlers on the roster. We used none of the wrestlers at all. We used none of the wrestlers. All we did was use our created characters. Def Jam Vendetta, Fight for New York. Once they added that create your own character, all I did was create myself. I created my rap persona, B-Sun. All I did was create myself. I used none of the rappers in Def Jam Vendetta. All I used was my character. And yes, it definitely screws with the balance of the game. So no, leave created characters out of Street Fighter. We don't need that. And if we want to go to create a character route, then create a game, a new fighting game, a new IP that focuses on that. We do not need that. We do not need create a character. Yeah, it was crazy. Soul Calibur was crazy. Fight for New York, yeah. Fight for New York, yeah. Definitely, yeah. Fight for New York, yeah. The only thing I feel happy, at least finally remembering that they made rival schools and put Akira. Yeah, Akira was one of my mains in rival schools, and you guys, I want find my video. I said who could, if they for this next season of Street Fighter 5, I said it would be dope, and what they should do is put a rival schools character in Street Fighter 5, and they actually did it. I said it. I called it. Because I said it doesn't make sense. Rival Schools is in the same universe as Street Fighter. How come Final Fight got more representation in Street Fighter 5 than anything? Because Final Fight is part of the Street Fighter universe. And here it is, Rival Schools is in the same universe as Street Fighter, and yet we have no Rival School characters. That makes no sense. That makes no sense to me. So I was like, yo, this is a perfect opportunity to put a Rival Schools character. Now, I was expecting Batsu to be a character, but I was not expecting Akira. And Akira's in it because the Japanese fan base, she's one of the most popular characters. She's like almost like the face of Rival Schools, Akira. So that's why they got her. They went with her. He said, "Oh, hold up! I'm not finished. Radioactive. I heard you. Wait, hold up." Said me, my cousin, my brothers would just use our creative characters most of the time because I thought looked nothing like Ken from Street Fighter 3. If she's look closer. He said, "You know what fighting game series we need back? Virtual Fighter. Hold that thought, Sinister. I get to that. So, simpler. All right. So Radioactive said, the future of fighting games being simpler. All right. So the thing is about that, I believe the future of fighting games is going to get it's either going to get simpler or they're going to finally crack the code to make a well-balanced, dynamic between simple and depth. If that's how you want to, this is how you put it. If they do that, they can either go to too simple, where it start just like anybody can just jump into it and play. It can destroy, the very fabric of what fighting games were meant to be. Or, like I said, they can find an in-between. Now, I believe eventually they'll probably find an in-between. I don't think they make it simpler, but I think if from all the games if you look at the patterns and what's been going on, I think Arc System may be the one that might pull it off. I think Arc System may be the one that may be able to pull it off. Simple, but had depth into it. I think the problem is, it's not how simple it is the fact is that they allow simple, like, inputs and everything, but then at the same time, they pretty much restrict the players from playing a certain way or playing the way they want to. So, in my opinion, all they have to do is make it simple enough for anybody to jump in and play, but leave it open enough for advanced players or players that want to take the game much farther. Take that restriction off that allowed them to be creative and unique with that character. And Street Fighter 3 Max for PSP, they wasted on putting Kyo's game, who, by the way, was way this along with Maki appeared in King of Fighters 2, Ingrid. Okay. Hager would be cool since they had Hugo and Poison in it. Yeah, Hager's eventually. I think what's stopping Hager is because they have Zangief. That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing I can think of why they haven't put Hager in there. Because of Zangief. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. One second. See, I'm not a competitive player, and I'm not really good at fighting games. So, even I felt limited in a way, you know? And I'm not a competitive player at all. And I'm not really that good at fighting games. But I felt like I was being restricted as a player, where I can't do certain things and stuff like that. You know? Because with fighting games, where the more free it is, you can put your theories to the test. You know? And see if you can actually pull it off. That's why I found Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, despite the bad press and despite how I thought it was horrible as far as the roster is concerned, how the game looked and stuff. Despite that, it was a fun game because that game had so much freedom, especially when they allowed you to be able to tag whenever you want to tag. So if you had any type of ideas, and for creative combos and everything like that, if you had the execution, you was able to do it. If you had the execution skills, you was able to do it. That's why, in my opinion, I did find Infinite fun, even though I wasn't good at it. That's my opinion. That's what I believe. It's funny that we're talking about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite because I'm on this. I watch this YouTube channel that talks about nothing. All it talks about is competitive gaming. That's all it talks about. So, just today, that they mentioned about a revival of the Marvel vs. Capcom franchise, and it had Infinite on it. So I was curious to find out what's to talk about. So we're gonna check. I haven't checked it out. I haven't checked the video out yet. So I figured that maybe all of us can check it out together. So I'm gonna bring up this web browser, and we're gonna check it out. It said, doesn't someone have the Haggard costume? I never played. He said I never played Street Fighter 5, but I heard that it brought back the parry mechanic and that it was nerfed down and very easy. No, Street Fighter 5. No, it's not like a parry mechanic. Like all right, Street Fighter 5 have V skills and V triggers. Now, the thing that what got me excited about Street Fighter 5 when they first showed the exhibition between Mike Ross and Combo Fiend, what I saw what they was going with, the idea they was going for. What I thought was pretty cool when they first showed the Chun-Li versus Ryu match, and it showed the V skill and the V trigger, or whatever like that. And when they showed the V trigger, right, and the V skill, it showed that Ryu had a certain V. He had like 3 bars of V skill of the V bar or the V skill bar, and then Chun-Li I believe had two bars. And I was looking at it and I said, wait a minute, I think this may be a good idea, was because it seemed like what they were trying to go for, they wanted to have each and every character feel different and unique within the V skill and the V trigger. And it was the way it was implemented that they really dropped the ball. Because I liked the idea that, okay, even though Chun-Li has 2 bars of the V skill, it doesn't make her any less stronger than Ryu, who has 3. They gave her 2 for a reason, because of the effect that her V skill had. So I was like, this okay. It seemed like what they trying to do is they're trying to give every character their own gameplay mechanics within the game's mechanics. And they gave Ryu the only one with the ability to parry. So I was like, okay, he has the ability to parry, and Chun-Li has her own abilities and stuff like that. I said, yo, I don't know, I'm on board with this. I want to see what they do with this, because now I'm curious to see what other mechanics each and every character has. No, Ken don't have parry. Now, the thing that I didn't like was where I felt as though that they dropped the ball with the V skill or whatever, or the V trigger, was the simple fact was they removed some of the key move sets that the characters have and locked them behind the V trigger. What's up, Rudy? So, for instance, Bison didn't have, I believe he didn't have Psycho Crusher. He didn't have Psycho Crusher. Instead, the Psycho Crusher, I believe, was hidden behind V skill, was behind V trigger 2 or something like that. So if you didn't have V trigger 2 on, you couldn't Psycho Crusher or something like that. So they started taking basic moves that every character had, every legacy character had, since any Street Fighter game that they appear in, right? And then they locked it away behind the V skills, like the V trigger. They locked it behind it. I'm like, what? If anything, why couldn't they have and retain all their skills, but the V triggers should give additional moves or something like that? But instead, they cut their moveset in half, or took certain moves that they traditionally have and locked it behind the V trigger. Yeah. What's up, Rudy? What's going on? But that was stupid. I said, so this is not this. So that means this mechanic is not really unique. It's not really making the fighter unique, because all they're doing is locking a traditional move behind a mechanic. That's not really making the fighter feel really unique at all. That's all they did. And I was disappointed. And then they tried, when people complain saying, yo, you really can't extend combos. You can't do this, that, and the other. You can't get creative with it. So then they did another update when they added the extra V skill, the extra V trigger, and it gave characters some additional things they can do. So now it was pretty much like, okay, for certain characters, if you pick V skill 2, it allows you to extend your combos. But extending your combos should be a universal mechanic, not within and locked away behind a V skill. Because Charlie, he was able to extend his combos and do nasty stuff, but you had to waste your V skill. I think V skill 2 or something like that at the time they introduced the V skill 2 and stuff like that. So they taking things that always been a universal thing in most Street Fighter games and locked it behind the mechanic. So you're not really adding anything new to it at all. You're pretending you're packaging it as something unique. Yeah, it didn't make sense. So that's what really bothered me about how they went about it. With Street Fighter. One second, I was looking at comment there. I'm gonna try to find what I was looking, the esports thing that I really wanted to watch. So I was like, you know what, we here already. Let's look at it, because I think it's pretty pretty interesting. You may get an idea of what's going on. So I'm looking for it right now. What was it? All right, 1 second, guys. I hate this when your history, when it's not in your history, even though you clicked on it and viewed it, so I gotta find it. 1 second. There we go. Reviving esports. So all right. I'm about to bring it. I'm about to bring it up for you guys.
In the FGC.
Pause it. And I'm gonna bring it over. All right. Let's do this.
It's not common that a game is able to bounce back from the brink of death. Tournament organizers and players may absolutely love a particular game, but for many, it's not easy.
You need to check your channel
justify
out. I'll let
brackets and
all right. The name of this channel. So before we get, it's called Action Esports. Really check them out. They give you a history of how certain games became prominent in the esports, even down to fighting games and stuff like that. They also give you the history of how certain games failed in esports and why it failed. Check these guys out. They have really good content. So if you into competitive gaming, they cover everything, not just fighting games, everything. League of Legends, like MOBA, first person shooters, and everything. I advise you check this channel out. It's called Action AKSON Esports. Subscribe to these guys. These guys are really good.
Resources into something that won't bring in players or viewers. While some tournaments like Combo Breaker have created a home for many less popular titles, by and large, the majors that comprise the North American FGC circuit tend to follow the numbers. So in January of 2018, when it was revealed that the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was not going to be on the main stage at EVO, many competitors and casual fans alike took that as a sign that the game was as good as done. In our last video on the topic, we covered what was wrong with MVCI, the mass exodus of players that followed its release, and the return of many to previous titles in the series. But as I'm sure many of you are surprised to hear, the story didn't end there. Despite the game's flaws, a community of dedicated players continued to stand by Marvel Infinite. These fans
I want to
were
play this
resolute
again, but
that
I don't know
despite the
anybody who
game's
plays
cosmetic
it.
flaws, the omitted characters, and the lack of popularity, that MVCI's core mechanics and smooth gameplay were enough to warrant building a scene around it. Through sheer grit and determination, MVCI has managed to survive in the shadows for more than 2 years and is looking to make a most unexpected comeback. This is Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite: Life After Death. Before we dive feet first into MVCI, let's recap the game's history up until this point. Prior to January of 2018, many longtime Marvel players were still engaged with the game, with many of the biggest names in Marvel history taking part in the Battle for the Stones tournament series a month earlier. However, once the call went out that the game wouldn't be at EVO and Marvel was dead, most players abandoned ship and moved on to new titles like Dragon Ball FighterZ.
So that kind of left MVCI with a brand new community with like brand new faces. Obviously, there were some exceptions.
If they had excellent characters, definitely. I agree with that, Rob.
That played both Marvel 3 and MVCI. They stuck with both of those games. But MVCI.
I remember that new Mugen
basically
TV.
A brand new community, kind of the same way people would consider maybe Smash Ultimate and Smash Melee. They were almost two different groups of people.
Pretty quickly, it became clear that tournament organizers, especially those at weekly tournaments, were becoming increasingly reluctant to support the game, convinced that the mass exodus of big names meant there wasn't enough of a scene to make supporting the title worthwhile. It was becoming increasingly hard for those interested in the game to find a place to hone their skills.
I was never good at these games, man.
Things for MVCI Online was looking up, and this was thanks to the one thing that the game had over many of its competitors:
good netcode. Yeah, they had good netcode. They had good netcode. Oh my
god, is this gonna actually kill? I think. Well, no, Thor's a big thick. Yes!
Unlike its main competitor, DBFZ, MVCI utilized rollback netcode, allowing for a much smoother online experience. This made it possible for competitions to be held online in a semi-stable and consistent way, unlike some of the more popular fighters like Street Fighter V and Smash.
They have good netcode.
This superior
no lie about that.
Soon gave rise to several digital weeklies created by people hungry for more MVCI competition. This includes community figureheads like Jackoman, organizer of the Clash of the Stones tournament.
Oh,
as well as
Jackoman.
Don
I watched his stuff. I didn't know
who run
that.
the Gauntlet tournament series out of Nova Scotia, Canada.
We're gonna have a small FGC. You probably never heard of us. We're like far East Coast province, and we're all getting old. So I'm like, okay, instead of running like a local, try to find somewheres or doing it out of your house or something, let's just do an online local. The online's good. Let's do an online local. Play games with the boys. Have a tournament once a week. Boom. So first 5 weeks, like the numbers plummeted,
Nice.
right? Like
I want to get back into this, man.
10 people, and then it's dropping down to like 5 or 6, and like we're really struggling. And myself and Cataclysm, we're all in on this, and like I say, we really want to keep playing this game and keep enjoying it. So one day I just said, no one wants to sign up. You guys want to be bums or chumps? Okay, fine. I'll go find other people. So I just go and I post it on Reddit.
The Gauntlet experienced a swell of participation. Future top
Nice.
players like Macho and Bane Hollow began to show up and train.
Oh,
and
yeah,
helped
Killer
form
Instincts
the
do have good
foundation of the
netcode.
fledgling online scene. The Gauntlet and Clash for the Stones gave MVCI players a home and a testing ground by which true competitors and new blood alike could grind in anticipation of the 2018 major circuit, which despite its declining popularity, would still be hosting MVCI tournaments throughout the year. Throughout the first quarter of 2018, it wasn't uncommon to see various well-known FGC personalities sitting at the top of the standings. The likes of Sonic Fox, DKill Sage, and even Punk from Street Fighter V all showed up, claiming spots in the top 4s and top 8s of various
Oh, wow.
majors. However, as the landscape slowly began to change and MVCI faithfuls started to figure out the game more, the standings started to look a little different. Players like Stealth, Dual Kevin, and Tayson started to place higher and higher. And by Combo Breaker 2018, the small but dedicated online community started to make a name for themselves. The first to do so was Bane Hollow, who managed to place 3rd at Combo Breaker 2018, beating out the likes of Jaywong, Super
Yeah,
Noob,
I was never-
and placing just
I
above
was
Marvel
never
3
good at
God,
these
Chris G.
games, man.
He's gonna get the pickup from here too.
Oh,
Yes,
no, you're
that
not
should do
allowed.
it.
You're not
Bane
allowed. You're
Hollow
dead. Oh.
takes it off the drop.
Oh, he's like laughing, but he's salty.
The stage
Yeah, very
was set.
salty.
The tide had shifted, and a couple months later, all eyes turned to EVO. Although MVCI had been snubbed from the main stage, they would still find success as a side event, maxing out their entry cap at 128
Nice.
players.
So some of the
love
stones
for
was
Marvel
broken
was
as well.
present,
Yeah, I
and it was
agree
time
too.
for them
I
to show
definitely
their
agree.
stuff.
Tyson is gonna take advantage.
Yeah, goes into the super, so there's no break, but finally is able to switch.
I used to what was the stone that make you bounce off the wall? I think it was it the no, not the one that make you bounce off the wall. The one that had the red orb.
Correct.
In the end, it was Japanese player
follows
Cyber
you.
who would walk away with the EVO Championship. But it was Macho, who had been a part of the online community since almost day one, who proved himself to be among the top players in North America. In fact, many of the online warriors performed well, peppering the standings throughout the top 16 and bringing a lot of attention to the Gauntlet and its community.
Dope.
Soon after EVO, many of MVCI's
Side
other
event.
top players would make their way towards the Gauntlet, solidifying it as one of the pillars of the MVCI scene. Over the course of the following months, the Gauntlet would see its player numbers
I used to
boom,
go.
and the
I love
level of
Gamora. She was
competition
one of my. She was fun
what
as hell to
started
play.
as a 6-man bracket now represented almost the entirety of the North American Marvel Infinite competitive scene. Up until this point, the Gauntlet had remained a largely unpaid tournament series, a free-to-enter event that was run by its creators and participated in by those who wanted nothing more than the thrill of competition. However, as the community continued to grow, DonCon and Ralston Arcade would be approached by Matcherino, a website modeled around creating
wow.
monetization and crowdfunding opportunities for online events. With a new
Oh, wow.
opportunity for income, the Gauntlet crew was able to take the step from being amateur TOs to hosting their own major. After weeks of marketing, promoting, and merchandising, Marvel had successfully gone back to its grassroots with the MVCI Fighting Regatta, the community's first online major. The bracket for the event was a veritable who's who of MVCI
See, that's
talent,
why
featuring
rollback
virtually
netcode
all
and
of
good
the game's
netcode
top
for fighting
players,
games is
running
good.
extremely
It
smoothly
keeps these
for their
games
first
alive,
major
man.
event.
I do want to give this
Although
game a
the
try
last 6
again.
months have been extremely important for the development of the scene, retaining players is its own challenge faced by every community. The MVCI scene, however, has had a few more factors to contend
Yeah,
with,
Reality
not
Stone.
the
Yeah,
least
it's
of
the
which
Reality
is its
Stone that I
online
used.
nature. It can be
That was the stone
incredibly
I
hard
used.
to foster the same sense of camaraderie and community in an online format when you can't hang out or compete against other people face to face. So shortly after the success of the regatta, the Gauntlet crew focused on building the community through events outside of the typical weekly tournament format. These special events could be anything from the MVCI Jam Dunk contest, where players are given infinite meter and no restrictions to make the coolest combos they can imagine, or a character battle where specialists of a specific character face off to see who is the best in a tournament of mirror matches. While these are all special and engaging in their own right, the king of them all has to be the Battle of Mortals event that premiered in March of 2019. A tournament designed to give the spotlight to players who normally don't get to enjoy it.
Like, basically, to make the criteria, you can't be a top 8 player. So if you made a top 8 in the gauntlet, we would have been at gauntlet 30 by this time, you're invalid. You can watch and cheer these guys on, right? And they did too to the community, right? Like, they still tuned in, they still cheered these guys on. We created a new champion. He won it with the super low tier team, and like, it gives you a unique perspective. The gameplay was still top notch. Can't remember if we did a match arena for it or not, but we definitely gave away an arcade stick for the winner.
These kinds of creative events help to keep everyone in the community engaged, entertained, and ultimately valued. It also helped to push the community through one of its more trying periods, as many of the LAN majors that were the lifeblood of every FGC event started to drop MVCI for good. By the end of 2019, the only tournaments that were still supporting MVCI were the ones that were large enough to support pretty much every game, like Combo Breaker, and those that specialized in Marvel, like Undefeated. Although dwindling, the tournaments that did support the game continued to have fairly successful turnouts, largely thanks to the continued efforts of the online community to keep the game alive. At the end of 2019, the Gauntlet crew came together once again to bring about another special event for their scene. It was called the MVCI Year-End Awards, and would eventually become an annual show meant to celebrate their online community and the people in it.
We did the first one in 2019. 2019
Nice.
Year-End Awards.
And then we did 2020.
And then we did...
like,
I need to find
like,
a
half the
good
awards are,
team
like,
to
real
go with
awards, like, most
Gamora.
improved
And like I said, the
player,
character has to be
year,
fun.
stuff like that.
Gamora
And
is
then
just
there's other
overall
ones that are,
fun.
like, best
I enjoy
rivalry.
playing as her.
While the MVCI crowd certainly deserved to pat themselves on the back, the show also seemingly marked the end of an era. Despite the best efforts of everyone involved, the LAN presence of MVCI seemed to be on its last legs. In January of 2020, Frosty Faustings turned out to be the last major to bring in decent numbers, due to the onset of the global pandemic. But while other FGC competitive scenes were irreparably damaged by not being able to host LAN events, the opposite was true for MVCI.
2020 was a great year for Marvel Infinite, probably the best year for player growth and tournaments and all that kind of stuff. Like, early in the pandemic,
I had no
Gauntlet
idea
is
this was
getting
going on
50
behind the
to
scenes.
60 people a week. For example, the Regatta Second Impact was February 2020, like literally right before it started. And we raised, how much? We raised like $1,600 for the prize.
Yeah, it's like $1,600.
Thanks to their years of experience in hosting online events, the MVCI community was able to host more tournaments and make them bigger than ever before. In April
That's
of
what happened to you at
2020,
Good Netcode,
just after
man.
the start of the pandemic, the Gauntlet hit its 100th weekly tournament, and to celebrate, DonCon and Ralston Arcade turned it into their biggest major to date, bringing in a pot bonus more than double the size of their first regatta, and fielding a bracket filled with everyone of note still active in the scene.
In reality, we aren't getting from anybody, right? Like, other games, like, you'll have big tournaments backing you. There's like known sponsored players, and we don't have any of that. Like, we have zero. So everything we have to do, we have to create in-house. So like, I like, we're gonna do our best to make it as special as possible to the few people that we can actually reach.
At this point in its life, it's clear that Infinite will probably never get the boom that was expected of it back when it was announced. But through hard work, determination, grit, and no small amount of creativity, the MVCI scene has persevered and proven itself as one of the most solid and consistent grassroots scenes in the FGC.
People are paying Third Strike 20 years after it came out. You know what I mean? There's been 2 more Street Fighters and people are still playing Third Strike. You know what I mean? So like, I think there's lots of growth and legs for the game in that kind of path, where it may not be everyone's favorite version of the game, but it's the game that a lot of people really like and really have a passion for, and will continue to drive the game forward and to grow it.
Although it lacked financial success at launch, and for this reason will probably never get a sequel, you can be sure that
I
thanks
also
to
use
people
Winter
like
Soldier
DonCon,
too.
Ralston Arcade, and Jackoman, as well as dozens of other dedicated players, that Marvel will continue to live on. After all, it's Marvel, baby! Yeah, he said the thing. He said the thing. This video.
Dope, man. That's love right there, man. That's love. That is freaking love, man. Like, that's how you know when people's passionate about the games that they enjoy. You know what I'm saying? Where despite what everybody's saying that the game is dead, you know, just move on to something else. There's no future for it. You know what I'm saying? People, the community still came out and supported and found a way through no way. You know what I'm saying? And was able to get what they needed to get from it. You know. So that's dope. So that's dope. That's nothing but respect for that community. Like I said, like I said before, like no matter what people feel about a particular game, I still would love to see. You know, a community for a particular game period, you know, do well. You still want to wish the best. You know what I'm saying? You never want to wish a certain community just like the worst luck, or you shouldn't want to wish a certain companies, you know, certain community game to die. Because if your game is in danger, you would want your favorite game. You know what I'm saying, to survive. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Like I said, I got it washed and everything, and my sister straightened it last night. And now, like I said, it's gonna take a couple of days before it lays completely flat because it's still moist. So once it lays completely flat, then I'll be back in business. But yeah. But like I said, like I didn't want the CD of Final Fantasy to die. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no hope for that game. I love that game, but there's no hope for Dissidia. There's no hope. Let me see. There was a match that I really enjoyed with my brothers, and it was like during. Y'all, come on, load up. Jeez, I hate that. There we go. Let me see if I can find that match. Me and my brothers, Keel Lancer, Dig Strike. We really enjoyed. We enjoyed that match that we did. I'm gonna find it real quick. Was it this one? It might have been this one. All right, rematch. Too bad you crossed out. All right, yeah, stay with Darius. I won't disappoint you guys. Yeah, we had fun with this. All right, I'm gonna try to figure out which way they coming. We had fun with this, man. We had so much fun with this. You try to sneak it, I really enjoyed the hell out of this damn game. Oops. Yeah, like Cloud was just like I said. Cloud was my favorite Final Fantasy character. I picked Cloud. He's a Vanguard class, and I picked the Lightning. She was what was she? Assassins? Yeah. And then Rams I had, he was my other character. He was Specialist. And this was in the early stages of this game, where we was able to get decent amount of players to play and stuff like that. Use the Cherry Blossom. Crap. Yeah, that's when that was during a time where everybody thought Cherry Blossom was good, but that Brave Attack, that joint was shitty. After you got used to the game and knew how the game worked, it was easy to avoid. But everybody thought that move with Cloud was good. It really wasn't. Even I had Cherry Blossom. And we got 2 stocks left. The blue represents how many stocks we have. The CD of Final Fantasy was an esports game, competitive Final Fantasy fighting game, arena fighter. This is an arena fighter that worked. It's 3v3. Each Final Fantasy character is in a different has a different class, has a different set of abilities. So the way the game work is, in your upper left-hand corner, you have those three. You see the color bars, red and blue? Well, those are your stock. Now the way the game work is, you have HP, and then you have Brave points. Now the Brave points, you see those numbers like 1,000, 2,000, 4,000. Now you have two different types of points. You have your HP. On my screen, right? I have 3,800 HP. Right? Now, when you attack your opponent, you get Brave points. Your goal is your Brave points has to supersede your opponent's HP, because you have two different forms of attack. You have your HP attack, and then you have your Brave attack. When you use your Brave attack, when you attack your opponent, it increases your Brave points. See, I'm at 1,672. So what happens is, the higher I raise my Brave points is supposed to supersede my opponent's HP, because you take your Brave points and you convert it using your HP attack. Your HP attack is like Yu-Gi-Oh! When you attack somebody life points directly, you convert your Brave points into HP points to attack their HP. So when your Brave points turn purple, that means that you have the right amount of Brave points to incapacitate your opponent. So right now, 6,200. My opponent right there has 6,207. That means that his numbers is purple. That means that Cloud player, can kill me. He can kill me. He has over the amount of HP required to kill me. So if I see purple numbers on my screen for my opponent, that means that opponent can kill me. So if my numbers turn purple, my Brave points turn purple on whoever opponent that I'm facing, that means I can kill them.
I'm at 0.
I love this game, man. So then we have one stock left. We have one stock. And then there's crystals. There's summon crystals. Our summon is ready. Alexander is ready. So when it blinks, we all have to summon together by pressing the touchpad on the controller.
Got him.
So we both got one stock. It's do or die now.
Where he's at?
It's do or die.
I got him. All right, I see him.
It's do or die.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go. I got it. Cherry Blossom. Now. Woo! Yeah.
We got him. Yeah, we got him.
I got with Squall. Oh.
That was dope. That was dope, man. That was freaking dope. Like we enjoyed the hell out of that damn game. Yeah. It was called Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. I'm gonna find another match that we did that was pretty good. The game was super fun. The game was like super competitive. It was super competitive, yo. And the game was about teamwork. If you didn't have the right team, the biggest complaint was there was nothing to really do single player wise, because the multiplayer was fine. The thing was, like, the problem was if you didn't have a dedicated team to play the game with, then you wasn't going to enjoy yourself. Because if you got paired together with random players, some people quit the match and then it ends the entire match. You know what I'm saying? But I had both my brothers, so we had a team. We was able to go online and have fun. But if you didn't have that, then your experience wouldn't be, as great as my experience and stuff like that. So I understood, the sentiment, So let me see. I'm gonna try to find. Yeah.
Let's do this.
This is what I'm talking about.
So I was Ramza, he specialist class.
This is what I'm talking about.
This was fun.
All right, we gotta play very defensive. All right, I'm gonna power y'all up.
Yep. And now I was picking a specialist. I was more like a support role this time.
Here we go. You're powered up.
So my goal is to buff both of my brothers up. This man, like I love this game, man.
I gotta get out of this corner.
Yo.
Oh wow.
This game, man. Me and my brothers, we was able to play this for hours, y'all. Hours. I joined this Decidia Facebook group. I was able to get matches then. And then I joined this Discord for Decidia. My brother got him with Kane, took him out. He was distracted trying to get me, and my brother was able to sneak up on him.
On my way. Oh, they about to summon.
They were trying to summon.
Ah!
Then my brother capitalized on it.
Go ahead, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. Keo took him out.
All right, on our way.
Yeah, I got the Steel Book Edition too. What games do I suggest? I don't really. I mean, I guess Card Cycle Wars. Like I don't really play Mugen like I used to, so I don't know what's really out there right now.
Where y'all at? All right, I'm gonna boost y'all up.
Yo, what's up, PJ? How different was NT
right,
compared to the PSP games? Oh, this was drastically different, bro. This game was geared for esports and competitive play. They took, remember, because the PSP version, you had a massive amount of customization. This game didn't have customization because this game was an arcade. This game was in the arcades in Japan, so you can't have all that customization in an arcade game.
Got him.
Everybody has to have a fixed move set and stuff like that. You unlock like different HP attacks as you play through the game, but you get like 4 of them. Each character had 4 HP attacks apiece, or whatever. But the game had to be more streamlined, and the characters were broken into classes. So the balance came into play is where you put your team together with the classes. That's how you balance. That's how you was able to make up for with each character's weaknesses and stuff. The original fans, the reason why this game failed, like I said, was because it lacked a shit ton of like single player features. Like it had nothing going for itself as far as single player. And then on top of that, people didn't like the fact it lacked a lot of customization. It lacked a lot of that stuff, but people don't understand. The PSP version of the original Dissidia was broken competitively. It was busted. Because the more customization you have, the more unpredictability and more variables you have to take into that you have to take under account in a competitive setting and stuff like that. So as far as the roster concerned, in the original game, you had a nice roster of characters, but almost the whole roster, but 5 or 6 characters was viable because of how broken it was. NT tried to eliminate that by breaking characters into classes. Class like Vanguard, Assassin, Specialist, and Marksman. Vanguard is your tank. Assassin is like your DPS. Marksman is like your is pretty much like your spellcaster or range character, and your Specialist is like in between. It's like a mixture, or the Specialists have their own gameplay mechanics within the game. So you have to decide what characters that you want to pair together with the best abilities to get the job done and stuff like that. So a lot of players went into this game thinking that he's going to get a PSP experience. After Square Enix said, no, do not expect that experience. But a lot of people walked in there expecting that and got disappointed. But to me, this is better than the PSP. Because like I said, if you don't have a team, then you're not going to enjoy this game. You're not going to enjoy this because this game is fully a team experience. Yeah, both. This has a story too, but the story was trash, and the PSP story mode wasn't really that good. The single player, to me, the single player, I got bored of the PSP one because one, I didn't have any. I knew no one else who had Dissidia. So it was good to play by yourself, but after I had all these strong characters, I wanted to put my cloud to the test, against other players. But I knew no one who had this game on PSP. Yeah. Nah, I mean the 1v1 be cool, but I'm a team player. I'm a team player, so I was totally fine with this. I was completely on board with this one. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that game, man. I really did. Let me see. I'm just checking this out real quick. But I really had fun. I really had fun with this game. I mean, I was just checking something real quick. Let's see. But yeah, man, like that was extremely good. What's up, Ryu? What's up, Demarcus? So what do I want from a third Dissidia game? Even though I know we probably won't get one anytime soon because they just abandoned the game. And also they had Square had no respect for the Western audience. And I understand because they, it didn't do too well. So you know how Street Fighter, how Smash Brothers and stuff had their live streams where they update you with with the newest updates or character releases and stuff like that. Thoughts on Dear Life 6? I decided to pick it back up. 1 second. And they didn't have no respect for the Western audience because when they did their little live streams with new updates and balance patches, it was all done in Japanese. So a lot of American players would go to the stream and don't understand what the hell is going on, and they were only talking to their Japanese base. So that was kind of like a disrespect for those who in the Western side of the world who was still interested in the game. So the good thing was we had a Japanese player that was in our Facebook group, and he also knew very good English, so he was translating it for us to know what to expect and what the new balance patches was going to do to the characters and stuff because it was in all Japanese, so we knew nothing was going on. But yeah. So as far as Dead or Alive 6, my thoughts on it, it's the same thing I'm going to say about Street Fighter 5. The same thing I want to say about Dissidia NT. It was a bare bones game. They didn't really have much going on for it, and they took out a lot of features. Oh, what's up, Nate? My boy Nate in the chat. No, Tifa's in the game. Tifa came out later. Nova. Tifa came out later. Oh, you said no. Oh, you talking about Cars Like a War? Okay. So no, Arden was the last DLC. Now, as far as Dead or Alive 6, now Tifa should have been in Dead or Alive 6 as DLC. I would have bought her ASAP. She would have been perfect for Dead or Alive. But anyway. Yeah, so what happened was, So Dead or Alive 6, they removed a lot of features that made Dead or Alive fun. How you get rid of tag team? They got rid of multiplayer tag team. Oh, okay, PJ. Yeah, so I want to play it. I want to go back to it and play it and maybe play against you guys sometime in the future. But I mean, is there anybody playing it online? I was missing Arden too, Demarcus. I had all the DLC except for Arden because that's when I stopped playing after Tifa, and I was going to come back to it, and then would maybe not come back to it when they said they were done with the game. So I was like, the game is already dying. So I was like, that's why I didn't go back and bother to go back and play it. So I never played Arden at all. I never had the chance or the opportunity to play Arden. But Dead or Alive 6 said, but Moji for all platforms. Okay. I love Dead or Alive. I said it in plenty of other streams. One of my favorite 3D fighting games. And a lot of people who don't know anything about Dead or Alive always judge Dead or Alive based on the fan service and judge it based on the female characters, which is so fucking stupid. Like, we talk about, judging women and all this other type of stuff, but you judge the game based on how the women look instead of actually looking into it and see that the game actually have a lot of depth to it. You know what I'm saying? So, I heard on PS4, DOA 6 rank is still active. Well, yeah, I was going to play it on my PS5. I don't have it on the PC. I have it on the PlayStation. But Dead or Alive is a really good fighting game. He said, why did DOA die? Why did DOA 6 die really fast? Why did it die really fast? Well, it's because like I said before, when they came out with the beta for Dead or Alive 6, I was like, oh wow, like I was like, I'm having fun. Like it feels like Dead or Alive. Now you also got to remember, this is why I believe it failed. To me, I think it was a quick cash grab. I believe it was something they threw together real fast, and it didn't look that much different from Dead or Alive 5, the final round. It didn't look much different. And what goes to show is, for the fact is, what I remember was at Summer Jam, they had made an announcement, because you have dedicated fans to Dead or Alive that plays this game competitively and everything, especially here in Philly. Summer Jam, they always had Dead or Alive playing. And I remember people were like, okay, we've been playing Dead or Alive 5 for so long. We've been supporting this game for so long, been buying a lot of the costumes, a lot of the characters, and we're about ready for another Dead or Alive. So normally at the end of the life cycle of Dead or Alive, normally at these competitive events, they end up announcing the next Dead or Alive game, show some type of teaser or a trailer or something. And what happened was, they made an announcement when after everybody, Tom Lee, everybody was there, and after everybody was supported the game, was happy, and then everybody knew it was going to be a new Dead or Alive game coming at this last Dead or Alive 5 event. But then all of a sudden, the developers got on to this. They got on. They had played the video so the Japanese Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo was talking to the American players and was saying to everybody that we just want to just say that this was a hard decision to make, but we're going to be stepping away from the Dead or Alive franchise for a while, and they're going to pursue other games and other things like that. And I believe the fact too is that they were working on the CD of Final Fantasy, because Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo Games was working on the CD of Final Fantasy NT to bring the consoles too. So I think a lot of their teams had went over to that as well. So what happened was, they made that announcement, and when they made the announcement, the fans felt like it was like a spit in their face, because they're like, yo, we supported this game for this long. We sank so much money in DLC costumes, characters, and everything for all these years for Dead or Alive 5. And then y'all going to tell us that y'all going to step away from the franchise for a little bit. They said they don't know when the next time they're going to come back with a new Dead or Alive game. Then all of a sudden you fast forward 2 years later at E3, we get a doggone teaser trailer or a trailer to Dead or Alive 6. I'm like, wait a minute. They said they were stepping away from Dead or Alive. They said don't expect a Dead or Alive from them at all for a very long time. And I was like, okay, so I wasn't expecting it. And then when they showed Dead or Alive 6, I got hyped. I literally got hyped. Like, I don't really get hyped for fighting games like that unless it's like a versus game like Marvel vs. Capcom or something like that. But Dead or Alive, I was really hyped for it, because it threw me off, because I didn't know they was going to do it after they told everybody that there was going to be no Dead or Alive, 6 or whatever like that for a while. So after they showed it and everything, it looked pretty good. So we finally get the chance to play the beta. Yo, what's up, Ver? So I finally got a chance to play the beta. From what I played online, I enjoyed it, because it feels like Dead or Alive or whatever. So I said, I'm pre-ordering this game. I'm going to buy it right away, right? So I never did any other follow-up. I didn't look at, because I wanted to get the game. I didn't follow up any news on it anymore, because the game was getting close to coming out and everything. So I waited. I even did a video talking about my opinions with the beta and everything. Yeah. So what happened was, the game finally comes out. And like I said, I haven't followed up on Dead or Alive 6 after that. I was sold from the beta. So I didn't follow up on it anymore. The game's going to be out in like a month or so. So I'm like, all right. Next thing you know, I get the game. I noticed there was no tag feature. There was no online lobbies. It was so many features missing from the game. And then the costumes was all locked behind all the costumes was locked behind a paywall. All of them. Because you remember in Dead or Alive, it seems like everything Koei Tecmo is a part of dies quickly. Yeah, doesn't it seem like it? Because you remember the past Dead or Alive games, you play the arcade, you play the survival mode, you do all this stuff to get all these different costumes you can unlock within the base game itself. And then whatever other, costumes that they had, you can be able to purchase them and stuff like that. This game, almost there was every costume you had to purchase, except for the alternate colors of the base costumes. You was able to unlock those or whatever like that from the game. So that now all the costumes, there's really no base costumes that you was able to really, play by, earn by playing the game. Now most of it's behind a paywall. And then they didn't have they had a season pass, and the season pass was $100. The season pass was $100. $100. The season pass was $100. But if you wanted to get like all the costumes that they already had, the game already was $1,000 already. For all the costumes they already had for you to purchase was at the game at $1,000 at launch. $1,000. Now when it came to me with Dead or Alive, I never bought the costumes. I had like the exclusive costumes when you pre-ordered the game, but I never spent money on costumes. Cause like I said, it's fan service, and the thing is, I love the game. It wasn't about how hot the babes was and how they look in costumes. So the costumes didn't do it. And to me, in my opinion, that effect wears off. The sex appeal, if it wears off, especially if you're into the game. After a while, you don't notice it. You just enjoy the game. So that's why every time they came out with costumes, I really didn't buy it. None of the costumes, really wasn't a costume that really stood out. But in Dead or Alive 6, there's only one costume set was when they had all the women in the Komodo. They had it in the Komodo, not the Komodos, the Oriental type dragon type dresses with the heels and stuff like that. They was the only costume sets that I would spend money on because they look pretty dope. But other than that, I bought no costumes from any of the Dead or Alives. And the thing is, I never even spent time to unlock costumes because I played the game to play with other players and stuff and play online. So that was the problem with that. It was lacking. Like I said, it was lacking a lot of features. It was pretty much a copy and paste of Dead or Alive 5, but with less features that Dead or Alive 5 had. And then, like I said in the previous video, Dead or Alive always pushed the envelope when it came to graphics. Because every Dead or Alive game was beautiful. They always pushed the envelope when it came to fighters. Most of the time, Dead or Alive looked it better than Tekken, and it looked it better than Street Fighter. All the time. Most Dead or Alive games. But Dead or Alive 6 wasn't a big leap at all. It wasn't a big leap. They just copied and pasted. It's like the game was throwing it together. But I think on the meter in Dead or Alive 6, I can't remember much. Because like I said, I bought the game and only played a few rank matches and put it down. Never went back to it. So Ryu be the main reason I played Dead or Alive anyways. These motherfuckers really putting $793 season passes and stuff. And then after that, right? Then they came up with the fact is that you was able to start changing. You was able to change whatever character that you like. You was able to change their hair color, but you had to spend money to get the tickets or whatever like that to be allow you to change the character's hair color or whatever. So they allowed you to do that, and then people got upset because people found out if you went back and changed the color back to the normal color or whatever other color you bought, you lost that color that you previously bought. So you had to go back and spend another dollar to re-get that color again. So you couldn't keep the colors that you purchased. You had to keep going back buying that color each and every time you decide you want to change the character's hair color and stuff like that. It was in the car or downstairs. Oh, okay. Thanks, Pops. And that was the problem. Like how yesterday's stream go though. My God. Oh yeah, did y'all watch? No, I didn't watch the other because a lot of you guys wasn't here, and that's why I didn't turn the other episode of My Man on. I didn't turn that on because I wanted all of us to be here to watch it. Yeah, the DLC is what killed it. With DLC and missing features what killed Dead or Alive 6. And then they had other plans for Dead or Alive 6, and then out of nowhere, they just made an announcement that they're going to discontinue supporting the game. So this is my prediction. This is all what I'm thinking. I believe that they realized that they made a mistake and they disrespected the fans with Dead or Alive 6, with their DLC practices, the costumes, everything they did, right? and they discontinued the game suddenly because they were supposed to have other plans for it, the patches, other characters, and everything, and they discontinued it abruptly. So what I'm predicting is they realized they made a mistake and said, you know what, let's just go back to the drawing board and just do a Dead or Alive 7. So to me, in my opinion, there won't be like a Dead or Alive 6 Ultimate or Dead or Alive 6 Final Round. No, they're going to just go to Dead or Alive 7 and probably most likely release it for the Xbox Series X and the PS5 or something like that, and probably the Nintendo Switch or something, or the Switch Pro or something like that. They probably going to do that. So they're going to take everything that they made a mistake on, learn from that, and this is what I believe, and just work on the next Dead or Alive. So kind of like what SNK did with King of Fighters 12, where King of Fighters 12 had a short lifespan and they went straight to 13 and fixed all the problems they had with 12 and fixed everything with 13 and made it right with 13. So I'm thinking they're going with that approach with Dead or Alive 7. They abruptly ended 6 and just going to fix everything with Dead or Alive 7. Oh, thanks, Savage. Thanks. I only bought the DLC costume for NT, Cloud's Kingdom Hearts costume. I bought, and who else? I'm trying to see. I think it was only Cloud's costume I bought. I think I probably bought one or two. I'm trying to think, because I didn't play many characters. I probably bought like two costumes. What other fighting game series or general IP do you think crossovers with DOA? There was a plans, or there was rumors and speculation back then that they was going to do a Dead or Alive versus Virtual Fighter. They was supposed to plan something like that, but then that never happened because Dead or Alive was inspired by Virtual Fighter, and they used the same engine in the first Dead or Alive game, the Virtual Fighter engine, to do the first Virtual Fighter. To do the first Dead or Alive. So everything been inspired by Virtual Fighter. That's why they took the Virtual Fighter characters and put them in Dead or Alive 5. Because they was going to do a Virtual Fighter versus they was going to do a Virtual Fighter versus Dead or Alive. They was planning something like that, but it never came to fruition at all. Yeah. So that was the thing. That would have been dope. There was also talks back in the day of a Virtual Fighter versus Tekken. They was going to do that. Was talks a long time ago, but that never came to be at all either. But yeah, crossovers are dope. Yeah, I seen Dead Fantasy. It was made by what's the Asian dude name? He passed away. He was the one that created Ruby and stuff like that. Yeah, all right. Who remember Halo 8? He also did Halo 8. It was a crossover between Metroid and Halo. They had Zero Suit. They had Samus fight Master Chief. Yeah, I remember that. Monty yeah. I could not for some reason. And I was talking about Dead Fantasy a couple of days ago too, and I remember his name then, and it was off the tip of my tongue now. Yep. But yeah, man. Hopefully they treat the DOA fans with respect. Well, a lot of people's not liking Ruby right now. And to me, I like the first season, but then after that they start going this SJW route, and now these making a bunch of now characters are gay now, and they're going gay out of nowhere and stuff like that. And it started after Monty died. That's why like it's kind of suspicious. Like after he died, they just took over and just turned his project to wherever they wanted to make it. Well, you remember the Virtual Fighter 6? They had a Virtual Fighter 6 announcement. Not 6. I mean, they had a Virtual Fighter announcement. It was called Virtual Fighter Cross Esports. We still don't know what it is yet. We're waiting for Sega to come out and explain what it is. So we're still waiting for Sega. Oops, crap. We're still waiting. Yeah, we're still waiting. This was last year. This was like September of last year. We're still waiting to find out what they're doing with this. They're reviving Virtual Fighter, but we don't know what it is and what way. Are they rebooting Virtual Fighter? It's called Virtual Fighter Cross Esports. We don't know what it means. Is it going to be a new Virtual Fighter? Is it going to be the current Virtual Fighter? We don't know. We don't know. We really don't know what's going on yet. And this Akira looks new in a way. So we don't know. So Virtual Fighter is not dead. They had something planned. They had something planned for it. We just don't know what it. We just don't know what it is. It's not dead. It's coming back. But in what way? In what way though? We just don't know. In what way? Just don't know. So we gonna have to wait and see. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, as a new game. Has to be a new game because the new Akira model. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Ver. It has to be a new game. We also still waiting on Sega to reveal more of the House of the Dead remakes. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool. I like to see what they're gonna do with that. And it says Adam are rewritten to transform into jobbers and kill them. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was gonna get into Ruby. I seen the first season. When the first season first came out, I seen it because I was interested in it because I saw all the teasers they had for it. And then I watched the first season but never went back to continue to watch it. And then once Mounting died, I was like, man, maybe I should go back and start watching it. Then I start seeing all these people being upset with the major changes to Ruby. And I seen a lot of content creators talk about it. And then I didn't know that they started making certain characters that I didn't expect. And you see no inkling of some of these characters going gay. They just went gay. I'm like, and then all these SJW politics started getting into it. And then it was just... I'm like, what the hell is going on? I said, yo, they just took his stuff and just did whatever the hell they went with it after he died. Did I see the new Melty Blood? Yeah, I seen. He said I'm playing for a Yakuza guest in there. That'd be pretty cool. If not, just give us an All Stars game. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. That'd be cool as a Yakuza character in the game as a guest. The new Melty Blood, just screenshots. I mean, there's really nothing to really go off of, so I really can't give you my opinion. I think it's cool for Melty Blood fans who, never had that, who've been playing the same Melty Blood game for years, and they've been dedicated to it. So I'm glad that there's an opportunity for them to get a new game and hopefully bring in players who never played the originals and now get people to come in and actually give this game a try. So it could open the floodgates for even more Melty Blood games in the near future, or if they plan to cross them over and other stuff. So who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But the fact is that it has netcode in it alone, will help the game out tremendously. So what the hell? I can feel what the hell, BJ? He said, "Oh my, let's get a gay on it." Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised they sabotaged him and killed him. Like seriously, Melty Blood AACC came out nearly years ago. Definitely won't be since my dude don't hit women, but I'll take it in Virtual Fighter. I don't care about Melty Blood. Vic was a producer at Rooster Teeth, and then Bill Cosby did his ass, and now Monica Riel took the producer. Yeah, that was an inside job, man. That whole Vic Mignogna thing, I really, and they still found no facts or evidence if he did any of those things. and now like that man is out of a job. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as crossovers, my opinions about them. Looking forward to the Yuffie DLC. Same here. I like to see what they're planning to do with it. Like as far as I'm concerned, the Yuffie. I was about to say Yuffie DLC. As far as crossovers, yeah, hatred and jealousy are strong, man. They're definitely strong, bro. Definitely strong. My opinion about crossovers. I think crossovers are done too much now. I think crossovers are done too much now. Crossovers to me were always treats. You know what I'm saying? They happen once in the blue moon. They're always unexpected, but they realize that crossovers equal a lot of money, and they're very good marketing to, and advertisement, promotional tools to bring people in, to introduce them to franchises they may not have ever been introduced to before. You know. But I think they're starting to lose their uniqueness, or they start to lose that touch that it has, because everybody's crossing over now. Everybody's doing crossovers. So I don't think it's ever going to slow down, because it's very profitable, crossovers, and I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be a treat anymore. Crossovers are always going to be the norm, especially when you got shit like DLC. Hey there, hate show. He said, "We say, the hell is that? Just hanging around. Hey Nova, Nova's stupid. I believe they did kill Mount and seven. I'm going to make a fanfic where Tifa kills every. Oh wow." Every Nayana edit is literally the fucking same down to the move set. Yeah, fair point, Mugen. I know that you mistyped. Knew it. What's good? The crossover depends on me. Like, if we do some stupid shit like Batman comes over to Overwatch and loot boxes, very stupid. That'd be dumb as shit. But if we get something like Kazuma Kiryu comes to Tekken, that's dope. Yeah, I just don't. I just don't want them to oversaturate it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't want them to do. I don't want them to do that. So 1 second, guys. 1 second. Just gotta get the crumbs off my counter. All right, it's getting hot in here too. So hold up. 1 second, guys. Kev, shut up. I said, shut up. Sit with the man. Oh. All right. Whew, it's hot. What's up, Blivy? What's going on? So you want to buy Ruby and remake it? Good luck. Ruby's going downhill, but he said, "But you said you love a train wreck." Mugen's basically Yo, Oblivion's stupid. Like, yeah, like it depends. It's like the only way I enjoy a train wreck is when it's a deserved train wreck because of stupid politics or whatever that's going on with whatever franchise or company or whatever like that. Like I enjoy train wrecks like that, you know. So I was making a script. Besides naughty by nature, used lyrics and hip hop already. Only the fight scenes were good. Story was awful. Yeah, but yo, man, like I feel that because it was mad disrespectful to. Yeah, I'm telling you, they killed like in my opinion, conspiracy or not, I believe they killed that man. Took over to take over his project and do what they wanted to do with it. They probably wanted to do because whatever ideas they had, he probably wasn't going for it. That's just my opinion. Wait, Kev, shut up, Kev. One second. It's a big oof. Yeah, his death was weird. Wasn't his death weird? They say he wasn't feeling good, and then his girlfriend or his wife or something took him to the hospital for him to get a checkup or something like that, and then all of a sudden he just died. It was really weird. His death, to me, when I found out Monty died, his death sounded so fishy to me. It did not sound right, and it was so sudden. Yeah, like. But yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. No, it wasn't cancer. They said he died from allergic reaction or something like that. It didn't sound right. They said that he was in the office or something like that, and they say he wasn't feeling too good or something like that. And then they took him to the hospital. I think his wife or somebody took him to the hospital. And during the checkup or something like that, he just died or something. It was weird. The way I'm gonna find it. Hold up, I'm gonna find out. Yeah, he took the wrong. Yeah. I'll look it. I'll look it up. Thanks. When I typed it in, it popped up. Okay, so. Yeah, so he died. They said he died from a severe allergic reaction. All right, hold up. All right, so here we go. They said he was 33 years old at the time too. They said he died from a severe allergic reaction following a simple medical procedure. Although he fought bravely, his body was not able to recover. It just he was here we go. He was getting tested for allergies. Apparently, I'm allergic to juniper. What does it mean? And then during that procedure, he died. That sounds fishy to me, bro. it just was weird. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm think, like I said, he said, did they ever press charges for that? I don't think so. I don't think they pressed charges for that, Felipe. I really don't. Yeah, just like remember how Bruce Lee died? His death was suspicious. Like I said, you gotta understand, like weird stuff like this, the deep state and all kinds of weird packs, elite stuff goes on even in video game companies, Hollywood, everywhere. Now, all right, we about to get crazy with this. We about to get crazy, and you don't have to believe this. You also gotta understand too. They said, and like when you try to move up in the industry, no matter what industry you in, when you get to a certain point, right? If you want to get that fame, it's all about the fame. Now, like I said, if you're new to this type of stuff, you can go type this up in DuckDuckGo. What happens is when there's some people out there that want to become so rich, so famous, or whatever like that, it's called they sign a blood pact, or what they do is they sell their soul. They call it selling their soul to the devil. Now, in order to become rich and famous, right, you have to sacrifice something. And there's a lot of celebrities, there's a lot of people who would sacrifice their own family members or anything of that sort. Or sometimes you don't know what you're going to sacrifice. You sign that contract in blood or whatever like that, and then you don't know who's going to be killed. You don't know what's going to happen. That's why you ever hear about celebrities or people committing suicide through overdose or drowning in a tub and all this weird stuff, whatever like that, or car accidents. And then all of a sudden, that person who signed their name, and these people want fame and fortune so bad, they're willing to sacrifice their own family members, their own children for it. And you don't know when or how your family member or loved one is going to die. You don't. Yeah. Exactly, Nova. So, if anything, somebody probably sacrificed him. I'm just saying. If, like I said, if you want to dig down that rabbit hole, Monty, he probably was a sacrifice. And like I said, it's the media. The media can tell you anything. You don't know what really happened behind closed doors. You don't know that. You don't know. Your own wife can sacrifice you for fame, fortune. Your own children. Your own parents. Yeah, Brandon Lee's death was suspicious. And there's different ways to go. There's different ways to get fame. Through sacrifice, or they have you do homosexual acts or pedo stuff, and then they film you and they use that to blackmail you. They use that to blackmail you. Or what they do is they drug you, right? And then you end up if you're a straight male, they'll trick you, or they'll have you take some drugs or whatever like that, and then the next day you in bed with another man, and they got you on camera getting a sexual act performed on you, and then they threaten to use that and put it out in the public to ruin your career. So now they're slaves or whatever like that to the elites, and they got to do whatever they ask them, or else that footage or whatever the dirt they have on is going to go out to the public. And it can end their career or shame their family. Yeah, some people believe that it might have been Bruce Lee's wife that had something to do with it. Some people believe that. Yep. It's a lot of crazy stuff. Wait, hold up. Let me see. We going. I want to see if I can find it. And why you think they started calling what you call him crazy? Cat Williams. Cat Williams was invited. Cat Williams, and this is the thing. The elite goes after people who has big influences over a mass audience. Cat Williams he didn't have to sacrifice anything because he was naturally talented and he got his fame naturally. So what happens is what happened was Cat Williams said in one of his comedy sketches, he was dead serious. He was dead serious in one of his comedy sketches. He did it in a joke form, but he was dead serious. He was calling out celebrities. He was calling out celebrities with some of the sick stuff they was doing, and people were quiet during the sketch. But he was calling it all out. And ever since that happened, Cat Williams was the media blasting him as crazy and everything. Because Cat Williams said, this is what happened at these parties. They invite you to these sex parties or these sex mansions. They invite you to this stuff to see where your head is at. To see where your head is at with all of this. In order to get to that next level. That's why certain celebrities, if you ever see why certain people just, they had potential to go somewhere and then they disappear off the map. And they will come back later on and explain some of the crazy stuff that they saw. Well, Cat Williams said during one of his comedy sketches that he was invited to one of those parties, one of these mansion parties. He said he got there, he saw Puff Daddy there, and he said when he saw him there, he was laying there with a bunch of men, just laying on him. One dude was giving them dome, all kinds of stuff. He said he saw crazy stuff. He was calling out all these people he saw doing like homosexual stuff, like straight, like dudes that you thought was straight. And he was calling out all this stuff, and then people were quiet. And then after it was happening, he was deemed crazy. Like, the media started calling him crazy, all kinds of stuff, because he called out that stuff. Yep. See. Let's see. Let's look at some stuff. Let me see if they... And YouTube keep pulling this stuff down. We can go to Rumble. See if Rumble got... Not Rumble. BitChute. Let me... Let's see if they got... Let's see if we got some stuff. Go ahead. I wish they had the original stuff that we had along. That was that I used to watch, because it went all the way through. That looks pretty interesting. I want to see if I can find. Yeah, man, this stuff. Just never. All I say is, just don't just dismiss it. You don't have to believe it. You know what I'm saying? If somebody tells you about it, just don't up and just dismiss it. All right, cool. Okay. Let's check out this. Let's see what this says. With this I haven't seen this one, so I don't know what this is going to say. But we're going to look at it, because most of the good ones used to be on YouTube, but YouTube been pulling that stuff down. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here.
He's the one that music was created by God in heaven. It was made to worship the soul. Let
me see. Nah, not this one. We're going to go, let me see. We're going to just try to find some stuff here. Truth and Symbols. Let's see this one.
So I need to explain to you what exactly these people do. We know how
check this out.
Work. We know how the music.
Let's check this out,
works.
guys.
We know how the entertainment industry works. They always shove a bit of lies and mix it with the truth. So you really have to pay attention. It's very imperative for you to understand to catch these things when they're telling you, because the way that they do it to confuse you is that they'll throw somebody like this gentleman here, the QAnon guy. Who's a quote-unquote conspiracy theorist, right? And we know that we saw this guy in the news and how crazy he is. So see, they'll throw that guy in there to make you believe that anything that's about to come out of this dude's mouth, that they have scripted and wrote for this guy to say on this show is not real and that is not true and it's a lie. Like what he's about to tell you is very, very true. But they use him as a prop, so to deter you from actually understanding what's going on. So watch.
Let's see.
All right, sit down. We don't have much time. Tom Hanks and Oprah are just two at the very top of an elite group of people who control everything we see and do. They feed upon children in order to maintain their elite status, and that isn't the worst of it. Do you know what?
Exactly, Radio.
Did you just hear what he said? He literally said Oprah and Tom Hanks feed on children to continue to keep their elite status, right? And he said,
we're gonna check that out. It's called adrenochrome. You'll check that out.
Is, right? And we know like what these people do in regards with children and sacrifice and
yeah, I tell you, they put this stuff in here. They put it in our shows.
So and I want you to take a look at what this guy's wearing. So if you take a close look at what he's wearing, it looks like an axe. Like nobody would think like, oh yeah, you know, it's just a regular axe. That's actually an inverted cross. Like it's a cross, but it's upside down, right? So that's very satanic. It's a satanic.
Yeah, it's called. The thing is, why you think our children are being kidnapped? Why you think children are going missing every day? Like I said, we're gonna go down this rabbit hole. Like I said, you don't have to believe any of this. If you're a person that don't want to believe this, that's fine. That is fine. No one is forcing you to believe anything as well, or anything. You don't have to believe it. You can think it's all conspiracy. That's fine. Like I said, my videos or my stream is for everybody with all different beliefs. I don't care if it's political. I don't care with gender or whatever you identify as. Everybody's welcome here to be able to voice their opinions. Even if y'all have conflicting opinions, you're allowed to voice them here. I'm not here to dismiss what you have to say because your everybody's opinions matters here. You know what I'm saying? So even if you don't believe it, you say you don't believe it, that is totally fine. That is completely fine. All I'm saying is look into it. Don't just dismiss it. Even if you look into it and don't believe it, that is also fine. You don't have to believe any of this. So I don't want anybody to feel as though that I'm somehow trying to convert people or whatever like that. I'm like, this is my stream, you know, and this is stuff I like to talk about. You know, you're welcome to not want to sit around during these segments and stuff like that. I just want to put that out there. You know what I'm saying? I just want to put that out there. So I don't want y'all to, people who don't believe this stuff, I don't want you to feel as though that you may be attacked because there may be people in the chat that may believe this stuff alongside with me. I'm not going to attack you, or I feel as though people, you know, my audience is mature enough to be able to voice their opinion if they object to it. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to put that out there. But let's move on. Now, as far as children are concerned, our children are important to these people. These people are sick. These people are sick in the head. This is why children go missing every day. It's because if you don't know what this is a satanic ritual. Look up this stuff. Now, back then there was plenty of civilizations that worship, you know, Lucifer and other demonic deities, and most of them require you to sacrifice people, especially children and stuff. And there you go. Look at that. 1 second. There you go. For some reason, the internet started acting up for some reason. Not the internet, the OBS. But anyway, so what happens is they take the children, right? Now, why is the children so important? Why people? If a lot of people would ask that question, why not adults? Why children? Well, the children have this gland, this adrenal gland, that only children, for some reason, produce this. But they have to produce this when they are extremely excited. Now, excited as in it can be anything. So what they do is, the best way to get this child to excrete this adrenal gland or whatever it's called, this adrenal, they do it. They kidnap the children and they torture them. They cut them up. They beat them. They do all kinds of sexual acts on them, and they put them in extreme fear. Fear does it. Fear triggers this gland. After they get them to this fear point, after that they kill the children. They chop them up and they extract it, and then they put them in little vials. and they sell them on the black market. They sell it to celebrities, politicians, and stuff. Now, what is important about this? It's called adrenochrome. What is important about it? What is so important? Why do they want it? Well, they kind of found out that this adrenochrome from children is the key to, I guess you say, eternal youth. It slows down the aging process. It makes you look younger. Now, the only drawback to it is the fact is that if you don't take it, if you stop taking it, or you become hooked on it. It's like a drug. If you stop taking it, it actually makes you age much faster. It actually make you age much faster. Now, check this out. Now we're going to push this a little bit farther. Why do you think they want people to cross the border? Why do you think children go missing when they cross the border? Why do you think that? Those children get kidnapped. They get sex trafficked. They get tortured. And then they can use them for adrenochrome. And they can sell them to politicians. They can sell them to celebrities, hip hop artists, everything. Why do you think they want them? Why do you think when Trump got in office? I'm just saying, think about it. It wasn't just to keep illegal immigrants out. It was also to cut off the supply. It was to cut off the supply that these elites was doing. And then when COVID happened, look at Ellen DeGeneres. Look at these celebrities. You know, some of them, you don't even see them tweet no more, some of these celebrities. And when you see some of them, they look old and decrepit because they don't have their adrenochrome fix anymore. Yeah. Why do you think they was spinning this narrative about Trump and the border, making them making them out to be this racist, don't like illegal, don't like Mexicans and stuff like that, because he was cutting off the supply of the adrenochrome. He was cutting off the supply of children getting kidnapped and trafficked. He was cutting that supply off. He was cutting it off. He said, so celebrities are a la carte. He was cutting that supply off. That's why they didn't want him to have that wall up. He was cutting that supply off. From children getting trafficked, coming over the border. He was cutting it off. Now, another thing that you probably don't know, another thing you don't know, or probably don't know, when Trump got into office, is a few executive orders that he also signed too. That he also signed. He also passed a couple of laws and stuff. And one of the main things that he wanted to do when the first thing Trump got in office, he wanted to open up Guantanamo Bay again. He wanted to open that up. And the acronym for it's called GITMO. GITMO. He wanted to open up GITMO, right? Not only that he opened up GITMO, because Obama closed it down, but when Trump got in there, he opened it up. He also put money in to expand it. Why we want to expand GITMO? Because he planned on filling it up. Then he also passed a bill to where if you got caught human trafficking, he called it, it's called crimes against humanity. He was strong against crimes against humanity. Now, what fell under those acts of the crime against humanity? Trafficking humans. That was so, and Trump said in the bill, if you're tried and you got caught trafficking people, that was automatic death penalty. You either gonna get death by the firing squad or you was gonna get hung. So why do you think some of these politicians and some of these news reporters was coming at Trump? Because they were afraid. Because a lot of these dudes, a lot of these people are into human trafficking, and he signed that. He signed that, saying that if you got caught in the acts of crimes against humanity, you were gonna get sent to the Gitmo, and you was gonna get death by either firing squad or you was gonna get hung. That's why he started attacking Trump. That's what his whole campaign attacking this dude, because he went in there saying like, "Yo, I'm about to clean house," and after that, he also So after he did that, he opened up Gitmo. He expanded Gitmo, and then the other thing that he signed was if you were somehow in cahoots with foreign power, that would be considered an act of treason. And the act of treason will also land you in Gitmo, and if guilty, you were going to get the firing squad or get hung. So what was foreign interference? Anything could be foreign interference. And what was the main thing that would be considered foreign interference? The election interference. So back to this. We're going to add more into this.
I'm telling you, they're trying to show you right now, even with his color code in his face with the red and the blue, that's always the thing that they use, right? Republican, Democrat. With boxing, red ring on the blue side, on the red side. They're always using the color code of red and blue. Good and evil, right? Like there's one side that's quote unquote fighting for you and the other side that's is against you, right?
Wait, hold on. 1 second. Hey, yo, it's funny. Yo, my stream is acting up. That all of a sudden now I'm talking about this. The health thing keep going down on it.
For you to believe, right? And then you got the horns here, the worship of the goat god, right? The Baphomet. So we have to pay very close attention to what's happening here, right?
How many times have I touched them kids? The whole up block being molested. Come on! Rip your butthole out of place. I'm heading west like I'm fucking blowing Kanye. You ain't gotta be a girl to get all these inches. See my little daughter bad as hell and shit. On the mic like this again. And we can talk about it. I suck a dick. I'm in the ocean getting shark pussy. I take shots to the face whenever I can. On the time I feel alive, when I taste it. The winter chills, you look so good. I'm less than interested in niggas. I'm sick with synonyms and they effortlessly limitless. I'm less than interested in that garbage you steady kicking with, kid. Call me the father, my stepchildren. You killing it. Since my baby sister was in the diapers, I've been the type to spit out infections like gingivitis. The sickest writer, every verse is fire, so get a lighter. My style so high, your mighty got you spitting while in a cipher. Word, kid, you never heard a word for word verse is. Flavor food with juice that you forgotten what thirst is. A rapaholic.
Yeah, these are all hand signs that the elites use. Satanic hand signs. Let's see. They got the whole thing on signs. I'm trying to see is some more. Just let's keep looking, cause like they're gonna keep going through the signs and stuff like that. But I'm gonna keep checking some other stuff. So give me a second here. So like they're just doing the whole thing on the signs. Another one is want them to. Oh yeah. Okay, let's look at some. Let's look at this whole thing on the Adreno. The Adreno. All right, so let's see what we got here. I'm just looking. Let's see. I'm looking at. All right, let's see what we got here.
They really do this every day, and I'm working.
I'm trying to find a more like a documentary form of it, so it'd be a lot easier to go through it. They demonetize the video you haven't made yet. Man's obliterated. Yeah, dog. I'm telling you. Wait, hold up. Gina Cruz. Let's see. I'm looking for like a documentary type form of it. That's what I'm looking for. So we can just. Oh yeah, a Turkish TV talked about it. And guess what? America won't talk about it, but you know other countries talk about adrenochrome on different news networks. Get out of here, go, dumb cat, out of my room, because you don't know how to behave.
Ich habe Ihnen gesagt, die heutigen Nachrichten werden Sie erschüttern. Erinnern Sie sich, als ich mich mit dieser Sache beschäftigt hören. Wir haben noch einen Beitrag von Sandra Bullock.
This is not the translated version. Hold up, that sucks. I seen that one before, but it was translated better. Let me see. Let's check. Let me check. They literally YouTube removed a lot of this stuff, so it's kind of hard trying to, and then a lot of stuff is in different languages because other countries actually cover this stuff.
I told you today.
Yeah, here we go. This one was translated. This one is translated.
Today's news was gonna shock you. Remember? I was confronted by something that shocked me. I read it for the first time.
Yeah, you can send it to me. Just put it. Yes, you can send it to me on Discord.
Hear it for the first time too. We have another article by Sandra Bullock that we had to prepare. I will now take you to a television program that was created several years ago. One of the most famous
the cat trying to come walk to the information
in the world. On Ellen DeGeneres, Sandra Bullock, whom we should know from the movie Speed.
Yeah, check it out.
Appears
Here
on
we
the
go.
show and answers questions. Ellen asks her, "How do you manage to look so elegant? And how old are you already?" "Around 50. And she answers, "Listen to the answer. We're about
Listen
to
to the
visit,
answer.
And as soon as you're back, it'll take about 40 seconds. I'll explain the devilish youthfulness."
Courses through microneedling. It's like a little roller with these, some of you, I think many of you know it, and it pushes through the skin and ruptures the collagen and then boosts it. You look like a burn victim for a day, but then it's
Captain Brad, shut up.
into the skin, Sarah. Sarah?
Yeah, now look at Ellen DeGeneres. Look how nervous she was. She had to try to hurry up and sidestep with because Sandra Bullock was about to just like her being so bubbly and dipsy. She's about to give up the whole tapes. And look at Ellen DeGeneres' face, because she's the queen of this stuff.
And then boost it. You look like a burn victim for a day, but then it pushes. What are you pushing into the skin, Sandra? Sarah?
Look.
Carrie?
Yeah, look, she's nervous. Look at her.
Into the skin. Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores. But what is it? It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person far, far away.
Look at Ellen.
And they somehow figured out how to extract. It's foreskin from a Korean baby.
How innocent they tell it, don't they? As if it was something entirely unimportant. And Ellen intervened.
Oh yeah, the quality, the audio quality is bad for that, and I couldn't raise it up any higher.
The facial skin, Korean children, keep them young and beautiful. Oh God, oh God. You've never heard of it? You know they look us in the eye and they'll lie to us. We sat down and researched the subject today. We were ashamed of our humanity when we were confronted with the issue. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to give you the name adrenochrome. What is it? It is a hormone that is produced in the endocrine glands of children during extraordinary
I heard about that, Rob.
situations.
No, I never heard about that radio.
Or pain. We can say it is the root of adrenaline. Okay. The children can create a resistance thanks to this hormone, and the child gains new strength. It gains strength, and exactly this hormone is extracted. $1,000 a dose, and they sell it for $1,000 to various celebrities. It might seem like there's nothing wrong with it, but you should not forget that children are put into anxiety states. When children are hurt, the body releases this hormone.
It's crazy, man.
They harm the children. Ladies and gentlemen, you see adrenochrome, a natural human secretion. First of all, for the treatment of heart disease, discovered in 1939. It was subsequently discovered that it is a hormone that affects aging by 60%.
Wow, Bliv.
The rich and the famous are injected. I'd like to stress this again before we move on to the child. Johnny Depp, a photo taken 39 years of age. Please zoom in on it. Today he's 51 years old. As if he never aged, right? Kate Moss, a famous model by 30 years. At 41, my God, they don't get older. They take good care of themselves. And Brad Pitt, the most handsome man in the world at 42 and 51. Hasn't changed at all, has he? Tom Cruise, Meryl Streep.
Yeah, she was short.
I suppose they always use this. Next, how do we know that a celebrity is using it? I suppose, from time to time, blue marks appear around the eyes. Here, the blue eyes of celebrities who sometimes appear in front of the camera who use this adrenaline, the hormone, the medicine. Iron Man is in. Ben Affleck is in. George Bush is in. Here, the former Foreign Secretary, the King of England. Here, the Pope. Even he used it. In all of them, you'll see blue marks from time to time on some stock photos. It's a side effect of the injection. And now this picture. Like a slap in the face, this picture. When you take it from the children, they must be put in a state of anxiety. Children are
crazy, man.
And at the moment of death, the blood is taken from the children, and this is processed into medicine. This has been
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm telling y'all.
How many children disappear all over the world? 2,500 every day. 2,500. Most of them from third world countries. And there are organizations which torture these children, and at the moment of death, they take the blood and sell the hormone to the rich. Okay, do you know this is written on WikiLeaks? There were the famous WikiLeaks documents.
You remember that whole WikiLeaks situation? All this was found on the WikiLeaks, and this is in another country. Like, other countries talk about this stuff. Our American news media, they're trying to blow it over. They're trying to blow this under the rug because they want to keep us asleep. They want to keep us asleep. And I keep telling people, like, don't be sheeps. Look into this stuff. You see this? Adrenochrome. For those of you who are new here and don't know nothing about it and curious or don't want to believe in this, I advise you, do some homework. Go to DuckDuckGo search engine. Don't do Google, because Google's going to do everything to hide these type of searches or give you fact checkers. And like what did I tell you about fact checkers? We had a whole thing about this. All these fact checkers are also ran by the elites too. So you'll get a bunch of fact checking sites to come up to try to dismantle and debunk this. So go to DuckDuckGo, turn the safety filter off, and type in adrenochrome. Type it all in. He said, because this country is too fucking focused on whipping out and keeping down, and it's all about that. It's not just keeping colored people down, it's keeping everybody down. It has nothing. See, this is the thing. This is what everybody got to get out of their head. Everybody thinking, us as African Americans, think we're the only ones under attack. This whole world is just planning just to take black people down. You got to understand. These elites want all of us going. It's not just black people. They want the entire planet. They want the low class. They want the elites. They're like, what, the 1%. The 1% has so much money, so much power. It doesn't matter. They want to take this whole world over. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what color you are. We all going to get screwed. If we're all, see, somebody, in order to keep everybody distracted, they always going to have somebody at the bottom. It's just sadly that us as African Americans and just black people in general is that tool to use to be stepped on, but that's the way to get everybody fighting and arguing with each other. See, this is all a device. Feminism is a device of the deep state. That's the way they wanted to break down the nuclear family. Feminism was the best way to do it. You know, have men and women constantly fighting and arguing with each other. Then race. Have everybody argue with each other about race. So while we arguing about race, while we arguing about genders, and then they throw in this whole gender confusion stuff. You know, more than one genders. Men want to identify as women. Women want to identify as men. They throw all these things in the mix to get us fighting over something that's trivial as these things. Now, to the person who's living through the experience, it may not seem like it's something trivial, but when it comes to the overall master plan, this is trivial. So while they got us arguing over color, gender identity, and men versus women, These people at the top is plotting other schemes to get rid of all of us.
2013, the serum was banned in America. All companies that had even planned production got a ban. But we see that it is still being sold underhand to Hollywood celebrities, to rich managers as a rejuvenation vaccination. They do it to children, using fear as torture. They kill children and take the hormone produced out of their bodies.
Okay, I got you.
The devil, think of it, made this world.
I understand. I got you, Vera. I got you. Yeah, so that was the end of that. But I'm gonna find some other stuff. But for those of you who are new to all this, look up adrenochrome.
I'm not no black.
Look up adrenochrome. And people don't understand. Black Lives Matter was created by, it was funded by George Soros. George Soros is an elite. He funded the feminist movement, the Black Lives Matter movement. And the thing is, we're so genius about distracting us and dividing us with the Black Lives Matter movement because one, the Black Lives Matter was also the founders of it was two lesbian black women. If you went to the Black Lives Matter page at first before people started questioning it, the main thing on there, they said they wanted to disrupt the nuclear family. Any organization that want to destroy that want to disrupt the nuclear family, they are not on your side. And especially when it comes to the black family. The black family has been destroyed, has been dismantled. And the Black Lives Matter movement, which was brought together by two lesbian black women, they said they want to disrupt and shake the nuclear family. And they had all these other priorities at the top. They had to disrupt the family, nuclear family. Trans rights was more important. LGBT rights was the main thing that was more important, and black men was at the very bottom. Black men was at the very bottom. At the very bottom. And when people started calling them out for it, they went onto the page and they changed it. Even the woman from Black Lives Matter said they are Marxists. They are Marxists. They are trained Marxists. I'll find it for you guys. See if YouTube, especially YouTube, because YouTube taking a bunch of stuff down. There, let me see if it pops up. Oh yeah, my boy Young Ripper. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but I'm gonna just.
This video is really designed. This isn't new information, by the way. Are in the right.
Fast.
Okay. Black Lives Matter generically is kind of veered off into this own movement just of people that don't even.
Here we go.
Talking about these different things.
Concern that there's a lack of perhaps ideological direction in Black Lives Matter that would allow it to fizzle out, and as he said.
So one of the founders, Empatry, she's about to answer.
Yeah, here we go. The founder of Black Lives Matter, one of the founders.
Them not having, or this criticism.
She said they're trained Marxists. Black Lives Matter is a Marxist movement.
Foundation.
Daylight movement.
That the criticism is helpful. I also think that it might. I think of a lot of things. The first thing I think is that we actually do have an ideological frame. Myself and Alicia in particular are trained organizers. We are trained Marxists. We are super.
They're trained Marxists.
Versed on sort of ideological theories.
So basically,
they're trained Marxists. They're trained Marxists. They're trained Marxists, and it's the thing. Yeah, they're trained Marxists, and this is what's so smart about calling it Black Lives Matter. This is why you can't criticize them, because throughout last year, burning down black businesses, more black people died during those riots than actual police shooting blacks that year. More black people died during those riots. Now, what's so smart about the naming of Black Lives Matter is because guess what? They fix it to where if you criticize Black Lives Matter, and if you're white or if you're a black person that criticizes it, if you're a black person that criticizes BLM, you're a coon, you're Uncle Tom, right? If you're a white person that criticizes it, guess what you are? You're a racist or a white supremacist. So you can't touch them. You can't criticize them. As they're pushing their Marxist ideology and as towns and businesses are burning and everything. They're protected by the media, and then they're protected by people who don't know anything that's going on. And that's why it was so perfect calling it Black Lives Matter. They're using that as a cover up and as a shield to pass their ideologies. Because why would you want to speak against something like that? Like Black Lives Matter, black people's lives does matter. So why would you want to talk and speak against it? That was the best way to be able to push whatever ideology. Call it Black Lives Matter. Because if you're white and you say it, or you're a non-black person, you say it, you're a racist, white supremacist. You know what I'm saying? And if you're black, you're Uncle Tom, you're a coon, you whatever. You know what I'm saying? While they're pushing this ideology. It's smart. Yeah. Yeah. But as a message, it sounds good-hearted as a message. But that's not the message. Like, you have to look underneath that, because they're doing everything opposite of that. And that's the problem. And people are not opening their minds to it and just not stopping to think about it, you know? So let me see. Let me find see if we can find some other stuff here.
I told you today's news.
Wrong one. Yeah, like they're trying to take over. Oh yeah, they're trying to take over everything, yo. They're like these elites are in everything. They're in everything. They're trying to attack everything from every angle. They have to. You have to attack everything from. They have to attack everything from every angle. They have to cover every angle if they want to be successful with this. And they are afraid of us waking up. They're afraid of us. They are afraid of us waking up. They're afraid. That's why people like us, we gotta keep trying to speak the truth as much as we can, no matter if people think we're crazy or not. And think about it for a second. Like I said before. When Obama was in office, we had a lot of mass shootings. I mean, dudes coming in spraying up everything. Just spraying up, killing people left and right when Obama was in office. Then once Trump got in office, you really heard nothing about mass shootings at all. I mean, like crazy people coming in just killing a bunch of people. But then Trump is out of office, Biden is in, and now you got somebody shooting up a spy, somebody shot up a grocery plaza. All of a sudden, these mass shootings come out of nowhere again, and now the talking point is about gun restrictions again. And no one finds this suspicious at all. No one finds this or not even least thinking about it for a second. Guns was a talking point when Obama was in office. Didn't hear anything about it during the Trump, and then the shootings come back when Biden come back, and now we talking about guns again. Gun restrictions and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, people just think for a second. And then think about it. They use these black people's deaths in 2020 as a talking point or a talking point against Trump, right? Trump is not in office now. The Democrats are done using black folks. They're done. They're done using black folks. They use it as a talking point to try to get Trump out of office. They sat there, speak this rhetoric that we're getting hunt down, white supremacy this, racism that, to be able to get black folks to go out there and vote for them. And guess what happened now? Black folks is no longer the topic no more. Guess what the new topic is? Asian people now. Because now you have Asian people getting killed. And now you got Asian Lives Matter. Or that's trying to be a thing now. And guess what's going on? I see it on my Facebook. I have Asian friends on my Facebook. And they're speaking up, talking about their family members, wishing them to be safe. Asian gun ownership went up because of all this that happened. Right? Because of all this that happened, right? And then Twitter's just as bad. Because now you have some black people saying that it's disrespectful for Asian people to create an Asian hashtag Asian Lives Matter because it overshines Black lives and Black Lives Matter. So now you have black people and Asian people fighting each other now. And no one finds this suspicious at all. Black people's no longer the target no more. Now it's Asian people. Now Asian people and black people are going back and forth with each other now. And think about it. Just think about it for a second. Now, there's been a lot of hate crime reports going on. And you know that most of the hate crime is not from white people attacking Asian people. It's African Americans attacking Asian people. Let me show you my fun, this boy, another person I follow. All right. All right, we're going to go to this one.
Ruh-roh, friends. This story is rapidly unfolding. We already did a video
I was
on all of
Salty
these
Cracker
shithead
funny.
libs who are now frantically deleting their tweets over the Boulder, Colorado shooting because they came out and said, oh my god, I'll bet like my salary that it was a super duper white supremacist maggot supporter.
Now think about it. No, think about it. Think about it for a second before we get into this. All those riots and burnings, right, in those towns, you can't seriously tell me all those burnings and all those riots last year was not from conservatives or Trump supporters. Most of those burnings and most of those burnings that was going on, people looting and robbing weren't from Trump supporters. That was from left-leaning people. Left-leaning. Not Trump supporters.
Turns out to be a radical Islamist that we brought in from Syria. They're like, oh shit, delete the tweet. And the ones who aren't deleting the tweet, they're like, no, it's still racism, everybody. It's still white supremacy because he's not black or brown. Yeah, but you also said that it wouldn't be a Muslim because they would never be taken alive by the police. Well, it's different this time. It's different this time. Of course it's different this time. Now on top of this, we're finding out that this dude's known to the FBI. The FBI keeping tabs on the people he hanging out with because the people that he hanging out with are on a terror list, but somehow was still able to pass a universal background check in Colorado. No questions asked. Motherfucker's been arrested before. He's getting into fights. Take a look at this dude over here. This is Justin over at the Gateway. Syrian-born Boulder shooter Ahmed Al-Ice's identity was previously known to the FBI. They keep tabs on him. He was already arrested for getting in a fight with other people. This dude, his classmates, because of course, he ain't 21. Ain't nobody buying this motherfucker's 21. He came in as a Syrian refugee with a full fucking beard and probably diabetes and was telling everybody, I'm like 6 years old, everybody. They're like, oh, unaccompanied minor, come on in. Put this motherfucker into our high schools and had him beating people up. He gets arrested for this. He's got tabs on him by the FBI, and then he still passes a universal background check in fucking Colorado. Everybody smells what's going on in this situation, and it's bullshit. As this dude is over here somehow evading The FBI spending all their time hunting
Come on,
down
this doesn't sound right.
who were staying in between the velvet ropes on January 6th at the Capitol. Somehow missed this dude. Somehow missed this motherfucker. When I want to go buy a fishing rod, I'm in the place for 6 hours. They doing background checks on my dead great-great-great-great-great-grandparents. I got to give DNA and a stool sample. I'm in there all fucking day long. This dude walks in there. They go, "Oh, you've been arrested before? Oh, the FBI's keeping tabs on you? Oh, here you go. Here's a free complimentary AR-15.
Come
so
on,
you
you
can
talk
go
that.
people. It's a setup. Is it interesting how all of
Think
these
about
mass
it.
shootings are seemingly happening again under Joe Biden's watch? When all these fucking mass shooters took the fucking last 4 years of Trump off? This is bullshit. It's a Hegelian dialectic. Here's a Breitbart telling you Joe Biden pushes assault weapons ban after Boulder attack. He ain't gonna wait one more minute, boys. He needs the gun legislation right meow. And if he gotta sign it by executive order, by executive legislative fiat, he'll do it. He ain't gotta wait no more. He ain't got no more time. Not one more death. The fuck did you bother stealing all the other chambers for if you're just gonna do executive fiat? I mean, holy shit. The entire mainstream media's on your side. Everybody's co-opted. Big tech's on your fucking side, and you stole all the fucking chambers. Why don't you still just pass it? Because it wouldn't work. It still wouldn't work. Even Obama, this limp dick pussy, came out, is telling everybody, like, we need like more gun control and math units will like totally stop or something. No, you know what'll stop? Having an effective FBI. Having an FBI that's not asshole. Having an FBI that's not corrupted and co-opted with their head up their ass. Maybe if the FBI... This always happens, by the way. All these motherfuckers are always on FBI watch lists. It's not just this country. They're on the watch list in Germany. They're on the watch list in fucking England. They're in the watch list in France. These people who are fucking aloha snack barring all over the place. We know who these people are. It's almost like conspiracy theory, friends. It's almost like these people are being allowed to do this so they can pass legislation. Almost like the fucking Hegelian dialectic is going on. But there you have it. Now we're getting reports that this dude's got a minor criminal record. That's how the mainstream media pushes it. Dude's been known to the local police. He's been kicked out of fucking schools. He's in anger management classes, and he's been arrested for attacking people. And the FBI has this dude on they got tabs on the...
So the FBI already had tabs on this man. They had tabs on this man. He has a known criminal record, and yet he was able to go get a gun. As like this was purposely planned out. They've been watching this guy for so long, and yet did nothing. And allowed this dude to do what he did, and he's not even white. He's Syrian.
The people that he's hanging out with, and no fucking bells go off when he goes and buys a gun. Fucking bullshit. Everybody smells that this is a setup. But there you have it, my friends. Again, check out the Alt Media channel. We got some other videos that we're putting up over there.
Like, it's crazy. That's where I disagree. It has nothing to do with the shootings. No, this is where it has something to do with a lot of things. It's called false flags. A lot of this stuff. A lot of these incidents are planned. Like you ever heard of disaster actors? Tragedy. You ever heard of disaster actors? You ever heard? Look up tragedy actors or disaster actors. A lot of this stuff is planned. Some of these shootings, these shootings that make headlines, a lot of those are planned. Exactly. Yeah. A lot of these are planned, bro. A lot of these shootings that actually make headlines. I mean, it goes all over the nation. Those are planned. It's planned to push. They want to push the gun bans and stuff. They want to push all that. Yep, they call disaster actors. Because some of those people that be crying in the background and being interviewed, if you go back and research and look at other big massive events, you will find those same people at those events and interview. But you forget all about it because they dress them up differently. They'll dye their hair. And they're the same individuals. So yes, it does have a lot to do with what president is in office, because certain things will happen underneath certain offices. or whoever's in charge at times, especially these shootings or whatever. No, there were a lot of the police shootings with the riots and stuff. But that was used as an argument to go against the argument it used to get the whole Trump racist rhetoric. A lot of that was used against the talk to try to get him out of office. So yes, a lot of that was planned. A lot of this stuff was planned. Remember, they wanted him out of office so bad. So the whole thing was to push their whole racist narrative and all that. And what's the perfect way to do this? These riots and everything, and then use it as an argument to get him out of office. All right, let me see. But yeah, man, this is some stuff that this stuff that I ponder at times. I'm like, you know. All right, so we're gonna move on. All right, we done with the conspiracy stuff. We're gonna move on to the other stuff. Something interesting. All right. Actually, headlining mass shootings with Trump in office. Which mass shootings? Nova. All right, let me see. It's something else. About to move on to another topic, so we can go. It's getting good. I love it. Let me see here. Yeah, I heard of Operation Northwood, but I never got a chance to look into that. But thanks for mentioning it, because I'm gonna check it out because you mentioned it now. But I heard of it. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next topic that I think is in for us check out. Excuse me. All right, so we're gonna. All right, I'm just prepping up everything, guys. Hold up, 1 second. All right, we're gonna look at the Vegas on the Madden tournament, the one in Texas Landers that happened within a week. I forgot all about the Madden tournament thing. Let me get this. Hold up. Yeah, the Dylan Roof thing. But this is what I'm saying to you. What was that used? Who office did that benefit? Which side did it benefit? It didn't benefit Trump's. That was used as That was used as a target or arguing point to get him out of office. All right. So as I promised, and like I said, the other side can plot. That was a pop from the other side to try to get at him. All right, as I promised, we're going to do another episode And I haven't seen this one. This is going to be my first time seeing this one. For my man. This is another episode. Oh, yeah. But guess what? That was never... A lot of this stuff, the mass shooting stuff has always been an issue here. But this was never... It was never a big thing until now. Because now they were trying to push for certain things in order to keep us under control. All right, but yeah, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the next topic. We're going to get into this for my man. Oh, he said, let's go. He said, oh, another one? Yeah, let's go. So for those of you who don't know what For My Man is, for those of you who missed it the last stream, it's pretty much a series where it's about women. Some of them who have a lot going for them. Like some of them are college students, or some of them, full paid scholarship, may have a nice job and stuff like that. And then is these women who have something going for them, and they end up falling in love with a bum. They end up falling in love with a bum. And the thing is, these women know that these dudes are bum ass dudes, and they still end up rotting for them. They end up doing crazy stuff. These men end up convincing them to kill or sit back and watch them rape other women and all kinds of stuff. They do it for their man. So this is this one right here I haven't seen before. So this is going to be a first time experience together.
In the small town of Muncie, Indiana, 36-year-old Regina Miller is doing all she can just to get by.
Regina was a single mother. She worked off and on for various stretches of time to provide for her and her family.
These days, she's on her feet for 10-hour shifts at the local diner.
It was stressful trying to make ends meet with her children and just having a waitressing job.
Yeah, it's white and Hispanics in this too. It definitely is, but it's another one that's the opposite called Fatal Attraction. It's about simps that go out and do the craziest things for chicks, or go out and do the craziest things for chicks, or or obsessed or whatever like that. Like,
was living day to day, trying to afford her bills and try to take care of the kids.
And the young mother has a lot of mouths to feed.
She had multiple kids, although she wasn't very old. Because she started having kids so young, she had kids from elementary all the way up until the kids that were in the 20s.
Her 20-year-old son does his best to help out with the younger ones while she's at work. But for the most part, Regina is on her own.
Her house was pretty much in disarray, mattresses on the floor for the kids, food, and a lot of dirty dishes.
Oh wow, they had very little trash. They live in the trash neighborhood.
A consistent man in her life.
She would meet a guy, she would fall in love, and then she would get.
Wait, hold up. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I can't miss out. We can't miss out on this. Hold up. All right, I'm back, guys. I'm back. All right, let's do this.
And those guys never really stuck around.
There are some women who perhaps have poor self-esteem. They feel that they don't deserve a really good man in their lives. We see that they look for the excitement in someone who has an edge, someone who can take them out of that humdrum existence that they have.
All right. This is new. I have no idea what I'm walking into with this.
She still held out hope that one day she would find Mr. Right, and Mr. Right would not
want a man.
Accept her, but also accept all of her kids.
Life finally.
See, she meets a dude, right? And she falls in love instantly, and then let the dude, don't even know the dude like that, let him knock her up. Now she got all these kids. Her sexual market value has decreased. So she's never going to get a guy of any high status or anything like that. All she's going to get are either bums, simps, or dudes that need a place to live, and they'll move in and take her on with all the kids because they need a place to stay. She'll never get anything good because her sexual market value declined for having all those kids.
He starts to look up for Regina when she lucks upon the perfect house to rent for her growing family. Not only is it bigger, but it's cheaper.
She finally found a place where all of her kids had comfortable space, everybody could live in that house, and they loved that place.
The single mother is settling into her new digs when one day a young, handsome stranger comes into her life. Her new
who is it?
landlord's 24-year-old nephew, Terry Rutledge.
Oh my God! It's a brother. It's a brother.
And Terry came with him, and that's how they met.
She found him to be engaging and fun. He had a muscular type build. He was charming, a good time, fun to be with.
The attract.
Oh my God! She got a brother. We already know what's. Here we go. We already know where he's going to go.
Younger man appears to be full of
And he was younger.
and charisma, but in reality, he's no saint with a lengthy rap sheet.
And a lengthy rap sheet.
We were familiar with Terry Rutledge, and he had a record here in Muncie with domestic battery and theft.
Domestic battery and theft. He has a criminal record. He like one of those Tyler Perry dudes too. In his Tyler Perry films. Oh, here we go.
Terry has recently been released from prison and has been crashing at his uncle's home. But his
And he's a bum.
past doesn't bother the older woman, who is 12.
Look, it said shady past that doesn't bother the older woman. She know he has a shady past, and it doesn't bother her not one bit. And she has children. This is what I'm talking about. This is why these children are so screwed up. This is why. She know this man's a criminal. She know this nigga has a dark past of criminality, and she knowing that, she's still willing to take a chance with this man, and she's worrying about her own happiness instead of the protection of her own kids. This is why, especially younger children, when they're raised by single mothers, child molestation, child abuse, and everything increases. And this is the reason why. She bringing this man in her house, knowing that this man has a criminal record, a criminal past, and everything. And she's willing to take that chance because she wants a man so bad and she wants to be happy. F her kids. F her kids.
Years his senior.
Regina knew that Terry had been in prison, and she was obviously okay with that.
See? She know you've been in prison, okay with that. This is what I'm talking about. Every chick, like chicks that I've talked to and chicks that I know or chicks that I dated, when they explain to me about their exes or stuff like that, they would even tell me that, yeah, he used to do drugs, or yeah, he went to jail, this, that, and the other. So I say to them, oh, so you knew he went to jail. What did he went to jail for? Oh, he either robbed somebody, gun charges, or whatever like that. And I said, and you knew that from the start? Yeah, I knew that. So what made you think that was a good idea to mess with him? Knowing that he has a criminal record and he done some effed up stuff. What made you think it was a good idea to date him? You messed up from the start. You messed up from the start. And then when he cheats on you or he does something crazy out of pocket to you, then all niggas ain't they're not. You know what I'm saying?
And Regina is just the ex-con's type.
He loved older women, and when he saw Regina, he knew he had to have her.
Regina most likely accepted Terry, one, because he was someone who can take her away from that very boring life, but the other part of that, being that she was a loving mom, he had showed an interest in her children, and this, for her, was the complete package.
The couple had...
Yeah, she wanted a nigga to take care of her kids. That's what it was. That was another reason why she engaged him instantly. He was she's a white woman. He's a black man, so she wants some of that black meat. She wants the BBC, so she wanted that. She's a single mom, and she's stressing with all those kids. So, like I said, there's a lot of women out there that's not looking for love. They're looking for help. So seeing this man, and she got all those kids, and she's stressed out. She's thinking about herself. She wasn't thinking about all that other stuff when she slept with all these men. She wasn't thinking about the struggle. She just wanted to get what she wanted, and then after she get knocked up, and now she's stressing out and miserable and stuff. She see this man right here. She sees him as a way out of her problems. That's what she see. And then she's willing. And how you know that she's only in this to get out of her situation and to get the help she needs. She's willing to overlook his criminal past.
Have a clear chemistry, and it's not long before their sexual tension turns into a physical relationship.
Normally, Regina would be hesitant to bring a guy around her kids, especially so soon. But something about Terry, he seemed to
Yo, very stupid.
Seemed to have a good relationship with them.
One thing is clear: the young mom is head over heels for her rugged beau.
And the next thing you knew, Terry was there all the time. They were spending nights and days, and Terry.
You know why he was there every time? He had no job. He was there all the time. He had no job. And he was crashing at his uncle or his dad or his uncle's crib. That's why he's there every day. She should be questioning that, yo, like, it's nice to know that you're here, but where your job at?
Was becoming a part of Regina's life.
But the bad boy is also a bit of a playboy. And he's not spending all his time with Regina. He's seeing other women on the slide.
Terry had been involved with what we would...
Oh, welcome to the stream, Jenny Brown. We're watching a show called For My Man. It's about women, and some of these women are like have a lot going for them. Some of them have a bright future, highly educated. Some of them got good jobs, and they fall in love with fuckboys, and they know that they are. These guys are not hiding it. A lot of these chicks in this show, and this is based off of real events, like real crime events. So it's a reenactment to explain how it went down, and these chicks would meet these guys, and these guys would even tell them that they had criminal records and everything, and they would still sleep with these guys and everything. So they get involved with these guys, and these guys end up getting them to commit crimes, like rob people, shoot people, all kinds of crazy stuff, and they do it for their man, and that's what the name of the show is, For My Man. So this is an episode that I never saw before, so this is the first time I'm watching this one.
Label as maybe vulnerable women.
Top on Terry's list is Tanya Ingram. And like Regina, she's a single mother of 3, but she's also a grandmother of 4.
Well, Regina thought she was having a nice...
Oh, she a grandmother of 4?
...home with the man she loved. Not only was Terry hooking up and having sex with her, but he was also hooking up with the grandmother as well, and neither one knew about it.
Wow! He was sleeping with her mom. He was finessing the grandmother. Yo, he was sleeping with the grandma, with her mom.
One chilly December morning,
this nigga ain't shit.
Off to school. She kisses her love goodbye and heads out to run a few errands before work.
He got no job.
While Regina was away, Terry decided that he wanted to play.
Terry met up with Tanya. He accompanied Tanya while she was running several errands.
And I think by all appearances, it looked as though they were a couple and they were quite chummy that day.
Tired of
wow.
shopping, Terry's ready to get Tanya alone. With the kids at school and Regina at work, he knows her house is empty. So he's...
And that, you know what's messed up? That's her mother. Her mother didn't even have any respect. She went behind her daughter's back. That mother, see, and this is why her daughter is screwed up and got a bunch of kids. Look at what the mother did. The mother was willing to screw her own daughter up by sleeping with the man that she's in love with. Like, I don't even, like the thing is, this dude's an asshole from the start. That's his nature. So I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to leave him responsible for anything because that was his intent from the beginning. This dude already let the chick know that he was an asshole from the start. Explained that he just got out of jail. He has a criminal past and everything, and that woman still took him on. So I can't set the blame on him because he came at her from the start as an asshole. And then here comes the mom right here. The mother comes in and sleep with her daughter's man. So you see why the daughter is screwed up, because the mother ain't shit. The grandmother isn't.
He suggests they head over there.
Terry and Tanya didn't have a vehicle, so they rode the bus a couple different times that day.
They rode the bus. He don't even got a car. Like this, that's how much of a bum this dude is. And this chick decide, you know what? I'm gonna bring this man around my kids.
Different places.
At some point, Terry talks Tanya into going to Regina's house. I don't know that Tanya knew that that was Regina's house, but there's no question that they ended up there in the early afternoon.
Terry decided they were gonna have sex before Regina got home.
And the hot and heavy lovers don't even make it to the bedroom. They get down to business right on the couch in Regina's living room.
He had the audacity to bring another woman into Regina's house. Who knows?
That's crazy.
Do something so stupid, so disrespectful. Maybe he got a thrill from being able to manipulate the situation, or maybe subconsciously he wanted to get caught.
And just as things are getting interesting, Terry hears a car door slam.
At that point, Terry encourages Tanya to run down into the basement.
Unless you're going to have a threesome, you're going to have to hide one girlfriend from the other, particularly when you're using her house without her knowledge.
Confused,
oh my God.
Tanya does as she's told. She didn't think twice about whose house they were in initially, but it's now crystal clear they are not in Terry's house.
Tanya realized that she was actually at another woman's home, and she became upset.
Oh, okay.
She wants to know what's going on.
So that's a different woman,
She's not being
okay.
quiet like he wants her to be.
Regina was supporting him. She was giving him a place to live. So he wanted to do everything he could to keep Tanya quiet so he could hide his secret. Because if Tanya met Regina, all hell was gonna break loose.
With Regina standing just a few feet above their heads, Terry runs out of patience.
Stop being so loud.
He wrapped his arm around her throat, put her in a chokehold, and just kept squeezing.
While attempting to keep her quiet, he strangles Tanya with one arm
Oh.
and puts his free hand over her
Oh,
nose
shit.
and mouth to silence her.
She's reaching
God,
out,
that
trying
nigga
to
was
scratch his
scared.
face to get off of her.
That nigga was scared.
For her life.
The two struggle for a few moments, but Tanya is no match for Terry's sheer force.
Wow. Like he want to get caught so bad he had to kill her.
Just laying there on the floor in the basement.
Meanwhile, Regina is upstairs changing into her work uniform and hears nothing.
She only entered the house for 1 or 2 minutes before she went to work.
The killer ex-con is now alone in the house with a serious situation on his hands.
Yo.
He was essentially stuck at that house with a dead body and just was trying desperately to find a way to get himself out of there and possibly the body as well.
Regina works a hard day at the diner, and the single mom has no idea of the horrors that have unfolded in her basement. Before she heads home, her phone starts lighting up.
He texts Regina while she's at work and tells Regina, I need your help, I need it fast. And they go from there.
When she asks why, Terry admits
Yo, dog.
that he's done something bad. And without
He said, yo, this man
he's
really
going
put her to
jail.
bed. He did.
And the texts keep coming.
One of the messages had to do with him wanting her to get a truck, and he also sent a message wanting to know how down she was with him.
Although Terry had killed Tanya all by himself, here he is texting Regina, basically bringing her into this, trying to get her to help him clean up his mess.
And the devoted girlfriend doesn't hesitate.
Once Terry asked her for help, she dove right in. After Regina left work, she got a red SUV from another friend of hers, and then she goes right
Oh
back
wow,
to
then
house.
took her friend's
He asked-
SUV. Like,
When Regina arrives at her house, Terry has no choice but to show his woman what he's done.
But you got my back, right?
Once Regina got to the basement, she saw her man, Terry, standing over the lifeless body of this woman she didn't even know. At that point, Terry started
Yeah, that's not her
singing
mom.
a sad song to Regina, telling
Over her,
that
I heard it
Tanya was
wrong.
trying to break them up,
That
and
the woman's
he
just a
was trying to
grandmother
keep
for it.
things
Wasn't talking
together.
about her
He
children.
laid it on real thick, and Regina believed him.
With her children due back from school
You a wild
at any
man
moment,
for clapping
Regina
retirement
knew she
home
had to
cheeks and then murdering her.
and act fast.
Doing the
She knew
penalty.
she had to deal with the dead body that was in the basement, so she called her son's girlfriend over to babysit the kids while her and Terry figured out their next move.
In need of help and a plan, Regina and her killer boyfriend head out to do some scheming at the one place where they do their best thinking.
They thought going out to the bars would help them find out if any of their friends or family were out, and then that they could obtain some help.
Right away, the couple finds someone they can trust.
They run into a relative of Terry's, a man named Antoine. Terry decides that he's going to...
See, this was so crazy. This was so crazy about it. These women put themselves in this because this whole situation could have been avoided if she didn't get herself involved with him after she found out that this man just got out of jail for crime and has a rap sheet. But she was so focused on herself and not wanting to struggle with the kids. She was willing to take that risk to be with a criminal. She was willing to do that. This could have been avoided.
Gonna let Antoine in on the fact that he needs help.
Antoine agrees, but the couple keep him in the dark about what exactly he's signing up for.
It wasn't until they arrived back at Regina's house and ended up back down in the basement that Antoine learned that what he was
what's up, Grant?
with was the removal of a body.
Terry was a hardcore criminal. He had street cred. So we don't know if Antoine maybe felt that if he did...
Yeah, that makes sense, Rob.
He was going to be hurt, or if he was just trying to help his friends deal with this situation that they were now in.
Yo, that his homie, yeah, his homie shook.
Regina is all too willing to do whatever she can to help her man clean up his mess.
Once they got into the basement, Regina, instead of backing out, she went to Tanya's body and started clipping her nails.
They cut the fingernails.
Yes, now she's in it now. She went to clipping the nails.
DNA couldn't be found.
Like I said, a woman can get out of this every time by just saying that I was forced, that he tried to abuse me. She can use the woman card, that she's been abused by her man and all this other type of stuff, and they'll give her a slap on the wrist or give her make the punishment less severe than her man who actually did the crime. She messed up right here is because she went a step farther by cutting the fingernails down. Now it shows that she's all in now. Because she could have used the excuse, well, he was threatening me. I was afraid for my life. That's why she could have used that excuse to get out of it. But now she proactively clipped this woman's fingernails, which shows intent that she knows, like that she's all the way in. She put all her casino chips in. She's like this. She had all her chips, and she's like this. Here you go. She slid all the chips in.
Found underneath her nails.
They had stripped Tanya's body. They collected those clothes and clothes that had been worn by Terry.
She was mad. He was giving her
anyway. Placed those all in a plastic grocery bag.
With the cleanup complete, there's the tough task of getting the body out of the basement.
At that point in time, Regina retrieves a
What's up, Moses?
curtain from the bathroom upstairs and brings it down to the basement.
They then wrapped her in the shower curtain and attempted to...
You right, Bear. You right.
Through the kitchen, out the back door.
Terry and Regina loaded Tanya up inside the SUV.
No, but stupid.
At this point, Antoine must have been freaked out by it all and said, "I've had enough. I'm out."
Antoine leaves the couple to handle the rest. They drive off into the darkness.
Regina helped Terry try to clean up this crime scene because she was really
That's crazy.
devoted to him.
Whole life turned upside down in an instant.
Anything, even becoming part of a murder scene.
In the early morning hours, they drive around town, looking for a remote place to dump the body. But they're running out of time.
They had been working through the night.
Crazy.
So the sun was about to come out. And the last thing they wanted to do was be caught in a car in the daylight with a body inside. So they panicked.
They pull over and simply dump the body on the side of the road. Then, she watches as Terry douses his victim in gasoline.
And then he just set her on fire.
With the cleanup now complete.
Now I want to see how the cops gonna figure this stuff out.
But it's not long before motorists come across the
So you know you dumb as shit when you even his relative bells on him, but you stay. He said, "Damn, Antoine Fisher wasn't with it." Oh wow! So a neighbor or somebody that live in the area saw the smoke. He's an idiot. That's what. See, this is how you get caught.
Find a grisly scene.
Tanya's body was actually wrapped up
What's up,
in
Ryu?
a shower curtain, and that's how she was
Stupid.
disposed of, and that's how she was set afire. When the police first were called, her body was burning. The police actually had to use a fire extinguisher to put out the fire.
In a city the size of Muncie, you have crimes that happen, but there was never a murder this brutal where a woman was killed, her body dumped on side of the road and then set on fire.
After helping him clean his mess the night before, Regina drops Terry off at his uncle's and returns home. Later that morning, she sits in her house alone, and the severity of the situation sinks in.
After Regina realized what
She
she
done.
had done,
Her ass
she
going to jail.
decided to take action.
She done.
Regina decides that she's actually going to go to the police and tell them that she had been forced to help Terry move this body.
So she called up her babysitter and she had the babysitter come and get
Oh,
her
she
kids
decided.
and get 'em
Oh,
out of
she
the
decided.
house.
Oh, I'm gonna turn this
Regina
nigga in.
actually, still wearing the bloody clothes from the night before, walked to the police station. By the time she got there, she was sweating. She was a nervous wreck.
Police question her.
Yo.
And Regina wastes no time in giving up her
Nah,
boyfriend
Terry,
to
this
police.
ain't.
She might have been down during the cleanup, but now her devotion to her man is all but done.
Oh, this is she was she.
God, you will not flip out on me if I tell you this. I said, what are you talking about? He said, there's a body in your basement we gotta get rid of.
At that point, she doesn't care what happens to Terry as long as he doesn't drag her down with him. It's all right with her. She just wants to
she went first.
I'm tired.
I am too. So let's go back. You go to help. What goes on from there?
Just continue trying to drag her up the stairs.
Regina went to the cops because she just wanted to beat Terry to the punch. And
Yeah,
I
she
think
wanted to beat him to the
speaks to
punch.
The fact that he no longer had that power over her that he once did. The spell was broken.
And the longer investigators question her, the more frantic she becomes.
All she had to do is not mess with him.
She was hysterical, she was upset, and she was portraying to us that she was a victim of this.
That afternoon, police hunt all around Muncie, looking for Terry Rutledge.
They
Yeah,
begin
she pulled.
searching the area
Said hoes
around
ain't
where
loyal.
Regina lived. They spot a vehicle.
Pulled a 6'9".
being driven by his uncle.
Save
He's
herself, but the
riding
play
in the
was
passenger seat. As the officers are approaching the car,
Right,
Terry
if the
exits
dude for
car
police
and takes
connection
off
though,
running, and they have
she
to
pulled a
tackle
reverse
him and
card.
restrain him at
She
that
didn't want to get blamed
When Terry is brought
because of
into
jealousy.
questioning, he has no
This
concern
is
for
the first time.
The
This
ex-con
is.
has one
I know
thing
this
on
is
his
smart. She beat him to the punch.
Terry's version of events changed multiple times. It was hard to follow along with the information he was giving us.
That's not even my house. That's her house. So I had nothing to do with that.
In one of the statements Terry
This
gave
boy
to
lying
the
with a straight
police,
face too.
He actually blamed Regina for killing Tanya.
There's just one problem. Regina, who is in the next room over, can hear every word of Terry's lies.
I came to see what it was, and she already had the body down there. I don't know nothing about that.
In our office, we have
This
very
dude,
thin
this
walls.
dude,
It's
dog.
a problem that's been tried to be
So
rectified
I
for
don't
quite
mean
some
him.
time.
The black woman to
She's
kill his
furious
dog.
that Terry takes
Very
pin
stupid.
the entire thing on her.
Terry was giving the police one statement. Regina was giving the police another statement. They weren't coinciding whatsoever. So we just decided to put them face to face with each other.
When
So what you
Regina
do is-
arrives at Terry's interview,
Very
they
stupid.
get much more than they bargained for.
She was yelling at him. She was cussing. She was screaming. She was crying.
I'm dead serious. You're gonna do my kids like this for real? Tell me what day this happened on, because I sure the hell wasn't with you. Not up like that. No, thank you.
Pretty clear that the love affair was over and that Regina was
Yo.
going to take care of her butt and didn't care what happened to Terry.
Once cooler heads prevail, Regina tells the officers there's someone that can back her side of the story. The man that assisted in the cleanup, Antoine Walker.
She told them about Antoine and how he was involved in all this. Police
Oh,
were
that
offended
yo,
by
that
what
Antoine. I know Antoine
Antoine
right shit. Bricks.
didn't hesitate to tell police everything.
Antoine's version of events lines up with Regina's, and police finally believe they have the full story. They arrest both Terry Rutledge and Regina Miller for the murder of Tanya Ingram. In exchange for his cooperation, Antoine is given a plea deal and is given 2 years in prison and 2 years on probation. Terry Rutledge is found guilty on all charges. He is sentenced to 62 years on the murder conviction and 3 years.
Damn, 62.
Regina is found guilty on charges of assisting a criminal and obstruction of justice. She is sentenced to 6 years plus an additional 18 months for both charges.
Regina's biggest mistake.
Yo, bro.
In Cincinnati, Ohio,
That's
17-year-old Anisha Smith appears.
Oh, got another one. It's on to. All right, we're gonna watch one more. This is another episode. It's 2 episodes.
She adored her sisters.
But there's one thing that sets her apart from her classmates.
She also had one child and was a good mother to that child.
With the help of her own mother, the teen mom is able to juggle all of her responsibilities with ease.
Anisha was very focused. Even though she had a child young, she was working hard in school, she had a job, and she started a nonprofit organization to empower other teen moms and help little kids.
And on the busy mom's 18th birthday, she and her friends celebrate with a night out at the bowling alley.
They're all having a good time, but at some point, she ends up meeting this tough guy, and something about him drew her to him.
22-year-old David Bell has caught the eye of most of the young women at the bowling alley. Anisha and her crew aren't familiar with the new guy, as he's been away doing a year-long stint behind bars.
A year-long. Oh my God! Here we go. And look at the tattoo on the eyes, man.
David had a prior criminal history.
Look at this.
Charged and convicted of bank robbery.
What Anisha saw was a tall, attractive.
Let's take that back for a second.
The fact that David was in prison.
Typical. Look at this. Typical. He looked like trouble. He looked like trouble. I know people say you shouldn't stereotype. He looked like trouble. He looked like trouble. And he got the teardrop tattoo on his eye. She's already a teen mom, which means she was already with somebody that was a bum, that was no good or whatever like that, and then she runs into the dude, tattoos all around the neck and everything. She just didn't have enough. Didn't have enough.
He had a prior criminal history. He was charged and convicted of bank robbery.
What Anisha?
Well, this show was done. This is the Oprah's channel. That's why, as well. So it's on a black channel. There are some white dudes on here too, but they very far in between.
Was a tall,
very far in between.
Young man.
But this is on Oprah's channel.
Got tattoos. Bad guys can be attractive, and that was part of the appeal.
Although the teenager knows David is forbidden fruit, she still wants to take a bite.
Most young women Anisha's age get caught up in this idea of being with the most popular kid. They're much more attracted to the bad boy. David had street smarts and a bravado that was very appealing to her.
Even though David's still fresh out of prison, he's in no hurry to change his ways.
I don't think he really ever had a legit job.
His dangerous life did not bother Anisha. They hit it off great.
You said
when
your
at
Mugen
the
Lord in the
bowling
episode.
alley
Shut up.
became inseparable, and their relationship really continued to blossom.
Over the next few weeks,
He said, "I bet this man would
for the young couple.
think he's gonna be the next Hokage."
And it becomes clear to David that Anisha has a bit of an edge too. And soon, his dark world starts to creep into his new girlfriend's life.
David started to include Anisha in some illegal activity.
The impressionable young teenager quickly agrees because she doesn't want to lose her man. Plus,
Oh my God.
David was grooming Anisha for his own needs, and Anisha was tired of following the straight and narrow and was willing to do anything that he asked in order to be his girlfriend.
The ex-con takes his girl under his wing, and he has high hopes for his lady.
David's plan was to use Anisha to seduce men and put them in vulnerable positions, and then he would come in and rob them.
He doesn't mind that his girl will be with other men, and Anisha is down for anything.
David approved of her behavior as long as he was getting something out of it.
Anisha was willing to do anything for
Oh
her
my
man,
God.
and he knew it.
They get the most
Anisha was
convincing
being
motherfuckers to play bad boys in these shows.
David didn't
No, it's
really
for
love
my-
this young woman. He was using her. No man who truly loves a woman would put her in a situation of sharing her body with some other man.
A few days later, the couple are out one night when they spot what could be their first mark.
Anisha and David's first victim is Corey Frederick.
She can.
That's why, fellas, you also gotta be careful, man. They got chicks out here setting dudes up to get robbed, stuck up, and everything. So sometimes you gotta be careful, man. If you try to approach a chick or a chick approach you, sometimes you got to second guess. Like, all right, you look around, check your surroundings. You don't know what's going on. You gotta look out for the cookout, man.
Tell by his bling that he's not hurting for cash, and Corey can't take his eyes off the teenaged femme fatale.
Anisha was the light. She dressed sexy. She came onto these guys, and when these guys
came onto these guys
to her bright light, David Bell was waiting in the darkness.
After a long night of flirting, they agreed to meet up for a proper date. David and Anisha's scheme is officially on.
Saints real penthouse
Corey
party
arrives
type
at her
shit.
place to pick her up for their date. But things heat up quickly, and their dinner reservations are put on hold. David is close by, waiting patiently for updates.
While Corey and Anisha are having a good time, she's busy texting David. She's keeping him in the loop as to how this date is going.
Then Anisha makes a startling discovery.
Scared?
Oh, no.
Sure?
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
She lets David know that Corey is armed with a gun.
Oh snap! He got a gun.
David and his girl text back and forth and plot out a way to handle the situation.
The plan.
My man was strapped.
Anisha would get Corey into the shower for the two of them to have sex. And in doing so, he had to take off his clothes and leave his handgun in the bedroom.
Corey was attracted to Anisha.
This he had nerve.
He ended up
I have
getting
no idea.
that night.
The man,
David sneaks into the
he
apartment.
said, "This
and
man
Anisha's
dumb.
date's luck
See,
is
you ain't
about to
suspicious
run
about
out.
the texting though."
Bathroom. He's half naked with a towel wrapped around him.
Sit down.
There's David holding Corey's own handgun, aiming it at his head, threatening to kill him.
You want to die today?
David demands his cell phone and his wallet, and Corey can't do anything.
Corey hands over all of his stuff, and his attacker takes off. As soon as he's gone, Anisha lets the crocodile tears flow. Little does he know, she's pretending to be a victim, and Corey's buying her act.
Corey called the police because the weapon was taken, and Corey, I think, felt that if that weapon were ever used in a crime, that could be somehow used against him.
And when Anisha is questioned, she starts spinning lies.
Anisha tells the officers that the suspect was an ex-boyfriend named Josh.
Oh, so she snitched on herself.
To his height, his weight, his physical characteristics, said she really didn't know how to get in touch with him, and gave a lot of just vague and improper answers. That investigation went nowhere, and it was an unsolved crime.
Needless to say, the couple's first date is also their last. And Anisha's first foray into crime is successful.
In some ways, she felt that perhaps she was really
Bro.
proving her worth being in a relationship with David.
Yo, dog,
As
that's
long as
crazy.
Her man was continuing to see
That's
her
the
as an
least threatening.
asset.
Do you want to die
She
today?
was
I ever heard.
But the question was, for how long?
No, this is about crimes. Women meeting F-boys and then end up doing murders and crimes for
They
them.
got away with it, and it seemed like things were going great.
Anisha is now feeling more confident because they got away with the first robbery. They're starting to aim higher to get away with even more. And she feels that their bond was getting stronger, so she thought that no one else was going to get in their way.
The couple lays low for
Imagine
a
they
bit,
start plotting
but
on their
soon
next
enough,
victim
the
ahead of
lovers are
time.
ready to
What if they
strike
kill some
again.
dude with his
So a couple
gun?
months had gone by, and this was an opportunity to get back out there and make some money.
The teen temptress is back out at the nightclub when she meets her next conquest, drug dealer Peter Koppel.
They meet in
Oh, he a
Charm.
drug dealer?
Anisha works her game, and pretty soon, Peter starts to brag about his nice crib.
So Peter kind of paints this picture to Anisha that his house is filled with a lot of expensive items like TVs,
Uh-oh.
and game systems, electronics.
And later that night, when Anisha gets her tab, The high roller picks it up.
All right, let's see how this. Yeah, let's see how this go.
He has a lot of cash.
They exchange numbers, and the trap is set.
Trap
Later
call.
that
Here we
night,
go.
She tells her man they might have just hit the jackpot.
Between Peter
This
having
about this
money
about to go
and Peter
south.
possibly being involved in drug sales, that rang some bells in David's head, and figured he'd be an easy victim.
With the potential for a big payday, the couple decide to take their scheme to the dealer.
Yo, can you imagine that you meet some fine John that you like or whatever like that, and your exchange numbers, you going home saying, yo, like, she's a pretty cool John. You probably telling your homies at the house, saying like, yo, she pretty cool, man. I can't wait to hit her up. You know, we gonna meet up, and then she's back at her crib talking about how she gonna get you robbed or get you shot. That's crazy.
The next day, Anisha flirts with Peter on the phone.
Yeah, these dudes is dumb.
She lays it on
Hey,
thick
bro,
and tells him
ain't
that
no
she
better
wants to see
they
him.
dumb as shit. So like, bro, you
The
well
dealer
no dope dealer, and you throwing it away.
He invited her to his house to hang out.
They hit the crack spot.
Anisha
Shut over.
to Peter's house, kind of like with the other gentleman, with Corey. Get in there, do what you have to do.
David, it's on.
That night around 11 p.m., David gives her a ride to the dealer's place. He pulls over a few blocks away, gives his girl one last kiss, and sends her on her way.
This is about to go south.
Once Anisha gets to the house, she discovers that Peter's two roommates, Charles and Drew, are there.
I'm here for Peter.
Yeah, Peter's upstairs.
She's concerned about how this is going to affect their plan, so she texts David
She's shook.
to let him know.
But her man tells her not to worry.
David's response is, "Don't trip, they're going to die."
With David texting
Wow.
Anisha that he's planning on killing someone, that
Wow, he said, don't trip, they gonna die. Just that was that simple. He has in his head that, yo, I'm about to take their lives. And these two young boys downstairs playing video games, minding their business, not knowing that their life is about to be taken just like that. Not knowing they're having a good time.
should have been the time for her to step up and say something.
He said, don't trip, they're dead. Like, damn.
She had put her man's needs before her own.
Hey. Hey, what's up? How are you? Good. How are you? Good.
Anisha gets
You right, Vera, you right.
They watch movies, they talk, and they end up having sex.
When the new lovers are finished, Anisha knows she needs to get rid of him. So she sends Peter out to get them some drinks.
He asked Anisha if she wanted to go with him. She declined.
So once Peter leaves, Anisha texts David and lets him know that the coast is clear. But the two roommates are still in the house.
Once again, he coldly tells her exactly what he's going to do.
Oh, here we go. Let's see how this is going to go, guys.
Shots. That's going to be me killing his brothers.
Well aware of what's
Oh, that was
about
his
to go
brothers.
down, Anisha lets David in the house.
When it came to her man,
And she's
Anisha
okay
didn't
with
care
this.
about anything or anyone else.
She was blinded and controlled by him.
Once inside,
Nah, she wasn't
down
controlled.
his prey.
It was after midnight, and the two roommates went to their own rooms and were sleeping.
David enters Charles' room first, and Charles is sleeping, listening to music.
He said, you know well this
David
man
just
ain't Peter.
Pointed the gun within a couple feet of the back of his head, fired one shot, and executes the victim.
One shot, and Charles is dead.
After David
Yo.
executes Charles, Drew had thought he heard some noise, but the house is so big that he wasn't quite sure.
So David heads to Drew's room, but Drew ended up being awake.
And as he turned his head, he was confronted by David standing over him with a gun.
This time, David isn't so lucky. Drew drops to the ground.
He fired a shot at him and missed. Instead of hitting him in the head, he shot him in the shoulder.
David fired a number of shots at Drew, so the gun was basically emptied.
After the barrage of bullets, Drew is wounded but alive.
Even
Is
though he
still
wanted
alive.
to finish the job, he had no more bullets.
And David
Still
said
is,
that
yo, he did all that fire and still,
Satisfied he's not going to get in their way, David calls out to his girl.
That was by the grace of God right
She's
there.
nowhere to be found.
The gunfire spooked Anisha out.
Leave a rip in the chat, boys.
Where she hid. David finds her and demands that she return to the home
All right, Dirt.
so that they could rob the place. Anisha really didn't want to go back to that house, but after seeing the look in David's eyes, she decided to comply.
After she heard that gunshot,
Did all
Anisha
that
knew
shoot
that
and
he followed through with what he said he was
dude,
going
the
to
cat
do,
still lived. The dude
and
still
there was
lived.
just no turning back. Now she had to move forward with the plan and finish the job.
The couple knows they have to hurry. Peter could be home at
What?
any minute, and the police might be on their way. They grab the first few items they see and run for the door. But they don't
All
get
that-
very far.
The neighbors heard the shots, and at this point, the cops had already been called. So Anisha and David end up hearing the police, and they drop whatever they had, and they both run in different directions.
In his attempt to escape,
Yo!
the fence, throws a gun.
All that for nothing.
Jump the fence and is caught.
He took a life for a television.
David's car underneath the dashboard.
Caught, the toxic couple tries to talk their way out of trouble.
Somebody came and robbed me.
They both repeatedly lie to the police.
Oh my God!
Tries to pretend
All that for a
she
ready, all that for a
just
CD player and a
confident
television
about
set.
nothing. He initially said that they were walking down the street and somebody tried to rob them at gunpoint.
I didn't do nothing.
Police aren't buying his story because they realize at that point that
He
there
said,
were
"You,
two
yeah,
people
yeah.
found
We know he be
inside
whiffing normals.
Drew,
That pretty much was. That's what it was. He was whiffing.
And pretty soon, officers have all the evidence they need.
Wow, they took them no time. That was easy. They served themselves up like that.
tossed in a neighbor's backyard.
It's a
popping
wrap
dudes
for
for
Anisha
CT
and
for
David.
CRTs.
They're arrested
Boy.
and hauled off to jail.
But the scheming continues even when the couple is behind bars.
Anisha and David communicate through dozens of letters, and it's clear who's still in control.
They're long letters, very cold and calculating. He's demanding loyalty from her. He's extremely nervous that she's going to
Taking guy bribe just because he
David
bought the
is
frame
telling
dad of
Anisha
DLC.
what
Shut
to
up,
say so
shut up,
that
Eric.
her story matches his story.
With his
The plan
mixtape in it,
backfires.
yo, dog.
Anisha realizes that she doesn't want to spend a lot of time in jail.
Took-
she wants
took-
to still
took
be
a
a part
life.
of her son's life, and she ends up
Took a
cooperating
life
with the
and
police
then
turns
left with
over
nothing.
Those incriminating letters.
The letters help seal her man's fate, but nothing beats forensics.
The authorities were able to match the gun that was utilized to kill Charles Martin as the gun that was stolen from Corey.
Anisha not only turns in David's letters, she testifies at his trial a few years later.
David was found guilty of aggravated murder, aggravated robbery, aggravated burglary, and a host of weapons charges.
David is spared the death penalty and is sentenced to 45 years in prison without the possibility of parole.
Charles Martin's life was worth a lot more than a video game player. It's senseless and it's sad.
In exchange for her testimony,
Yo.
including admitting her part in the first robbery, she lands a much better deal.
Anisha pled guilty to aggravated robbery, aggravated burglary, manslaughter, attempted murder, and several weapons charges. With her plea, she was facing 48 years in prison, and she only received 10.
Ultimately, the man she
Damn.
loved proved to be her biggest downfall.
In the end, Anisha finally woke up, but it was too late.
Life was lost over greed, and life was taken because of loyalty and dedication to the wrong person.
That was the sloppiest. That was the sloppiest episode ever. That was so fast. Caught them so fast, bro. Yo. Effing morons. Morons. He killed him for N64. Thanks. If they hadn't gotten caught, he would have 100% had blamed her, as considering he wasn't even there, seen there. Yeah. Yo, dog. That was the. He took a life and he walked out with nothing. He walked out with nothing. Took a life and said, just grab the first thing you grab. They gonna grab a TV and a CD player. Yeah, I'm gonna beat his ass with a sledgehammer. No, they wasn't trained killers. Yo, bro. That's crazy. That was the stupidest episode I've ever seen. Dumbest criminals I've ever seen. Yeah, man. That I tell you. I tell you, man. The stuff people do, man. You gotta be careful out there, fellas. You gotta be careful. Like, that's messed up though. Can you imagine meeting a chick at like at a social gathering or something? To need to play some Among Us. Can you imagine you meet a chick at a social gathering and you really vibing with the chick, or you think you vibing with her, and she putting on this facade, and you think you getting this vibe like, oh man, she a thorough John, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, y'all exchange numbers. You already saying like, yo, I want to hit that, but yo, like I'm vibing with her and stuff like that. So you go home, you telling your brothers, you telling like your cousins or your homies at the crib, like, yo, man, I met this John, like she pretty thorough, man. Like me and her got the vibe and stuff. I got a number. She gonna be swinging through. And you not knowing that this chick on the other end at home calling her man up like, yo, I got a sucker. We gonna rob this nigga, or we gonna kill him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's scary. That's scary. That is freaking scary, man. He said, I'm still not over it. It was the Mexican cartel with that last episode, dog. He went straight to Mexican cartel on that other episode. Bro, that was so far-fetched. And you see the detectives on that other episode that we did a couple days ago? The detectives didn't even believe that. They was just looking at him like, really? Yeah, dog, that's some scary stuff, bro. You gotta be careful. Like, now it got me thinking like that, and that's why this is another thing, guys, I want to talk to you guys about. If you got a homie, or if you got somebody that you can trust, right? This is why I always do. I don't care how innocent the situation may seem. Every time I leave this house and I'm going somewhere by myself, I always text my dad and I always text my brothers the address and the location I'm going to be. Because God forbid, if I was killed, or if I'm not back at a certain time, or they don't hear from me at a certain time, they know exactly where to find me. They know exactly where to find me. I always do that, and I want to stress that. And even if we got any ladies in this chat or whatever that's lurking, if we do, I say that invitation to you ladies too. If there's ladies watching this stream, you do the same thing. Every time you step out the house, always send your address to somebody you can trust. So just in case something happened or you somehow disappeared, they know where the first place to search. Just do that. Just do that. And I'm saying this, I'm a male and I'm saying this. So it's not safe for anybody. It doesn't matter if you male or female. Doesn't matter. Everywhere I go. I don't care how innocent or how simple it may be. If I'm meeting with somebody I've never met before, or I'm just getting to know them, or I'm going to an undisclosed location, or a location that I've never been to for the first time, or I'm meeting up with somebody, I always give my brother Keel Lancer, DX Strike, and my pops, and my homie Nate. I give them the location and everything, and I say like, yo, if y'all don't hear from me or from this time or whatever like that, come look for me or whatever like that, or I will let you guys know I made it to that place safe or whatever like that, you know. So I just want to stress that to all of you. I want to stress that to all my viewers. Always let somebody know. And if you're too embarrassed, at least have somebody that you trust, that you can tell where you're going to go, where you're going to be. You know, so that will you'll be surprised. That'll get you out of a lot of things if something was to happen. People knew where they knew where to find you, you know? Yeah. I stress it out to all of you, men and women. He said, this dude dumb as shit. Like, man, you literally stole another dude's gun and your dumb ass use your own gun. Some people get location services for it and their family, so they always know where they at. Oh, true. Yep, true. Yeah, so I always want to say that to you guys. If you got nephews, if you got nieces, tell them the same thing. If you got nieces, nephews, or anything, anybody that you love in your family, you even say the same thing. Like, yo, if you stepping out or like that, or you going somewhere that's, you know, that's a little shaky or like that, yo, let me know. Send me a text, shoot me the address or whatever. So I know exactly. So if something was to go down or something was to happen, I know where to find you. Or if you go missing, I know the first location to go. Or to send the police or whatever, you know? Yeah, so do that. Do not play around with that. This is a crazy world. Like Radio said, it's a scary world out there. It definitely is. He said, I'm gonna text Mugen Lord when I go somewhere. Yeah, so do that. Please. Please do that, man. Definitely do that. Yo, man, like, but that was a stupid episode. Like, that was quick. That was one of the fastest. That was the fastest murder solved and everything. They no time caught right away, running down the street with a TV and a CD player. Idiots, straight up idiots. He said, "Hey, Mugen Lord, I'm going to Walmart to buy some Twinkies." Y'all guys are stupid. You guys are stupid. He said, "Go buy some Twinkies." Yeah, but it, like, especially he said the corny acting made it better, to be honest. Especially when my brothers go out, especially when Keo going out to get some ads and stuff, or I'm going out to get some ads. Like, yo, I'm going to this chick's crib real quick, or I may be staying overnight. Here's the address. So if something does go down, or you don't hear from me from this certain time, or whatever like that, you know that I was at this address. Go here. You know, so it's crazy. The fact they choose bootleg, bonk, and gang to play the dude made it better too. It's crazy, man. Crazy. Out of control. You gotta come scoop me in some, get me caught up in, with the cartel or some shit. But the fact that he said that his homie must have got caught up with the cartel, I'm like, when he said that, I'm like, even if I was there, I'm like, what? The cartel? I said, oh, my man. I was like, yo, dog, something up with that. That sounds suspicious. That sounds really suspicious. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. The videos. Let's check this. Said, text the boys like, I'm about to get some pussy from Cindy downtown. Head down the street. If you don't hear me, hear about how good it went. Let's holler at your boy. He said, man, reach for the moon, talking about, yeah, he did. Thoughts on the new Tekken character reveal? All right, we're gonna check out Lydia. We're gonna check her out for a second. We're gonna check her out. We're gonna go pull it up. Let's go pull. I'm gonna go. These are fiends, like. All right, so let me go pull this over here. All right, so we're gonna check out some Lydia. Yeah, so this Lydia, she was pretty dope to me. Oh, let me turn this. Fall asleep before you take the boy. This RA Rule 34. Yeah, no. You know I love my female fighters in games. And she looks dope. Yeah, I like her design, man. I really do. And I like the stage, the music to the stage. I'm gonna purchase her. I'm gonna give her a try. She looks like she looks like she's gonna be fun. Yeah, and Jin does a different form of karate. She does more of the traditional karate, kata. Nice. I'm definitely gonna try her out. Yeah, I like her design, man. Like Lydia, she looks really dope. Now, this is my favorite outfit. I like her in this outfit. I love a woman dressed like that. But yeah, man. Lydia looks pretty dope. Now, also the thing about her, or about these recent characters in Tekken 7, where I start seeing people talk about this, and I think it's very interesting thing to discuss, or it was a good observation, I would say. Jin knows karate, self-defense. The Prime Minister, yeah, she's not. I don't care. Like, I don't care about the whole thing about she's not over sexualized. Who gives a? I don't give a fuck. Like if she's over sexualized, if she isn't sexualized or over sexualized, people make a big deal about this over sexualization and stuff. That's the character's design. You know what I'm saying? That's that artist, the developers. That's how they want to depict the character. That's the way they want them to be portrayed. I mean, like if I have an idea for a female character and she happened to be over sexualized, that was the idea I had for the character and stuff, but it doesn't take away from the substance of the character. She can look over sexualized all she wants. She can have a cool background, a dope story, and everything. Yeah, there's a variety of girls in Tekken. I wouldn't say that most of the girls in Tekken is over sexualized. There's a good variety of chicks on there. Are you going to make a model of her? Well, if I can get the resources, like I said, when it comes to game characters, I'd rather find resources or somewhere, you know, somebody would have something close to the assets, and then I can just take the assets and take it from there and modify and stuff. Yeah, but she has more ground karate and stuff like that. Yeah, I think she's really cool. I think that as far as sexualization, I think it's pretty balanced because there's a lot of dudes. They got dudes with swimsuits on there and everything like that. But the female characters, Nina's not really sexualized. I don't think so. What's her name? What's the chick name? Zhao Yu or whatever her name is. She's not really sexualized. A lot of the characters in Tekken isn't sexualized unless you put custom costumes and stuff on them. But I think they do it modestly. But I don't mind a sexualized female character and stuff like that at all. I mean, people say don't judge a woman based on how she dressed, but when a character is over sexualized in the game, they judge her based on how she dressed and ignore the backstory to the character. If the character had any type of deep, you know, personality or development to them, they ignore that. They just say, hey, she's over sexualized, you know? Yeah. Tifa and Tekken would be dope because our style in karate is actually based on Aikido. Okay. Yeah, now Street Fighter 5 female characters, like, they extra thick and everything in there, you know? But I don't see like, it's a game, it's a video game, you know? It's a video game, it's fantasy, you know? That's the only thing that's really bothering me about today's video games. We complain, we cry, like, I wouldn't say us, but you have this demographic of people who cry and complain about over sexualization or you know, certain races of people not being represented and stuff like that. I always say this: if there is an issue and there's people out there who don't like, you know, how women are depicted or want to see themselves represented, then support a company that does do it, or go make your own. You know, like that's what it is. And the thing is, I would say there's more people. The people that they're trying to cater to are the main ones that don't support it. Like these SJWs that cry about depiction of women and all this other type of stuff in video games, and that's the demographic that don't go out and support it when they do it. Says showing. Oh, Laura. Yeah. They don't even play or buy it, and that's the thing that pisses me off. Like, you're catering to a demographic that won't even pay or buy the stuff that they're preaching about. Oh yeah, another situation that happened that was so stupid, and I'm glad this chick got called out for it. This other thing that's going on, and Japanese artists are really getting sick and tired of it. A lot of Japanese artists are leaving Twitter because they're getting attacked by this woke crew. It's mainly white women that's attacking them for their artwork and their depiction of how they draw female characters and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And not just female characters. If the character is a little bit light skinned, then they consider whitewashing them and all this other type of stuff. So I'm gonna show you this video, and she got called out for it, and I love it. I love it. This is from Clownfish TV. They're good news that does social commentary and stuff like that.
On Twitter.
All right, so let's take it back. This was so stupid, and I'm glad she got called out for it.
We're just pointing it out. I think well, first of all, this person got a ton of harassment.
Oh yeah.
Do not add to it. But it's interesting though. I love the comment here. Apparently, this Pearl is the one who.
I remember Roger. I can't. Yeah.
Changed the original art, which is the original art.
Look at this.
Very cute, by the way.
Yes, and then it was done by an Asian artist. And then
Yes.
Pearl apparently changed it to make it, you know, more ethnic. Because don't you know, they're fixed your shit for you.
Fixed your shit for you. This is why does this keep happening?
So I want to read some of this because this is funny. Okay. Oh, before we get into it. See, I'm running ahead of myself because I gotta go faster and faster.
Go faster. Before we get into it, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. We're over 183,000 subs. We do way more of these videos than I ever expected to do because it seems like Twitter has gotten more and more ridiculous in the past couple of months. Every once in a while, you get Pokemon fan art that would get pushed back because the characters weren't dark-skinned enough. We had Catra fan art yesterday, and then
Mhm.
today, Sonic the Hedgehog.
And it's interesting though, because people are calling out these artists who are taking other people's art to fix it.
Yes.
And they're like, that's not your job to take their art and draw on it. So here's what they said. This is hilarious. So this is after it called out. This is their quote unquote apology. So last night I edited a picture of Knuckles.
This was so stupid.
Black. I was under the impression what the artist had done was whitewashing. I was wrong and I am sorry. And then it goes down. I was under the impression the artist's work was racist, and I was able to edit it because of that. You shouldn't have edited anybody's work anyway, Pearl. I know now I'm not able to decide what is and isn't racist. My judgment was wrong here. I'm sorry to all the black people I've hurt by doing this. Not the artist who's Asian. All the black people I hurt by doing this. And it goes on. I thought I was doing the right thing. And it goes on and talking about people how they should share their Venmo.
This is crazy.
And
their coffees and their Venmos and their
for people to give them money because they've been offended. But the original artist was just doing it. He was an Asian guy, and he put Japanese. I'm assuming. I don't know. I could be wrong. So this is the piece they put up, and then right underneath it, I'm reading the comments underneath it. 8 hours ago, black online artist here to say we do not associate with the artist who did what they did on your Knuckles. She ain't even black. Just a white narcissist who wouldn't put their own 2 cents into actual issues with white savior complex.
Exactly, white savior complex.
They gave him
She came in there thinking that she's doing black people a favor, which black folks never asked her in the first place. But being an SJW, even black people saying, "Yo, like that wasn't your place to do that." You know what I'm saying? To change that Asian person's artwork and stuff and make Knuckles black. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff like that that pisses me off. Like, even perfect example. I'll give you a perfect example. 1 second. I'll give you a perfect example. All right, like for instance, there were some people who saw my VK, what you call, and had an issue with it because of how lighter shade brown, and this is for I'm black, but they had issue because of how lighter shade brown my brothers and I look in the what you call. That was the art style that I wanted and stuff like that. But even me as a black man, I got other black people attacking me because I decided I wanted to pick my characters to look like this, and they were mad because we weren't a darker shade of black. And this is the shit that pissed me off. Like, this is the style that I wanted to go with. Who the hell are you to decide who or how my character should look and how they should be depicted and stuff? And we so fixated on color and shit like that. Like, if you have an issue like that, then make your own fucking comic. Make your own fucking manga. But no, you can't do it because you don't got the money or you don't got the talent or know how to do it. But you're upset with me, who's a black man, because my representation of my characters are a lighter shade brown. They're not the right shade of black for you. It cracks me. This is what pisses me off. We're so fixated on colors. They had an issue. Like, there was some black folks that I showed this. Instead of saying, you know what, brother, you doing your thing, man. Like, you got your own manga joint. Like, we need to support you or look forward to seeing what you're going to do with this and what you're going to do with this idea. But instead of saying that, you're criticizing the shade color of my characters. That's why I don't got time for that. I really don't. I really don't got time for that. I really don't got time for that. Like colors, you so fixated on color. Like, it's like this is your life. Your color is your life. You're more than your color, man. There's so many people that their sexuality is more than them as a person. It's like their sexuality or their color is way more than them, or way more important than them as the individual. You want people to look at you for your color, but yet you don't want people to stereotype you and judge you based on your color. And you want people to celebrate or look at you based on your sexual identity, but then don't want people to judge you or stereotype you based on your sexual identity and shit like that. Like which way? You can't have it both ways. Like young Sephiroth kind of. Yeah, like this is how I wanted to depict it. Instead of saying like, "Yo, let's see what this brother got going." Like, let's see if it's going to be like good or not. Instead, you criticizing the shade of brown or the shade of black, or whatever like that. I'm like, is that all what's on your mind? You don't realize that being black or being gay is not a personality trait. Exactly, and that's what pisses me off. Like, I love who I am. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I'm melanated, but it's more to me than my melanated skin. There's more than me. There's more to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a father. I'm educated. I'm talented. You know what I'm saying? I'm loving. I'm fun to be around. I got it's so many things about me. Other than this. You know? Remove my color out there. Remove the color. If you was a blind person and you got to know me, it doesn't matter. You can't see my color. It doesn't matter. Like, how am I as a person that treats you? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. We need to get. I'm talking about everybody. I mean, black, white, Asian. It doesn't matter. I'm talking to everybody, not just black people. Everybody. We need to get out of that. We have to. You know what I'm saying? We have to get out of that because it's more to all of us besides our color. You know what I'm saying? All you guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't know half the color you guys are. Or whatever. But y'all cool. Y'all cool as hell. Y'all cool as hell. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you know what I'm saying? And we need to really get past that, you know? There's a lot of things that we can accomplish if you just get past that hurdle, you know? Yeah. Like Anita Sarkeesian. I can't stand that feminist chick. She ruined gaming. But she said at this one conference, and she literally said that everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and we need to call it out. So she's living through a life looking for racism. If you're going to look for racism, that's with anything. If you look for a problem, you're eventually going to find it. But just because you find it doesn't mean it's everywhere. If you're looking for a specific problem, you're going to find the problem. And that's how she lived her life. She lived her life looking through that microscope of those issues. She's looking for these issues. Like, life is too short. Life is too short to be going through life being miserable or looking for those issues. It's too short. Exactly, Display. I agree. I agree. Like, life is too short. Life is too short for that, man. Life is too short. She literally said that everything is racist, everything is sexist, everything is homophobic. She literally said that. And that's her worldview. Everything. That's her worldview. How can you live that way? That's why I truly believe why a lot of people, when I was younger, going through school, a lot of people didn't like me too much or couldn't get along with me because there was a lot of people saying like, yo, you're always happy all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when things are not going well, I always used to look, past all that. I always still try to see the good or see the positive out of everything, despite some of the hardships in my life and stuff like that. Because those people who are mad at me are mad at the fact is that they're miserable. They always seeing the downside of things. Always. And they frustrate the fact is like, how can I see the good side of things despite the harm or the bad that's coming at me? Yeah. Okay, Nova. All right, sweet. You're not even. Yeah, man. Like, it's crazy. I'm like, how can you sit there all day and you take in that stuff? You take it in. That's why I said too much of anything is not good. Like I said, when I talked a couple days ago about the whole manosphere and the red pill, community and stuff like that. and a MGTOW. Yeah, they have some good talking points, but you can't even don't even take that shit in all day. You know? Don't take too much of anything all day. And you got people all day who just fiend on talking about racism all day. They just fiend on it. That's their life. Just talking about racism and oppression all day. And that's what Twitter is. Twitter is just a field mine of that stuff. I go on my Twitter feed, that's all I see. People just virtual signaling all day. Just woke all day. It's just woke. Wokeness all day. Like how? Like how can you do it all day? It's easier than people, so people will treat you like an outcast. Exactly. Yeah, she is a professional victim, always seeking for what offends her and stuff. The fuck are you smiling for it? I used to get like that. at least you being Ryu, you are black? Oh, nice, okay. He said yeah, like, and that's the thing. Twitter, I can't stay on Twitter. When I get up in the morning, all I do is share my 3D hentai links into my Patreon and clip stores and stuff like that. And then once I'm done with that, I don't go on Twitter for the rest of the day. Because Twitter is full of wokeness. Full of it. The people that I follow and the shit that's trending and everything, just full of wokeness. And people virtue signal all day. It's like they're on Twitter all day. Trying to prove how righteous or how holy they are, or how much of a good person you are. And what's so funny about it is so many people that I follow, because like I said, I'm in the 3D hentai community, so there's a lot of voice actors or indie artists and stuff like that that's so woke, and then a lot of them get called out because they get caught from tweets or stuff that they're doing in their Discord, doing the opposite of what they're talking about, and get caught, get screenshots and screen captures, and people put it out in the public. And now they're trying to do a public apology. And like I say, watch out for the person who's the most woke and is always pushing woke rhetoric and stuff on their Twitter feed. The more woke you are, the more skeletons you have in your closet. It happens every time. I see it every time. The more woke a person is, the more skeletons that they have. The more skeletons that they have. And they always get exposed and always get found out. Like, I don't even communicate with woke people. And if they happen to be voice actors or artists and stuff like that, I only do business and I don't laugh it up. I don't joke with them. I don't be buddy with them. I stay away from. I don't associate any of that when you super woke. I don't trust woke people at all when they super woke, because they are attention seekers. They always seeking a validation. And they are willing to F up a relationship, a business relationship, or anything. They will even use you and throw you under the bus just to get those I call it social currency. And I'm black and biggity black. Yeah. It's called social currency. People want social currency so much. That validation from social media. They want social currency so much to the point is damaging, and they're willing to. It's like a drug. They're willing to do any way to get it. Lie on people, accuse people of things, even sweep their dirt under the rug just to prop themselves up and point down at others. And what's so crazy about it is you can't exchange woke currency for truth and for realness in the real world. Because a lot of people think that whatever happens on social media reflects the real world, and it doesn't. And I say and I keep saying that every time. You do all that woke stuff like that, and you're nothing like that in the real world. You a shithead, you a scumbag, you all kinds of stuff. You a shitty individual in real life. And not just that, most of these super woke people, they feel important. They feel important is because in their real life, they're social rejects. Nobody likes them. Nobody respects them. Or they have no control of their life at all. Their life are in shambles and they can't control it. It's just, they're miserable, they're depressed, They have no self-importance or no self-worth whatsoever, right? So they get on social media and build a name for themselves, or they create a new persona for the internet and pretend to be somebody they're not over the internet, and then they build a large following, or they get all this type of accolades for being this fake individual. Now their ego, they have they take their worth and their value, and they inflate their worth and their value. They inflate it based on the woke currency, the social currency that was given to them. So now they think that they're this important person now, based off of the validation that they're getting off the internet, and they try to be that person in real life, and that end up getting them fucked up, or worse, or other situations. They end up getting exposed. And that's what's going on right now, man. I can't stand woke people. I really can't stand them. They're the fakest people. I swear, I see it all the time. The more woke they are, the more lame they are, and the more skeletons they have in their closet. And the thing is, what they fail to realize is, the more woke you are, the more you make yourself of a target for individuals who want to expose you, because you're barking too loud. You're barking too loud. So when you bark too loud, people will say, all right, I want to see what this person is about. And they start digging and finding stuff about you. And kind of find out that you're nothing what you pretend to be on the internet. Yup. Dude, the VA, look, dog, I do not, I'm telling you. Yeah, dog. I stay away from that woke stuff, man. I stay away from it. It's not good. It's not good. And the same thing when I talk about how women are when it comes to social media. They got so many simps. They got so many men that just put them on this pedestal and they worship them, right? They worship them, gotten them feel like goddesses and everything, right? So now, since they're worshiping this chick, and she's below average, even below average chicks are thinking that they're 9s and 10s because simps are worshiping them, gotten them feeling like that they deserve, or they on this high level when they're actually not, right? So their ego gets inflated. They overvalue themselves, and then they go out and they take that value, that social value, that social currency that these dudes are giving them, and they try to transition it and transfer it to the real world, and then get their feelings hurt because she gets treated nothing like how she's getting treated out on the internet. Because now she's thinking that she's somehow this God's gift to the planet, to men. And then she goes out thinking that she deserves a man at a high level or so. And they go out there and wonder why these type of men is just plugging them, pumping and dumping her. Or she's wondering why these guys won't marry her and stuff, because she's not at that level that she thinks she's at. She's only qualified to be pumped and dumped and stuff like that. But these dudes on the internet have these chicks actually think that they're 9s and 10s when they're like 3, 4s, and 5s. It happens every time. There's a lot of chicks thinking they can do that. They're they're the shit. They really think they're the shit or whatever like that. Because these dudes, and the thing is, what gives her the wake up call, the dudes that's worshiping them, those are the guys that they don't want. They should be questioning why that the guys that they do want don't want them. Because the guys that don't want them that's a sign, and that should give you a hint that you're not what you're cracked up to be. If only simps are worshiping you, and the guys that you really want aren't doing that, or knocking at your door, or only wanting to pump you and dump you, that should let you know something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was about like 4 or 5 years ago. I think 6 years ago. I started opening doors for females. I had to learn, because it was women out there literally giving me attitude or thinking I want something from them because I was showing a nice gesture, opening the door for them. One girl I went out on a date for, she had an attitude because I pulled out the chair for her to sit down. She found that as an insult. I stopped doing those things. I stopped. Saying hi, hello. I learned that 5, 6, and 7 years ago. I learned to stop doing that. Because chicks really think because you doing like they really think that because I'm holding the door for you, I want something from you. I'm just being a nice person, whatever like that, and just being a gentleman. And they get an attitude or they feel insulted in some way because you held the door open for them or you pulled open the seat for them to sit down. I stopped doing that. And then you got women out there saying why chivalry is dead. I stopped doing that. When a couple of females did that, and thing was like, I was so used to it. And this is the thing. Years ago, when I did that, it was never an issue. Once I graduated out of college and came back home, because I've been away from Philly for a long time, and I came back home, it seemed like the whole like dynamic changed. Things that I used to do that was kind gestures and stuff was seen as rude and ignorant to a lot of these chicks. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Like, it threw me for a ride. I was so confused or whatever like that. I was scratching my head. Some girls think that doing that shows that you're too weak. And so, yeah. So I stopped doing that. I stopped doing that. I see it. She want to open the door, I'll let her. I walk right by. I open the door for myself and keep moving. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to try to figure out who's trying to be nice or who's going to be insulted and stuff like that. I'd rather not go through that. I'd rather not go through that. I'd rather not go through it. And when that happened to me for those past couple of times years ago, I said, nope, never doing that again. It said, Sigma damn, it's like, don't flatter yourself, sweetie. You still, yeah. Like I told, like one chick literally, like a long time ago, like this chick, you know, went out to eat and stuff like that, and then she tried to go brag about it, like I was some sucker, but we were going out on a date or whatever like that. But she tried to get in front of her girlfriends, like I was some sucker for paying her, you know, for going out paying for dinner and stuff like that years ago. And I said to her, I'm like, bitch, if a dog on the street is hungry, I'll feed it. Don't think you're special, or don't try to make it look like it's sweet or whatever like that. If a dog on the street is hungry, I'll feed it. So you think I wouldn't do that for a human? And she felt so stupid or whatever like that. But you can't do stuff like that. I'll feed a dog. Exactly. I'll feed it. If a dog on the street is hungry, I'll feed it. Chicks out of pocket. Straight out of pocket. So, when I start seeing the dynamics start switching, I was like, yo, I want to adapt. Now, I'm going to have to adapt, man. Going to have to adapt. Took me a second to realize what was going on after I got out of college, but I caught on. I caught on to the game. So, yeah, man, it's crazy out there. It's crazy out there. Chicks is like out of control. People are just out of control. Expectations set too high. Outrageous standards. This world going to burn if people don't get it together. It truly is. It's truly going to burn if we as a people don't get it together. I'm talking about the human species don't get it together. Yup. There's a battlefield out there, fellas. There's a freaking battlefield out there. It's a freaking battlefield. And what's so crazy about it is, man, it's been so much drama going on in the manosphere. And it's been popping up in my feed, man. And what's so crazy about it is a lot of the red pill dudes, there's a lot of these red pill dudes that I used to listen to and watch, man, and find out that these dudes are complete frauds, bro. Complete frauds. I was like, yo. I was like, I mean, these dudes are frauds and taking these men's money. Grifting. Yo, what's up, DJ? But there's this video. Let me see. It was a Kevin Samuel video that popped up. I think we can check that out. That I thought like it was funny but sad at the same time. Cause this is what you're competing with, and this is what a lot of fellas don't realize why they're losing out, because of these unrealistic expectations. And I found it funny. So we're gonna watch a little bit of it. Kevin Samuels. I know probably a lot of you probably know who this guy is. Like I discovered him like 2 or 3 weeks ago. But we're gonna check this out because listen to this chick. Listen to this chick. Her expectations and what she think of herself is out of this world. It's out of this world. Listen. And every woman that pop up has the same mentality.
What does your father say about that?
Nothing. I haven't really asked that. I never talked to him about this.
What's up, Maru?
You were raised by your dad. You have any brothers?
Yeah, I have 4 brothers.
So he raised you guys to be the same. He raised y'all exactly the same.
He raised 2 of us. He raised only 2.
I mean,
Listen to this chick. Just listen to her.
You and your brother played football. He raised y'all the same.
No.
No.
No. He could do. He was able to do more.
So when ladies like yourself come in saying, "Well, why can't we? Men do." We're men. You're not. It's a double standard.
You're right.
You can't hear it? Oh.
He was able to do more, and I couldn't. I couldn't do certain things.
Okay.
But what does that have to do
now?
with me? With women being wanting certain things from a man and being picky. I don't like to use that term picky, but it's
you can want whatever you want, but the question always comes down with women: are you hot enough to get it?
Well, I look a mess now, but I think I am.
Okay.
This chick is a hot mess. And even if she was dialed up, I wouldn't even, if I seen this chick in the street or like that, I would walk right by her. I wouldn't even know she exists. But listen to this chick. You're gonna laugh of how highly she think of herself. Because Sips got her thinking that she's the shit.
How old are you?
No makeup. I think I'm doing okay.
How old are you?
32.
Any children?
1 son.
Were you married to his father?
Did I marry his father?
Uh-huh.
No, we're not together. I left him. I was 20 when I had my son.
So you think that a 32-year-old mother of a 12-year-old can get out here and be picky when it comes to men?
Yeah, because it's hard to love a man, and I have to deal with a lot. Men put you through a lot. So I figure if I'm going to choose, I want to choose right. I just don't want to choose anything.
Okay, how tall are you?
5'2".
Dress size?
An 8.
How much do you weigh?
She's 5'2", and her dress size is an 8. So this chick is fat as shit for her height. And she's being picky. She has one kid is about to be 13 or going on 13, and she's 32 years old. I'm older than her. And I look younger than her. She's 5'2", and she's a size 8. She's fat as shit. And she's talking about having standards and being picky, and decides she wants to be picky.
The last time you weighed yourself?
146. No?
No. No.
That's too big.
Your face tells on you that you big.
And a dress size 8, a dress size 4. But okay, why do you think you can be picky? You're 32, which is not 22. You're not a young thing. You're a middle-aged woman when it comes to marriage. You're an older woman when it comes to marriage. When you're approaching middle age, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree or disagree?
Middle age is kind of.
Oh yeah, the lead's got
I
a lot.
said you're
to do with it.
approaching. You're approaching middle age.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm definitely older. I know that. I know I'm not a young girl anymore.
What's the average age of death for women? It's around 76, 78. So middle age would be 39 or 30 or 76. It would be 30. Yeah, you're approaching middle age. But what we do know is you're not in your youth. Okay. And as far as marriage goes, you're definitely an older woman for marriage. Marriage is a younger woman's game. That's women getting married at 22, 23, 24, 25. The median age where women actually sign the certificate is 27.8. That didn't mean they got started dating right there. And you're 5 years past that, right? All right. Then we have to factor in the fact that you have a child, which significantly impacts your overall sexual marketplace value. A 12.
They don't take none of that under consideration at all. They really don't take that under consideration at all. All those factors or whatever like that. Like, how dare you? You're coming to the table with baggage. You're coming to the table with 1, 2, and 3 kids, and you going to a man who may not even have any kids, and you're trying to put in stipulations and demands on him. You have no more leverage to do anything. You can't demand anything at this point. You have no leverage because you're coming in with baggage. This man doesn't have any kids. He has good finances and everything. You're coming in with a burden. So who are you to tell me or try to put stipulations and demand on me on how things should go in this relationship or how to attain you? You have no more leverage. A woman has leverage, especially when she has no kids. She has youth. She has a nice body. She's fertile and everything. When she's at that youthful age, that's where she has that leverage. As she get older and she hit the wall and she don't take care of herself, that leverage go out the window. That's why she can't manipulate men like she used to. Men don't turn their heads like they used to at her. She don't get the attention that she used to. She don't have that leverage. And yet, even at that level, she still believes that she has some type of leverage or control over the dudes that she wants. The only leverage and control that she have is over dudes that she don't want. Simp dudes, beta males, or whatever you want to call these dudes. That's the only type of men that she can control. But those are the men that she don't desire. And that's why she gets frustrated. Because it's only dudes below that she feels those beneath her are the dudes that she has that type of control over, but frustrated that she don't have that type of control over the dudes that she really desire and really want bad. That's what it is. They're frustrated.
12-year-old boy.
13.
13. That lowers your value as well. And then debate, and then it starts in there. Why you and his father didn't marry? Why y'all aren't together? All kind of things, man. And you say men put you through a lot. No, that's not. You can't expect us as men out here in the public.
And then not just that, right? You have some women who have kids, right? But then once a dude, right? A good dude, he'll provide her, protect her, provide security and everything. Now, what if she has 3 or 4 kids, right? And she decide because she had her 4th kid by different men or whatever like that from past relationships. And what if she decided that she don't want no more kids? How's it fair to that man that she meets who probably want a family and want kids, but she put demands on him? Well, I don't want no kids. You have to deal with that and take it, or I don't know what to tell you. That's not fair to that man. Like, that's not a good deal for him, you know? And then if she does want kids, and if she haven't done anything to keep her weight in control after having those kids, she's going to get even bigger. He's not getting it. So if he decides to knock her up, she's going to get even bigger. So he's not getting the deal at all. She's getting the deal, not him.
To pay for your bad decisions and bad choices in men.
Mm-hmm.
You have a son. Would you want him to deal with a woman who expected your son to pay for all the bad choices men she chose?
No.
Well, we're somebody's son.
But why do you feel like he'll be paying for the bad choices?
Because you
Why
said
do you
men
say
put
that?
you through a lot. The men out here in the world, you don't know them.
But
Exactly,
when I say
display.
that, it's because I'm going off by experience, so I know what
Exactly.
comes from.
Your experience. Your experience. That's a man you dealt with. I'm talking about the men in front of you. You have no experience with them. So you want to be picky with these men because the men you've experienced put you through a lot. That's your problem.
But they're usually all the same.
So maybe the ones you date are.
Maybe. There's not many options. That's another thing.
Oh, there are plenty of options. 51% of.
When a woman says there's not many options, that's because the men that she wants and attracted to. This is the thing. Women have a certain taste in men that they want, right? That's why they go after the F boys, because they have this certain look and attitude. Now the thing is, they want those F boys to be kind, gentle, providers, and everything, right? She wanted to take those positive traits and put them in an F boy, right? So she'll keep going after F boys, hoping that she'll eventually gets lucky and find that F boy that's going to treat her right, because that's what she's attracted to. So when she said there's no men out there, she's already discounting you, because you don't rock her boat, you don't get her wet, you're not her type. There's good men out there, but those good men that's out there is not her type. So when she says niggas ain't shit, she's only referring to the men that she's attracted to, the kind of men that she's attracted to. That's what this is all about. There's plenty to pick from, but you're not interested in those type of men. You're only interested in these kind of men, and you want these kind of men to behave a certain way, and those kind of men aren't going to behave that way.
Black men are single and childless. 64% in the middle class. See what they're not.
But a lot of them are ugly.
Oh no.
Did you hear what she said? He said there's a watch what she says.
See what they're not.
But a lot of them are ugly.
51% of black men are single and
options. That's another thing.
Oh, there are plenty of options. 51% of black men are single and childless. 64% in the middle class. See what they're not.
But a lot of them are ugly.
Oh no.
And you hear what she said? She said a lot of them are ugly. And this is what a lot of women think of y'all. A lot of women think that 50% of y'all or 51% of y'all are ugly. So the men that she's already cutting off her options. She's cutting off her options. A lot of women think a vast majority of y'all are ugly as shit. She even thinks most women think average is ugly. Think average looking men are ugly. It's true. That's what she said. She said a lot of them are ugly. Kevin just pointed out that there's plenty of options out there and men that would treat you well. And she said, but a lot of them are ugly. So she's saying, she's really picking out, she's only choosing a mate based on how the mate looks, not how that mate treats her. And that's how a lot of women are. That's how a lot of them are. So it goes to show it's more about how he looks rather than how he treats her. Think about it. Because how many times that you seen a chick get treated like trash and treated like dirt, and she's still loyal to him or whatever like that? He's a shitty dude, but because he looks good. That's all it matters. Because he looks good. So a chick would leave a guy, right, who treats her well, but she leaves him because he's not really that attractive. She leaves him for a more attractive dude. but that attractive dude doesn't treat her well at all. But she shows her faith. She shows her loyalty to that man because of how he looks, not based on how he treats her. The name of this video is called "You Can Be Picky When You Look Like Me." Now watch this. It's not done yet. Check this out. It's not done yet.
First off, check that. Because you start that shit, I'm gonna get real raw with you.
But
I'm gonna get real raw with you. Check that shit. Because I have not made any presumptions about looks or anything with you, so I'm not going to insult men.
You can't.
Well, watch this shit.
I look a mess now, but I don't think I have to settle with a man that I don't find
Okay,
handsome.
let's do it. What would you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? Just your face. You cannot use 7.
A 10.
She thinks she's a 10, bro. And there's a lot of women like her who looks like that and think they're a 10. Think they look good. And they have the attitude of a 10. When they don't look. And the reason why, I'm telling you. The reason why she thinks she's a 10, because there's a lot of simps either hitting up her DM or catcalling her. I mean, low grade, men that she find to be low grade to her. So men that she don't find attractive, that's worshiping her and making her feel good about herself, that's boosting and inflating her ego. She's feeling like she's high and mighty. So since she think, hold up, my cat, hold up. Get out of here. Go. Good. All right, anyway. I'm back. So, what happens is, since these simps and these beta males or guys that she don't find attractive are telling her she looks good, her ego is inflated to a 10. So, since she thinks she's a 10, she thinks she can go after men who are 9s and 10s. When she's actually like a 4 or like a 3 or a 4. Because that's what these simps does. And there's a lot of women on social media who actually think that they're high status chicks because of the validation that she get from men that she's not attracted to. She likes the attention from men that she's not attracted to, but she don't want to date the men that she's not attracted to. But she appreciates the compliments and she uses their compliments to boost her ego. She says she literally thinks she's a 10.
Oh, poor baby.
The name of the video is called "You Can Be Picky When You Look Like Me" from Kevin Samuels. It's Kevin Samuels' video.
Now let's try this again.
And he laughed.
You are not the most beautiful woman in the world. Cosmopolitan ain't trying to get you to be on the cover. People ain't deemed you one of the most beautiful women in the world. So let's go.
So what would you rate me?
I asked you. Since you want to bring looks about men into it, I'm asking you. What would you rate yourself? And the first thing out of your mouth was a lie. A 10. You ain't nobody's 10.
What you said?
First thing you came out of your mouth, you said you're a 10, and you're not a 10.
My face is not a 10. I don't have no makeup on, and my hair is not done, and this is all real hair.
Mm-hmm.
So
she's a hard
I
mess.
think I'm definitely a 10.
Cool. I bet you do.
Look at her. And like I said, if I seen her on the street, I would walk by her. I wouldn't even look out. My eyes wouldn't, my head, my neck wouldn't even snap. My neck wouldn't even snap in her direction to look at her. Matter of fact, she doesn't even exist to me. But simps are going there telling her that she's hot. That's why she got that. That's why she thinks she's a 10. Because men that she don't want is telling her that she's hot. Because they're simping that bad and they want to hit so bad. Looking a hot mess.
So when was the last time you did?
I'm not playing so number 6
model
tonight.
print model?
Too late.
I've never been involved in that.
Why not? 10s. That's what 10s do.
Not all 10s.
Oh yeah, not all 10s, but you know what? You live in New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. See, when you're a 10, people discover you at the bank, at the bodega.
Yeah. if that's what I'm saying, like he said this, and so many guys been saying this, and women don't fail to realize that if you are a so-called 9 or 10, then you should be getting 9 or 10 results from men. That means every time you walk down the street, dudes is crashing their cars trying to look at you or trying to holler at you. Dudes is swerving, almost about to jump the curve in the pavement and crash into a store just to look at you. Dudes should be hitting her. I mean, going after her. She should be married already. Some dude should be trying to cuff that if she claims to be a 10. Come on.
At the gym.
That happened when I was younger. My father.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna keep on moving. You're not a 10. You're living in, and a lot of you ladies just say this shit because
I'm not a 10.
Like, you're not. You're not a 10.
What would you rate me as? My face.
I'm not gonna. No, you're not a 10 because you're rating yourself up there with Rihanna and Halle Berry when she was young. That's where you're rating yourself. Up there with Diane Carroll. That's where you're rating yourself.
What you mean,
Charlize Theron? With Halle Berry in the 90s. Charlize Theron, Diane Carroll. You're ranking yourself up there with the Rihannas of the world. That's where you're ranking yourself.
You seen Rihanna without no makeup, right?
I see you. And see, this is part of the issue. The part of the issue is women like yourself have all this attitude, thinking that you're way up here to where you're going to judge men and saying men are this or that. Men are 51% of black men are single and childless, 64% in the middle class. It is harder for a black man to find a woman that's working with no children than it is for a black woman to find a black man that's working with no kids. Most of you come with somebody's kid attached to you. And then you got the nerve to walk around when you're unfit, overweight, out of shape, and looking average, cute, or whatever, thinking you're way up here judging men who have more to offer than you do, and have the nerve to talk about your picky.
And this is the thing. She has this conceited attitude, and she's nowhere near a 10. This chick's like a 3 or a 4, and she's acting like that. So can you imagine how a woman who's a 9 or who's actually a 9 and a 10, how they act? This is a 3 and a 4, or a 3 or a 4 acting like this.
But shouldn't I be attracted to him?
This is what you're working with, fellas. This is what you're working with. She's like, these type of women really believe that 50% of y'all or 51% of y'all are ugly. This is what y'all working with. This is why a lot of y'all having a hard time too. Is because most of them believe that a good percentage of y'all are ugly. That's what they believe. They believe a big percentage of y'all are ugly.
Even if you don't feel like I'm a 10, shouldn't I be attracted to my man physically? No. Why can't I be attracted to him? Why is something wrong?
Well, here's the thing. You keep asking me. Here's the thing. This is why you ladies got it confused. That's why y'all end up dying alone. Because you've been told you could have it all. You cannot have it all. Men aren't supposed to be the attractive ones. You are. Men are supposed to be the providers, protectors, prophets, priests. That's what we're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be the cute one of the group. You are. You're supposed to be the feminine, beautiful, inspirational one, the cooperative one, the submissive one. That's what you're supposed to be. But yeah.
And got a point. Like, genetically, men genetically aren't really supposed to be the pretty one. Females were designed that way. That's what attracts us. The women are the soft, the pretty, walk with grace, nurturing and empathetic and stuff like that. And men are the hard, stern, provider, protector, warrior type. You know what I'm saying? So we weren't designed. Most men like on average aren't designed to look beautiful. They aren't designed that way. Women are designed that way. That's what attracts us. Because men, we're visual. We are visual creatures. We were designed to more so be pulled in by the visual. That's why most women are designed to look the way they look, so it can catch a man's eye, and that's what brings men and women together to mate. Crazy. Oh, what's up, Chris?
Many of you ladies want men to be women, and it don't work. And I'm talking to a woman who's already got a child from another man.
Yeah, most women want a pretty dude. Most women a dude that looked like a woman or attractive like a woman. That's what most of these today's women want. They want a pretty ass looking dude. That's what they want. Don't care how, like, it doesn't matter. He can knock her upside her head, throw her down the steps and everything. As long as he look good, that's good enough for her.
And you're talking about being picky.
But you know, that goes by that's natural for me. I've tried to settle for a man that wasn't physically attractive.
Settle. Did you go to college?
Yeah, I have my master's degree.
Okay.
I'm a PhD.
Let me explain something to you. You don't need to settle for a man who's an average man or better. I don't know why you have to keep somebody settled. Somebody will settle for you. Just because you have a master's doesn't improve your sexual marketplace value. You can make $300,000 a year.
About my education, that's why I brought it up.
No, I mean, no, and that's cool. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't increase your.
Yo, you out of control, bro. That was perfect. He said, "Women out here looking for Cloud Strife, but won't take Solid Snake." Yo.
Overall appeal to a man.
Exactly. More men are designed towards Solid Snake than Cloud Strife. But women are looking for niggas that look like Cloud Strife. That's what they're looking for. And believe it or not, that's what's so scary. That's why I go through issues with a lot of females, because a lot of chicks, like I said, they call me gorgeous. They don't call me handsome. They call me gorgeous. They also see me in the feminine in a way too.
You could have a master's, a GED. It's all the same when it comes to men initially. And we talk about, you come in here saying something about, I tried to settle for this, and the men are ugly. I'm like, well, how old are you? 32?
33.
33. How'd you get to be so bitter?
She's lying about her age. Look at her eye shift. Because when the conversation first started, she said she was 32. Look at her. Look how she shifted her eyes. She's probably older than 33. Because when the conversation first started, first she said that she was 32, and she said her son was 12. Then when Kevin started talking to her more, and he said, so your son is 12. She said, no, he's 13. And now we come back to her age. Now she's saying she's 33. When she just said earlier she was 22, 32.
How old are you?
Look at her eye shift.
32?
33.
33. How'd you get to be so bitter?
She lying.
I'm bitter?
She's older than what she's saying.
You sound like you don't. Well, how do you think you're speaking about men?
Yeah, she probably is 38.
All I said is that I want to be physically attracted to him, and you crammed down my.
No. You said you said that there are not a lot of men out here. No, you said that there are not a lot of men out here. That's what you said. So how is that speaking about men? Is that a positive or a negative?
It's not negative.
Hold on. Use your masters. Let's do some logic. There are not a lot of men out here, which means that there's a deficit, meaning that there's not enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a positive thing or a negative thing?
That's a negative thing.
Then you're speaking about men in a negative way. As if they're not options. No, there are plenty of options. The thing is, you just might not qualify for that.
Yeah. She haven't stopped to realize that there are options out there, but she haven't realized that the dudes that she wants is not choosing her. Maybe she don't meet the requirements. She's looking for dudes to meet her requirements, but she failing to realize that the dudes that she wants, maybe she don't fit their requirements. But women don't think about that. These type of women only think about themselves.
You talk about New York City. I lived in New York City. I'm possibly moving back there. And New York City has a tremendous amount of eligible men. But because you can't get one doesn't mean they don't exist.
You mean that I don't want to settle for one?
No. The men that you seem to look around and see in your eyesight.
No, I never heard of him, Aaron.
Seem to be beneath your expectations.
I'll check that out.
But you cannot tell me that that's all that's in New York City, because I know for a fact, I was just there last month, there are plenty of well-to-do, attractive, successful men in New York. But are they trying to date you?
I don't see them. I don't be around.
What borough do you live in?
When I'm working, that's another thing. I don't meet men like that.
What borough do you work in?
I work in Manhattan, but Harlem.
So, in the largest city in the United States, before Corona, listen, no, don't let, no. Before coronavirus, New York freaking city, the largest city in the United States, and you're going to tell me that there are no successful, attractive, available, eligible men in New York City? You are out of your mind.
The username with the Japanese, I guess, Hiragama, what should I call you? I don't know what that is, like the name.
Close attention. See,
you chat on here and I don't know what to call you.
Here's the way
you
you
got
take
Japanese lettering.
Now we're going to get to subjective truth and my truth. Again, just like last night.
She called man.
I can't because I can't find them because I don't qualify for them. They're either gay, down low, or in jail. Instead of saying that, you know what? These guys exist. They just ain't trying to check for a 32-year-old mother of a 13-year-old who's a 6, maybe.
I'm not a 6.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not a 6.
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm not going to argue, it's just my point.
Since you trying so hard to fight the real.
Well, you can't really take offense to it, man, because here's the thing. You live in a city where some of the most successful men on the planet are. Men who are making millions of dollars a year. And if you're saying that they don't exist, that's just simply not true. Hold on. They're just not approaching you.
They're not approaching you.
They're not approaching you.
They're not desirable.
Because see, you're the same kind of woman that will turn around and say, well, yeah, but when you do find them, they're with a white woman. Or if they be a white woman, why ain't they with you?
I've never said that they're with a white woman. Usually the men I meet are usually like already involved with somebody, or they're like bisexual on the low or something like that.
So you would so just saying that way? Because see, again, you're basically trying to make it the problem is the men. Again, audience, listen. Every time she talks about men, it's never about her. It's, well, he's involved. Or if he's not involved, they're bisexual. They're trying to make it seem like the world is just full of just gay men, like there are no hetero.
Yeah, like she's not taking any accountability. She's always saying that it's the man, and she's not even pointing out any of her flaws. If you're having too much trouble with men like that, there has to be some flaw with you somewhere. And a lot of women don't want to take that, or don't want to take accountability for that. They're in complete delusional world. They're completely delusional.
Sexual, attractive, available, high value, or productive, competitive, successful men. You're out of your mind.
Like, you would really think that women would be good at creating comic book universes with the amount of delusions and alternate realities these chicks come from. You would think they would be good. You would think there'd be hundreds and thousands of good female comic book writers with good plots and everything. With the amount of delusion and alternate realities that some of these women come from, the stuff that these like, it's crazy. Like it's crazy that they themselves are like Cloud Strife. They make up. They have this crazy delusion of what they see in the world.
They exist.
Yeah, I know they exist.
And then if they exist, then why aren't they checking for you?
Why is she changing her voice?
Well, when do they see me?
They see you when you leave your house.
Not over here.
Look at that. Shout out to you. She truly thinks she's a 10. She really thinks that. That's why she's gonna be alone. She's not gonna get it.
Talk to a woman who has 12
only gonna be able to get beta males.
Apparently, you saw one man enough. You saw a man enough to make a baby. In the last 13 years, you've seen other men. Nobody's put a ring on it.
Damn. So I mean, she been with her baby daddy for 13 years and did not decide to marry this nigga, and now she's out here thinking that she can do better. So that means she been with this dude for 13 years. Now she's out of that relationship and now with a kid, and yet no nigga still didn't put a ring on her. And she don't know why. She don't think that she's the problem.
They wanted to. I didn't want to settle for them. I wasn't ready.
See, the thing is, what the difference is, the conversations I have with women is I don't deal with men that have to be settled for. I deal with men that you got to
place a ring and legacy Mugen. I keep trying.
Can you get one of those men?
Okay, Jen.
I don't want to hear about the men that huh?
I don't believe I can if my face is not a 6, my face is a 10. Okay.
Oh my God.
I think
right.
My stomach could be a little flatter.
Right. See,
and she's fat.
You talk good, but I'm telling you that these men exist, and you think you can. What do they want what do they want in a woman? What do high value men want in a woman?
I think they want a woman to be submissive. I'm not good at that.
And yeah, she's not submissive. And submissive doesn't mean be a slave. It means be cooperative. Don't be combative. Don't be argumentative. Don't always, like, a man say, yo, babe, I got a plan for us. We're going to do this. And then she's always yapping at the mouth. Remember what I said? How some of these females, when they talk, they be yapping and nagging and they sound like Dino from Flintstones. They do all that and stuff like that. And she just admitted that she's not submissive. Like, it's hard for her. So that means a man of high value and stuff, he got his shit together. He's too busy trying to make moves and stuff like that. He got businesses to run. He has to do all these type of things. He's looking for a woman that's going to ride with him. If you're going to ride with him, he's going to issue out commands like, yo, this needs to be done. This is what we're going to do. He ain't going to want no woman that's going to constantly keep arguing, keep barking every 5 minutes and stuff. And she said that she's not submissive at all. That means she's not going to ever listen. She's always going to argue and be combative. And she's in no position to argue or be combative with a man that has so much to a man that has more to offer than her. She's coming in with a kid and heavy set, fat.
And
kind.
Built like Medea.
Are you that?
Mm-hmm.
No. Say yes or no.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're kind.
Yep.
I'm kind. You're not kind.
She's not kind. She says she's not kind. She's lying. She's not kind. You already see how every time Kevin's trying to talk, she's always trying to overtalk him. There's nothing kind about her. You can see it. And she's the only reason why that the real her is not coming out, because she knows how he checks people that try to get out of line and get out of pocket. So she's and plus she don't want other people to judge her and stuff. So she's like, that's why she's really toned down. Cause I'm telling you, she's far worse than what you see on here in real life. Guarantee you that. Like, these chicks be out of control, man. Out of control, bro. It's out of control, man. These chicks. Kindness is lost emotion in this current age. Yeah, kindness is, dog. And the number one things a man want, he don't want a woman that wants to argue all the time and just combative. That she combats you on everything. And that's the thing with the last chick that I was messing with. And no matter how much I'm a man of my word, and I prove that I'm a man of my word, and then she also says that I'm a man of my word. But every time a situation comes up, she always questions it. Because she's used to doing that to all the men in her past, questioning them every 5 minutes. And I can't take that. Like, either you gonna trust me and ride with me, or you can go your own way. You're not gonna. And every time I keep coming through for you, you still don't believe. You still don't believe it. You still gotta question it. You still gotta question me. That means you have trust issues. And if you can't trust me, then we can't be together. We can't. You shouldn't be in a relationship if you have this many trust issues. You need to work that out with yourself. Was that the last video for the stream? For the stream Mugen? Yeah, that was the last video. Because it's about to go on 3 a.m. So I'm about to wrap this up in a few minutes. I'm about to wrap this up in a few minutes. But yeah, this chick really thinks that she has a lot to offer, you know? But dudes, you don't want a chick that's always, and the thing is, I'm not going to just grind up the chicks too, but you also, as men, you have to be men of your word. You know what I'm saying? You also have to put the work in yourself as well. You have to put the work in. You know, you can't complain about women, but yet you're not doing nothing to fix your hygiene. You're not doing nothing to fix your weight. You're not doing anything to try to pursue your dreams or to try to get a better job. You're not trying to do anything to better yourself. So you also can't complain about women when you're not even doing nothing to fix yourself as well, you know? But if you are a man that's fixing yourself and you are improving, the fruits of your labors is going to be showing. You're going to have the receipts to show that. You know, and even with the receipts and you're a man of your word and she's still combative and she's still questioning you, then she's a lost cause. She got issues. Even after you have the receipts in front of her and you prove yourself time and time again in front of her and she still questions you, still doubts you, get out of there. Because you're never going to satisfy her. You're never going to please her. She's always going to suspect. She's the type of woman who's looking for you to be wrong, or she's looking for you to fuck up. She wants to always see she's waiting for it because she's used to it, because she's been messing around with F-boys her whole life. So when she meets a guy who actually has something going on, she don't know how to handle it. She don't know how to deal with it. So she think it's some game that you have some hidden motive or whatever, and every time you keep coming through for her, she's always going to try to find the worst in you, even when there's nothing bad or worse about you. Even through your positive, and she knows you come through, she's always going to try to find the worst in you. That's toxic, and you need to get out of that. I mean, social media generation normalized narcissism and delusion of individuality. Everyone about themselves and self-absorbed. It's a Western world problem, though. Shut up, Veer. Oh, what's up, Skill? Gotta charge them to the game. Yeah. Women always thinking we are secretly plotting something, even if we are telling them the truth to their faces. Y'all thought Mugen Lord was about to hit that overnight stream. Shut up, Veer. Shut up. Yeah. And that's the thing. There's a lot of women thinking that dudes are plotting. Like, you know what's crazy? There's women out there who would meet a guy like me, and I'm a straightforward dude. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. When I speak to her, and what comes out of my mouth is there's no underline in between the lines. No, what I say is what I mean. There's no trick. There's nothing underneath the surface of what I'm saying. What I say is what I said is what I said. So they'll think a guy like me is hiding something. They don't trust it. No matter how many times I do for her, she think it's something suspicious. So she'll leave a guy like me and go with a guy who's actually a scumbag, who actually does everything that she finds suspicious of me. This guy over here is actually doing it, and he's doing it in front of her, and she's okay with that. It's backwards as hell. And the thing is like this, I don't even get mad at it, because you know why? She saved me the trouble. She got issues. So I thank her for leaving me. I really thank her. I thank her for that, because she saved me the headache, she saved me the drama, and she saved me the trouble. I don't need a woman like that in my life. That's like that, you know? Oh, what's up, Prime? Is it? Yeah, you came here late, Prime. Like, yo, we had a whole conversation. We've been here for, yeah, Prime. It's about to be 6 hours, and I'm about to wrap up the stream. But I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming Monster Hunter Rise with my brothers tomorrow. Well, today. I mean, it's going on 3 a.m. But later today, I'm streaming Monster Hunter Rise. It'll probably be in the evening, or we'll probably start like 3 p.m. If not, we'll probably start at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And I would love for you to come through. I would love for you to come through, Prime, to go check out these streams. Like, we be having a good time. But go to my channel and check out all my past streams, so you can get an idea of what we talk about. My streams are very open. Like, you can be yourself. You can give your opinion. I'm not the type of person that close out your ideas and opinions. And like I said, if you don't agree with the things I say, you can speak your mind. I'm not going to kick you out of I would never kick you out of the stream because you may not agree with what I'm saying. This stream is for everybody. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what you identify as or whatever. I'm here for everybody to be able to be comfortable with who they are. And I don't care what kind of ideology. I don't care what your religious beliefs are. You're free to say what you're free to express yourself here. I don't care. I don't care if you're liberal. I don't care if you're conservative. I don't care about any of that. Is that Mugen how come X? Yeah, so Prime, like Tidus Prime, please come back later today, because I'll be streaming again and stuff like that. But yeah, this is my real talk streams, but later today I'll be doing a gaming stream. So I'll be playing some games. Sunday hopefully I can do a VR stream if it all works out the way I wanted it to work out and stuff like that. But he said, wish my boy Alex Lexus was on stream with you sometime for old times. Oh, what's up with Alex Lexus? How's Alex Lexus doing? All right, Bear. That's some of the streams here as long as well. Most recent ones anyway. Yeah. I'll be breaking these subjects into separate topic videos. So I'm still not done. My stream's been so long. So it's gonna take some time for me to chop all of them up and put them up as individual videos. You say, yeah, someone who sexually identifies as in a tech. All out there, gotta say, Mugen Lord got the best and most accepting streams. Yo, very stupid. So, so I'll be seeing you guys. It's an arrow. I'm not leaving. Oh, I was just saying I'm going to catch the stream because I'll be off work. Okay. Sweet. So yeah, but I'll be catching you guys later today. We're gonna have some fun. I'm gonna do some Monster Hunter Rise, and my brother is gonna be. Look, we're gonna have 2 streams going on. Hopefully, my brother Keel Lancer and me. We're gonna be streaming together. He'll be downstairs streaming, and I'll be streaming. So you guys can go, rotate between the streams if you like. Maybe I can get this. Maybe if I can get the double cam going on, so you can see my brother screen like cam and my webcam when we play Monster Hunter. Hopefully I can get that going. But yeah, this is gonna be fun, man. Okay. All right, so that pretty much wraps up the stream, guys. It's getting really late. I wasn't expecting it to start this late because I was really expecting to start early, but things didn't go the way it planned. But it still worked out for the best. So when I get up in the morning, I gotta pick up some things for my daughter to celebrate her birthday and stuff. And after that, then I'll be free for the rest of the day because she's gonna be busy with her gift and stuff like that. So she's gonna be not paying me no mind once the gift get in her hand. Thanks. All right, so I'll be seeing you game fiends later.